Save you a seat.
Good evening and welcome. I'm going to call the Tax Committee to order for the second time today. It's February 27th at 7 o'clock, and we're just delighted that so many people in Minnesota have come out to talk to us about the governor's tax proposal. Between 7 and 7:30, we're going to have questions for the commissioner that some members in previous hearings had asked for the opportunity. And so we're going to start with Commissioner Frans. And Commissioner, we are cutting you off at 7:30 because Minnesotans are here. We want to first say hello to the people in the overflow room who are watching us on TV. And what we really want to do is be respectful of everyone's time tonight. So we're really here to hear, other than our first 30 minutes, we're here to hear from Minnesotans. The committee can always talk. We're very good at that. But once we get to 7:30, we're going to listen to Minnesotans at what they have to say. People should know that the pages are in this room assisting people. So if you're in a different room, when we get to testimony, you're going to hear us call your name up, and so you can get into this room. And we also understand that when another committee clears tonight, we're going to open a third room so folks can be watching in that room as well. So with that, welcome Commissioner Frans.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Tax Committee. Thank you very much for this offer to be here tonight. I'll just take a couple of minutes, then we'll open it up for questions so we can get right to your concerns and questions. I just wanted to just say briefly that the governor's budget package was designed to be just that, a package. It was designed to be a package that provided a way to solve the $1.1 billion deficit, a way to make investments in Minnesota, in education and health care and jobs, and a way to balance the budget going forward, a way to make sure that we raise revenues fairly. The governor's budget will satisfy the $1.1 billion deficit, make investments, and also reduce property taxes, and it will also pay back the entire school shift in 2016 and 2017. The major components of the governor's budget proposal or tax proposal is to provide up to a $500 property tax rebate for every homeowner, or $1.4 billion in property tax relief statewide. That amounts to about a 20% property tax reduction for the average property tax payer. It would also freeze property taxes for businesses and for 2 years, and cutting state taxes going forward in terms of the inflation adjuster for business property taxes. This would lower property taxes by more than $120 million for businesses through 2017. The governor's proposal will lower the corporate tax rate from 9.8% to 8.4% and close corporate tax breaks. It will lower the sales tax rate from 6.875%, the seventh highest in the country, down to 5.5%, number 27. We believe it will make the system more fair by asking the top 2% income earners to pay a higher income tax, and that income above $250,000 taxable income for married filing joint. It will invest $120 million in local government aid and county program aid, helping to rebuild the partnership with our cities and counties. We will also increase the cigarette and tobacco tax to help provide added incentives with local to reduce smoking in Minnesota. My final comments really are about my three-legged stools that I've drug around this state for much too long, but I just wanted to make one final comment on those for your benefit as we go forward. And thank you, Alfio. As you'll recall, when the last time we talked about the fact that the property taxes have gotten out of whack. And when we talk about the three major sources of income, we're talking about the property tax, the income tax, and the sales tax. And in 2010, we noticed that the property tax, or we studied that the property tax had gotten up to about 40% of these three major sources, a little bit higher than it has been higher than it's ever been. And the income tax was about 34%, and the sales tax was about 26%. Now, if you fast forward to 2015, if we implement the governor's budget package and tax reform package, we'll see that in fiscal year 2015, the three legs will smooth out quite a bit. The property tax would be down to about 34%. The income tax would be about 34%, and the sales tax would be about 32%. So part of the governor's plan is to not only make taxes more fair, but also to try to make sure that we rebalance our taxes for the future and we have sustainability. With that, Madam Chair, I'm happy to turn it over for questions.
Well, great. Thank you so much, Commissioner. And thanks to all the Department of Revenue and governor's staff with us here tonight. And with that, we had a request, Representative Davids, that had more questions for Commissioner Frans, so if you want to start out.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome to the Tax Committee, Commissioner. With the sales tax going from 6.875 to 5.5, it sounds good and wonderful to lower it, but we're lowering the rate, broadening the base quite significantly. How much more will be collected in the sales tax area than when it was 6.875 with the current items being taxed? In other words, Madam Chair and Commissioner, how much would we be collecting from the sales tax at a 5.5 versus an 8.75 if it stayed on the same things we're taxing today?
Commissioner, I should have said, members, the bill and the revenue estimate are in your packet, so it should be on there. Commissioner?
Madam Chair, Representative, in terms of the base expansion, I'm not sure if I fully understand your question. I know that under the current proposal, by expanding the base to the new items that we would expand it to at 5.5%, that would generate about an additional $2.2 billion in additional revenue. But under the consumer, that's the business-to-business portion. Under the consumer portion, there would be a decrease of about 146 million. So the net increase would be about $2 billion. But that's expanding the base at 5.5% for every item. But I'm not sure that's exactly what you were asking.
Madam Chair and Commissioner, that was it. Basically, if we left the sales tax the same as it is today versus lowering the rate, expanding the base, how much more are we collecting? You answered it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions for Commissioner Frans? Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Commissioner Frans, we'll look around the chair. Or you can switch chairs. That's fine. Yeah, it's fine. That's going to be the easiest job you have in your probably tonight, Commissioner. One of the things when it comes to new services, one of the things that, and I have to admit, it's not something I follow, and no pun intended here, but isolated and occasional sales. One of the things that has potentially come up through an interpretation from the department is that, so say my neighbor takes care of my lawn for me once or twice while I'm gone, I give him $20, a neighbor kid. That's an isolated, or in this case, isolated. But if I pay him every month, $20 or $100, is that now going to be subject? And is he going to have to start collecting sales tax and remitting it to the state of Minnesota?
Commissioner.
Madam Chair, Representative, I'm not sure about the occasional sale. I don't know. We probably would. It would probably take him out of the occasional sale rule if it was a monthly charge, and therefore there would be a sales tax.
What, Madam Chair, and then a follow-up then. So someone mowing my lawn, someone shoveling snow for me over the winter, or a babysitter then?
Commissioner?
Madam Chair, Representative, I would generally those services would all be covered by the sales tax. Yes.
Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and that's shocking, and for a lot of teenagers, I guess this is going to be an education in tax law. My other question then is about the snowbird provisions that I'd asked you about previously. And I know I'm breaking the one question rule, Madam Chair, and I apologize, but it was one that we didn't quite get to last time. So if you could elaborate on that. My question was on the cabin owners from Wisconsin, Iowa, or the Dakotas coming in, and what they would be paying, how we would be tracking it, and then would there be audits?
Commissioner.
Madam Chair, Representative, as you know, the rule provides that for those folks who spend at least 60 days but less than 183 days, obviously if you spend more than 183 days under the general rule, you would be considered a resident. But for those who spent less than 183 days and more than 60, as long as they rented an abode or had an abode for at least 6 months, those part-year residents would be subject to tax based on the number of days they were actually in Minnesota. So there is a direct relationship between the days they're in Minnesota and the tax on their other income. Of course, we know if you have Minnesota source income, you're always subject to Minnesota tax. But those folks who do fit within that category would be required to pay to file an income tax as a part-year resident, and we would have to audit those returns.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, Madam Chair, just but for the record, two very bad provisions. Having teenagers collect sales tax on babysitting duties and lawn mowing and shoveling, I think I don't think that's a progressive part of this tax code. I think that is regressive, and I think it's really going the wrong way, especially when it comes to the Snowbird taxes. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for coming back. We were a little nervous that you ran off last time and weren't going to come back, so thank you for coming back.
Thank you. Representative Leitling.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm so glad the issue of regressivity and progressivity was brought up because Commissioner Frans, as long as I've been in the House, which is now, I'm in my 5th term, there's been concern expressed every single year about the regressivity of our tax code, about the overall taxes that Minnesotans pay. And I happen to find in my purse one of these little cards. I've been carrying these around since I was first elected. And these little cards that are handed out sometimes, this one's from the Joint Religious Legislative Coalition, which is a coalition of faith groups that are concerned about fairness in our tax code. Who's really paying and how much are they paying? And we're talking about, depending on where you are in the income scale, what portion of your income is being paid toward all the taxes, state and local. And I know you're well aware of this, and I'm kind of going through this, obviously, for the public to understand what I'm talking about. But this little card I have shows, and it's showed this every year since I've seen these cards, that the people who are on the very bottom of the scale pay much more as a percentage of their income than the people who are on the very top. And so my question to you is, how does the governor's proposal change this picture? So if we were to enact the governor's proposal and they come back to me and give me a new card next year, how different is it going to look? Are we finally going to do something to move us in the right direction where there's more fairness for people who earn less, and that people who earn more and can afford to pay more are going to carry more of that load?
Commissioner.
Madam Chair, Representative, one of the things that we do every 2 years, in fact, the new incident study is scheduled to be released, I believe, this Friday for 2010. We always do it for a couple of years behind. That will be released on Friday or thereabouts. And one of the things that we've looked at over the years, though, if you look at the most recent study back to 2008, it shows that those folks in the middle income brackets pay about, the middle income deciles pay about 12.3% of their total household income to state and local taxes, and the top 10% pay about 10.3%, and the top 2% pay about 9.7% of their income. Now, the way we measure that is we take a look at all state taxes. We look at income tax, sales tax, property tax, all other taxes, motor vehicle taxes, alcohol taxes. We add all those up, and then we figure out what portions of the population pay those taxes relative to their income, and that's how we figure out the income deciles. Now, the governor's package, overall package is progressive. We do a suits index, and a suits index tries to measure the overall progressivity or regressivity of a particular tax provision. A positive 1.0 would be a very progressive tax system, and a negative 1.0 would be a very regressive tax system. So the governor's proposal, as we calculate the suits index, would be about a positive 0.10. So it would be overall would be a progressive package for the state of Minnesota. Now, we haven't concluded or performed a suits incidence analysis where we take each one of the deciles and figure out where those taxes go yet. We won't do that until after the forecast, until after the new incident study, until we're in place for an omnibus. Typically, we do it when there's an omnibus bill and we want to see where the parts are. But we don't have the specific answers to that. But we do know that the new fourth tier that the governor proposes in the income tax is itself a positive 0.874 on the progressive scale. So that by itself makes a huge difference, or at least a starting difference, in trying to make sure that the folks at the upper decile pay their fair share as well. The property tax rebates, up to $500 rebate for homeowners, is also very progressive. It's a positive 0.348. The state sales tax, as we know, sales taxes tend to be regressive, and overall the state sales tax would have a negative suits index of a negative 0.192. And the cigarette tax is also regressive, and that would also have a negative .582. But if you add all those together, the governor's package is overall a net positive .10 in terms of the increasing the progressivity of the overall. His package is overall progressive, and it would in turn make the entire system more progressive.
Thank you. Thank you. Representative Barrett, and members, we will stop at 7:30 and go to the public. Representative Barrett.
Thank you. Madam Chair. I guess I have 15 minutes.
Well, you have 8 people after you, and I think you'll have to deal with how they feel about that.
Sounds good. One question only. Commissioner Frans, thanks for coming in tonight. You had mentioned in a previous meeting that the sales tax increase will increase taxes on Minnesota families by $6 billion in the next 4 years. So I'm wondering, that's obviously positive. Is that a true statement, Commissioner Frans?
Commissioner.
Madam Chair, Representative, I'm not sure, I don't know if we added those numbers up from all 4 years. Is that how we got to that number? I can't remember exactly.
Take my word for it, okay. Commissioner Frans, yes. No, I think that was actually, but if I'm wrong, please let me know. So with that, that's positive to the public sector. It's actually a net decrease from the private sector. So I've been doing some noodling. I've been looking at other states. I'm wondering if you've done the same thing. So I've looked at tax increases across the country over the past 10 years. There are 5 states that have increased taxes more than any other state. There's a correlation between their tax increases and unemployment. And it's really not a very good correlation. The same states that have increased taxes also have the worst unemployment changes over that same period of time. Texas, New Jersey, or excuse me, not Texas, New Jersey, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Nevada, New York. Have you done that similar kind of comparison, and what have your numbers shown you?
Commissioner.
Madam Chair, Representative, well, thank you. Actually, I have, and one of the things that we've tried to take a look at was let's try to look at the overall taxing burden in Minnesota and compare it in terms of per capita income ranking or unemployment rates. So one of the things we looked at the state and local collections per 1,000 income, and that's done by the Minnesota Taxpayers Association, and Minnesota ranked about 15th on that chart, meaning it was 15th from the top in terms of state and local tax collections per $1,000 of income. Now, South Dakota was ranked number 51, including D.C., so it was clearly toward the bottom of that scale. So if you take a look at some of those rankings, I mean, Minnesota ranks in per capita income either 10th or 11th, depending on which year you look at, and South Dakota is number 20. You look at Tennessee, it ranks 50th in terms of the state and local tax collections, and it ranks 50th on that, way at the bottom, and its per capita income is number 35 in terms of rank. So, the unemployment rate is another example. If you look at Alabama is number 49 on the state and local income tax, or state and local tax collections per $1,000 of income rank. It's 49th, and its ranking on per capita income is 42nd. So we do see these correlations, and I think one of the correlations we see over the years is that those states that do collect higher taxes also invest those taxes in a way that have a return in terms of higher income, lower unemployment, better job growth. I mean, Minnesota is outperforming many other states in terms of job growth since the recession. So we did look at tax burden, state and local tax burden. Didn't look specifically at the increases in the last several years like you did, but we do see a correlation. But we think it's a positive correlation.
Madam Chair, if I could follow up.
And Representative Zetlers did ask too, so that'll be the standard, I guess, too. So, and this is a follow-up right now. So, thank you, Representative Barrett, please.
I would encourage the department to look at the correlation between unemployment. What the taxes will do, they will harm our private sector business owners, and that will in effect harm the people who are employed by them. We have a group of people who are very concerned about this tax increase. And so the improvement you might see in the adding to the budget of Minnesota will be offset by the reduction in people employed in our state of Minnesota, and that's deeply concerning to many people.
Sure.
Madam Chair, Representative, I would like to say that I think, if you look at just the one side of the equation, just the tax collection side of the equation, and you forget what those taxes do, the investment side of that equation, I think you miss the whole point of what many businesses look to in a state, and that is they look to the investment in the state in terms of education, infrastructure, health care, public safety. So whatever those taxes are, And whatever taxes we agree, whatever level we agree those taxes should be, your key as a business person or a private citizen is what are those taxes buying? And if they're buying the kind of community and the kind of environment and kind of economy that will make your business grow or your family be healthy, then I think those are the choices that we see people making all the time.
Thank you. Representative Marquardt. And members, it's Marquardt, Anderson, Carlson, Runbeck, Loon, Garofalo, Davids. In 10 minutes. Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Commissioner Frans, due to the actions of Democrats and Republicans alike in the last 10 years, the governor started out this session with a $1.1 billion deficit and a $1.1 billion education buyback, basically. So that's $2.2 billion in the hole before you even get to the starting gate. And this budget, I know that the governor put together, solves the budget honestly. I mean, the revenues and the expenditures match not just this biennium, but into the next. And I guess the question is, what benefit is that going to be to the state to finally, after at least a decade, to really have an honest, straight-up budget that is balanced not only in this session, but into the future?
Madam Chair.
Sure, please.
Representative. Well, I think from the very beginning, as Governor Dayton designed his budget package for this particular biennium and for the next biennium, he really looked toward the future of Minnesota's economy and the future of Minnesota in terms of maintaining a high-quality business environment, a high-quality education system, high-quality health system, high-quality infrastructure. And the goal really is so that we make investments that when you all sit around this table in this chamber and other chambers in this city, and you make these decisions about how to appropriate money, that you have the money there that's necessary to do the job that Minnesotans are expecting. So the long-term growth of Minnesota in terms of developing a revenue stream that actually matches what Minnesotans really want in terms of an education system or infrastructure is critical because, as you know, we make these decisions. We've had 9 deficits in the last 11 years. And when we make these decisions about what to cut in the 12th hour, at the last minute to try to make the books balance, it's difficult. And it's hard to make those kind of investments that business people want. I think one of the things that Governor Dayton really wanted to make sure was businesses would know that Minnesota is investing in the future. That Minnesota is going to continue to be a great state. It already is a great state, but it's going to continue to be a great state by making sure we don't neglect those things that made us great. I mean, one of the reasons we have such a great high per capita income and such low unemployment and we have the great education system is we've invested. We've taken our tax dollars and spent those wisely. So the governor really wanted to ensure that going forward that we had the revenue that would match the budget needs that this state needs in order to keep it on the right path.
Thank you.
Just a
Yes, Representative Marquardt.
That seems to be within the rules tonight, Madam Chair. One follow-up.
Please, welcome.
Commissioner Frans, besides digging out of this $2.2 billion hole to put us on solid footing for a change, there's been significant investments in property tax relief and in education. Why in those areas? And what benefit will that provide?
Commissioner.
Madam Chair, Representative, one of the keys in terms of education, I think one of the things we continue to hear throughout the state is businesses wanting to make sure that we have a top flight educated workforce, that may be one of the most, maybe the top issue for businesses is do you have the kind of educated workforce that I can hire, that I can put to work right away in sophisticated manufacturing jobs. But also, if you look at the demographics, you know, as our population is aging and we have so few so little growth in those younger deciles, we've got to make sure that the young people we have succeed. I mean, it's only fair that we reduce these disparities that we have in education achievements, and we provide opportunities for all of our young people to succeed. So it's both in terms of needing an educated workforce, is trying to make sure that our young people have opportunities to succeed. But I think the other thing, too, is trying to make sure that as we go forward, the revenue stream that we have will provide us an opportunity that will be more stable. We won't be concerned about whether we're going to lurch into another deficit that will have those kinds of stability issues that we just have been lacking in many, many years. And the property tax is one that we've just continued to rely on. And so the governor feels strongly that the property tax is an area where we've simply gone to and we've relied on way too much, and we have to make a start now to reduce our reliance on property taxes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Frans, I'm just hoping that we can be a little more concise on this piece here. I just have quick questions for you. You know, it's not going to be 5.5% sales tax in the entire state. In fact, we have several areas in the metro area that have different local option sales taxes. Hennepin County in particular has several. In fact, for my residents, they'll be paying a 6.15% sales tax rather than the 5.5% that you've been talking about here tonight. And I'm just wondering if you have taken that into account and if that additional revenue, if that's revenue neutral, and where that is. And if you could just let me know one way or another if it's revenue neutral or not.
Commissioner.
Madam Chair, Representative, well, clearly the reduction from 6.875 to 5.5 will apply statewide, but as you rightly say, there are places where there's a local option sales tax and sometimes more than one. And in those situations, those we have not made any adjustment to those local option sales taxes or to those taxes that are levied by cities or in any jurisdiction. So the rate reduction applies only to the statewide sales tax.
Okay, and Madam Chair and
Yes, please.
Mr. Frans, so then are you including that $304 million of the local sales tax? Is that part of your tax incidence then that you spoke of earlier, or is that not included in that part?
Commissioner.
Madam Chair, Representative, I'm not sure, but the $340 million you're referring to.
The $304 million of the local option sales tax, is that part of the, when you talked earlier about this is the suits index and the tax incidence and what people are paying, is that part of it?
Commissioner.
Madam Chair, Representative, I believe it is. In the study analysis, I believe it is.
Okay. And Madam Chair, just one last thing. Earlier, last week, we had testimony from different cities talking about the cost of sales taxes that they pay. I'm just wondering, this is a request to you, if you could give us runs of how much each city is going to be paying in additional taxes, especially for those that are in Hennepin County, since they're going to be paying at a rate of 6.15. And we have nice runs when it comes to local government aid for those communities that receive it. It would be nice if we could have a similar comparison of how much taxes each of these communities now are going to be paying that they weren't paying before, and what kind of impact that may have on property taxes, because we heard testimony last week that that would eat into the local government aid that any community would receive. So if you can just get that to me, that would be helpful.
Madam Chair, we'll be glad to do that. Thank you.
Right, and we're going to go to Representative Carlson next, but I want to say, so that we can get to testifiers at 7:30, I'm going to call the names of the first three on each side so that they can start getting to this room if they're not in this room. So we've got Kyla Narum, John Strakata from BWBR Architects, Robert Scarlett, Carl Peterson, Reverend Dan Garnis, and Dr. Will Sandstrom. So if they can start moving forward, we need them to sign in. Representative Carlson.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'll try to be brief watching your schedule, but I might have a question or two if that's all right. You know, by way of where I'm coming at it from, the state of Minnesota, and I think Representative Marquardt touched on it, was left with a huge problem. We've been on a real roller coaster in recent years, and there were comments made about other states and they're raising taxes and what that meant for employment. And the point I want to make, and I'd like you to respond to in a little more detail, is that it's not the taxes haven't gone up in the state of Minnesota. When I came in, you had your three-legged stool out, but property taxes have gone up, if I recall correctly, 87%. And going back to Representative Liebling's concern then about progressivity, what's happened in recent years, in my view, is a greater and greater reliance on regressive taxes, namely the property tax. And if you could respond to that in terms of the governor's proposal, and I'm not talking so much about the $500 rebate or reduction, I'm talking more about the impact on taxes prior to that, and how this budget handles the property tax.
Commissioner.
Madam Chair, Representative, one of the things that we wanted to do with the property tax and to reduce the over-reliance we think we have on property taxes is because of the regressivity of property taxes. You're right, property taxes tend to be very regressive, and one of the ways that we wanted to do that was really 3 different ways. The first one was through the property tax rebate. The second was through the local government aid to cities and to counties to increase local government aid by $80 million for cities in each year and $40 million for counties, and some of that money we believe will go to property tax relief as well. And then the third area that we made a change was for the statewide business property tax by freezing the increase for 2014 and 2015 and then changing permanently going forward the increase only to 1/2 of inflation instead of the entire amount of inflation. We provide another way to reduce property taxes, once again, which tend to be passed on and are regressive. So the goal of the governor really was to make the system overall more progressive, but in particular to go after the property tax to reduce the reliance on regressive property taxes.
Okay, Madam Chair and Commissioner, I think that helps. That puts on the table what we're trying to do. I think we have to remember the history in terms of what got us to where we're at right now and where we need to go if we're going to get off this roller coaster and the over-reliance on a regressive tax, namely the property tax. If I might, Madam Chair, just shift to something that's...
Representative Carlson, you're going to get the last question here because we're going to go
Okay,
to
well-
testimony right after your question.
Well, thank you. It does. My next question deals with more what I'll call the fee side, and we all know that because of previous decisions made, higher education was cut more than virtually any other area of government, and probably more than any place else in the country, leading us to a situation where we have probably among the most expensive public colleges and universities in the country, which also means student debt has been skyrocketing in terms of students attempting to finance their education. And I know, Madam Chair, it's a little bit on the spending side, but we do deal with fees here once in a while, and that's the biggest fee of them all. So if you could comment with what your budget does in the area of higher education in particular.
Commissioner, I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second. We've got word that people cannot really hear us in the other rooms. So everyone's going to have to speak a little louder into their microphones. And so we've been asked to call the first 6 testifiers again, so that, because not everyone can hear. Kyla Narum, John Stracata, Robert Scarlett, Carl Peterson, Reverend Dan Garnis, and Dr. Will Sandstrom. Commissioner, please.
Madam Chair, Representative, the governor was really concerned, as you are, about the cuts that were made to higher education, and in particular, his budget committed $80 million, as you know, to the University of Minnesota, $80 million to the MnSCU system, and $80 million to the student grant program. And in particular, I mean, all those areas obviously should help with the tuition, but I think in particular was trying to make sure that with the grant program, that the $80 million increase, which is the largest increase in many, many, many years in the grant program, to provide an opportunity for students to go to college and not have to incur such a great debt. Thank you.
Madam
Thank
Chair,
you.
I could ask other questions, but I know you want to move along, so thank you.
I do, and I'm going to ask Representative Runbeck, Loon, Representative Garofalo, and Davids to give Commissioner a call to get your questions answered, because we do want to hear from Minnesotans now. So with that, thank you, Commissioner, so much, and
Thank you.
I know you and your folks are here. We would like to go to Kyla Narum. Don't know, or Kayla?
Madam Chair.
Representative Davids?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the testifiers testify 6 at a time, for example, will the members be able to ask questions at that point so we can have them here may disperse and take off?
Yeah, I think what we're going to do is ask all members to hold their questions till all testifiers are done. We've understood that we have a lot of people signed up tonight, and if we all as committee members who are here every day talk, then the public who's here it will not be able to talk to us. You can hear them in the halls. They're waiting for seats, so we are not going to interrupt the testifiers and ask them questions. We are going to ask, and if Ms. Narum or Mr. Scarlett could come forward and take a seat, because we really do want to get through people here. What we want to do is let everyone know that all written testimony that you've sent us has been received and is going to be made available to the committee. And we know there's lots of it here. We are limiting this to 2 minutes. We had said 2 to 3, but we have just too many people, so we're going to go with that. You're going to be timed. Don't let it make you nervous. It's really just to make it fair. And so you'll see our intern, Mars, is going to help us, and Ms. Jensen, who's worked unbelievably for this committee, is going to time everyone. And when there's 15 minutes left, you'll see a yellow. What is it? 15 seconds left. And then at 2 minutes, you're going to get this. So we're going to use peer pressure to get everybody to follow the rules here, because we really understand there are hundreds of people here, and lots of people have something to say to it. So the one other thing I want to add, and we need those other testifiers in those 2 chairs there, Mr. Stracata, Carl Peterson, Dr. Will Sandstrom, Reverend Dan Garnis. We need you all to sign in, and we ask you to do that after you leave the table. We have a number of pages in the room. They'll wave their hands around so you can see them, and they will chase you down with clipboards. And we will be able to provide any member with your contact information if they have a follow-up question. You'll be part of the public record here. So with that, we're going to start. We'll come back to Ms. Kyla Narum if she shows up, because I understand people are having a hard time hearing, and we're going to ask Robert Scarlett to begin. And I don't know who that is, but welcome to the committee.
Madam Chair, thank you very much for the privilege of being here, and I will be very brief. I serve as president of a company that helps other companies export their products into mainly Latin America, but other parts of the world. It's from that perspective that I'd like just to say a few things about the proposals before the committee, the governor's tax proposals. I grew up overseas, and I've adopted Minnesota as my home. I love this place, and for very good reason. The way we traditionally in the past have made investments in education and their infrastructure, in other aspects of our lives, has made a huge difference for not only me, but for all the small businesses that I'm associated with. As you know, small business in Minnesota, that counts for about 90% of all businesses. And we live in our own communities very much like ordinary citizens. And we see very up close and personally what a difference it makes to have the right investments made in a progressive and fair manner. So I'm not at all, nobody wants to pay taxes, nobody wants to be regulated more than necessary, but this is one case where, without hesitation, I really do support the additional investments that are a part of this proposal. Also, having been grown up in other parts of the world, I know that as a whole in the U.S., we are the most undertaxed economy. This is not good news for many people, hard for people to hear, but most developed nations of the world, the tax effort is, as a proportion of their GDP, is much, much higher. So I don't feel at all bashful about suggesting that we need to invest more, and I believe the tax proposals before us are very fair and balanced.
Thank you. Wow, you made it in 2 minutes. We appreciate that. And Mr. Scarlett, thank you very much. And if you could sign in, I have next Mr. Stracata. John Stracata.
Hi, thank you.
Did I say that correctly?
No, it's John Stracota.
John Stracota, welcome to the committee.
Thank you. I'm here representing the architects. I am an architect representing AI Minnesota. We're here to speak in opposition to the proposed 5.5% tax on architectural and engineering design services. This tax will place an undue burden on our industry. As many of you know, we're the canary in the coal mine, and when things went bad, people stopped building. And unemployment in our sector was astronomically high, and we are still recovering from that. So this will just begin to eat right into that recovery immediately. This tax bill will create winners and losers in our industry. Losers will be the small firms, which are the vast majority of our firms. That's firms 20 and under. Most of our industry would be happy to get a 5.5% profit on their work, much less being hard-pressed to pass that on to their clients. Small firms tend to rely on lots of consultants to help them with their business, accountants, IT personnel, accounting, legal services. All those services will not be pass-through services, so they'll be paying a 5.5% tax on those and will not be able to pass that on to their clients. Similarly, there'll be winners in this area. Construction companies with in-house design that blurs the line between taxable and non-taxable services. So design is taxable and construction is not under this bill. This will make it very difficult under the governor's plan to understand how that exactly works in a firm that has comprehensive services all in-house. I understand the need to not tax construction services. They're in the same situation we were. But please don't apply that tax to the small sector of engineers and architects that serve that same industry. It'll fundamentally reshape our industry, and I'm sorry that's not what we're hoping the tax bill would do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Estrada, for your testimony. With that, we are going next to Reverend Dan Garnis. I apologize. And while he's coming up, it's Carl Peterson, Dr. Will Sandstrom, Jackson Fate, Elizabeth Bruber, Mark Haveman. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Dan Garnis. I'm pastor at Grace University Lutheran Church, which is on the east bank of the University of Minnesota campus, right next to the University Medical Complex. I live in St. Paul with my spouse, our daughter, and our granddaughter. I've been involved with issues of access to quality health care as well as building healthy communities on both a local and national level through Isaiah for a number of years. As a pastor, part of my calling is to study sacred scripture, to seek to understand how scripture speaks to our situation today. There is a prophetic witness that runs through both the Old and New Testaments in Christian scripture. The prophets do not mince words when the life of the community is out of balance, when the needs of all are not equally prioritized. Let me tell you about such a time. In that time, the wealthy elite, the top 3%, had gobbled up almost all the land and resources of the country. People forced off the land crowded into cities. Armies grew to protect the rich folks' wealth. The lifestyle of the rich was extravagant. Trade and commerce expanded, but the playing field was not level. The marketplace was unjust. The scales were tipped. The weights were uneven. The rich got richer. The poor got poorer. And the poor went into debt slavery. Creditors were oppressive. The judges were always on the side of the rich and powerful. I ask you, does any of this sound familiar? It could certainly describe us, but I am describing Old Testament and New Testament times. Again, the prophets condemn systems where equity does not exist, where opportunity is only for some, where resources are hoarded by the few at the expense of the many, where the most vulnerable are not treated well. Woe to you, the prophets cry out to those in power, those running the system and benefiting from it. Amen. I have written testimony that I will give as well, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reverend Dan Garnis. Carl Peterson, welcome to the committee.
Got to talk fast. Madam Chair, members of the committee, I am Carl Peterson, a CPA with my own accounting firm in Richfield, Minnesota. I'm also a member and past chair of the Minnesota Society of CPAs, and I'm here tonight to express our opposition to a tax on accounting and other professional services. The Minnesota CPA Society is a professional association representing more than 9,000 accounting professionals in Minnesota. Our members work in public accounting, business and industry, and the government sector, and we live in each of your districts. The MNCPA advocates for good tax policy, and a tax on services is bad tax policy. It would negatively impact businesses located in Minnesota and the consumers who depend on CPA professionals to comply with a very complex maze of continuously changing regulations. A tax on services may also discourage taxpayers from hiring professionals to help with their tax returns, resulting in the filing of incomplete or inaccurate returns. A new sales tax on services will require many, possibly tens of thousands of independent contractors, those that receive 1099s, to now register with the state so they can collect and remit sales tax. There are truly thousands of independent contractors who will unknowingly and unexpectedly be out of compliance. Maybe many of you are here in this room. Every year we have individuals bring in their tax data, and while they primarily have W-2 income, very often they bring in a 1099, and they say, well, I did something for this business, and they gave me a 1099 for the little work that I did. We'll have to ask that client if they collected sales tax on that service, and if not, they would be out of compliance with the Minnesota tax law. The sales tax deposit is late, there will be penalties and interest, plus my additional fees to straighten it out, plus my sales tax, so all of a sudden that extra income was not really worth it. How about anyone in this room that's on the board of directors of a company and you receive a 1099 for your director fees? You need to register. You need to collect sales tax. Otherwise, you will be out of compliance. And what about that individual who, my time is up, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. We appreciate it. I know it's hard for people to get it down for a couple of minutes, but we really want to hear from as many as we can. And thank you so much for being here. Are you Elizabeth Gruber?
Yes, I am.
Yes. Okay, and I'm going to mention Jackson Fate, Jean Bender, St. Paul, Mayor Coleman, Dr. Will Sandstrom, Mark Haveman, Monty Williams, Kevin Cooper. Ms. Gruber, welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Elizabeth Gruber. I live in St. Paul, and I'm the mother of a special ed student. I am the mother of a son, Skip Gruber, who was born 9 weeks prematurely and had a very rough beginning. He had quite a few medical emergencies, but everything was taken care of. He came home, and I felt very alone as a new mom. And at 11 months old, St. Paul Schools sent out an assessment team that came to do an evaluation on him. And as he was going through early special ed, he was, all his disabilities were kind of being uncovered, his vision loss and his cerebral palsy. And I am talking about the governor's special ed budget. As you look very confused. The governor is proposing additional monies for special education funding, and he proposes to reform the formula so that funds are allocated based on a child's need rather than on what level of service the school is willing to give. My son went all the way through Highland Park Senior High in St. Paul. He went through the Highland Park Junior High and St. Paul schools for elementary school. And he did go on to graduate from Augsburg College. He got all the support services that he needed from the school district. And in telling you about the teachers that Governor Dayton wants to streamline the paperwork for, they are absolutely wonderful people who work.
Ms. Gruber, thank you.
Thank you.
And, you know, if we get through everybody, we can come back and start again with folks who are still here. So we appreciate everybody's trying.
Madam Chair.
What's that?
Representative David?
You've been very good about this in past meetings. I really appreciate it. But could we have the testimony concentrate on the bill before us, please?
Folks, we are on the governor's tax proposal, and I will say that, you know, Minnesotans generally are not here. And so often, you know, they kind of don't know how we're functioning around here. And so I understand that's normally what we do, but I do want Minnesotans to have the latitude in their simple 2 minutes to tell us what they want. And so we are talking about the tax bill, but we understand that many of you here are to support a tax increase for funding services. So I think that covers it. Next, we have Dr. Will Sandstrom. Do we have Dr. Will Sandstrom up there? Mark Haveman, Monty Williams, one of those people? Okay. We're kind of trying to alternate here, so I must have got a few people who are on the proponent side. So, Mr. Haveman.
Madam Chair, members, my name is Mark Haveman. I'm Executive Director of the Minnesota Center for Fiscal Excellence, formerly the Minnesota Taxpayers Association. We're a research and education organization supporting sound tax policy and accountable government. I want to recognize and appreciate the administration's interest in attempting to modernize our tax system to deal with 21st century realities. However, we're concerned there are several features in this proposal that take us in the opposite direction. I'd like to focus on two of them very briefly. The first is the $500 homeowner property tax debate. First of all, we question the need. Census data, Department of Revenue data, management and budget data simply do not support the argument that Minnesota over-relies on property taxation or the argument that we have a large-scale affordability crisis. It's also important to note that the circuit breaker that we already have in the state accomplishes this goal of property tax relief in a way that is far more progressive than the proposal itself. It's also very expensive. There are major opportunity costs in light of competing demands in areas such as education, transportation, and physical infrastructure, which are directly beneficial to economic growth and state competitiveness. And finally, it's also an anchor around the neck of beneficial tax reform, because the revenue demands of this program at $1.4 billion make it far more difficult to enact good tax reform. The second issue is business-to-business taxation. There are a host of sound tax policy reasons why this is not a good idea. Tax pyramiding and tax instance, creation of hidden taxation, competitiveness implications are probably in the top three. But the best way to summarize the problem is by simply noting that even the most widespread, broadest, and all-encompassing consumption tax in the world, the value-added tax, is built specifically so that businesses do not pay the tax. And I think that provides important perspective on this issue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Haveman. Jackson Fate. Jackson Fate?
Yeah, right.
Please come on up. You're next. And then we'll go to Dr. Will Sandstrom or Monty Williams. Jackson Fate. Welcome.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Jackson Faith, and I'm a freshman studying political science at the University of Minnesota Twin Cities. I grew up in Dodge Center, Minnesota, which is a small town in District 25A, and I support Governor Dayton's proposed budget. While I was applying to colleges last year, cost was at the forefront of my mind. I was a high-achieving high school student from a low-income family. Because of that, every time I applied to a college, I knew in the back of my mind that it was going to be incredibly difficult to afford that college. I knew I wanted to go to a large university with a strong academic record, especially in political science. The University of Minnesota Twin Cities fit these credentials perfectly, but at a total cost of about $23,000 a year, I was very concerned about the amount of debt I would have to be shouldering. Thankfully, because of the generosity of the families that fund private scholarships, and because of state and federal funding, I'm able to attend the University of Minnesota Twin Cities. I received both a federal and a state grant to attend the University of Minnesota, as well as a scholarship directly from the university, the U Promise Scholarship, based solely on need. I plan to go on to further schooling after my undergrad, likely law school, which is no small investment. If I wasn't able to receive this funding, I would likely not be willing or able to attend the University of Minnesota, and I likely would not have the opportunity to speak before you today. For these reasons, I fully support the governor's budget proposal, especially his support of the University of Minnesota and the largest state grant funding increase in 25 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Will Sandstrom, Monty Williams. One of those two are Mr. Williams. Welcome. And then I'm going to mention a few more. Gene Bender, St. Paul Mayor's, Coleman is here, I see in the room, and Kevin Cooper, Elaine Keefe, Derek Madsen, Molly Jungbauer, Dr. Donnell, Mary Lakoski, Chevelle Bradley. Mr. Williams, welcome.
Welcome, Madam Chairman, members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Monty Williams. I was Chief of Excise Taxes and Criminal Investigations in California for 30 years. I'm here today testifying on behalf of Alter and its affiliate companies. And I've testified before, so I'll just try to make this brief. I'm going to address two parts of this bill, the one, the OTP tax increase and the cigarette tax increase. First, the OTP. Since I only have 2 minutes, this is 2 packs of cigarettes. One's a premium, one's a low-end brand. They both pay the same tax. This is 2 cans of moist snuff. One's a premium, one's a low-end. They both pay different taxes. My question would be, why does a tax system allow the same product to pay a different tax? That needs to be changed. We propose that you move to a weight-based system to take care of those differences. The market's changed in Minnesota on these products, and your tax system hasn't, and you're losing money. Your average price of a can has gone, the tax you get on a can has gone down over 50 cents in the last 6 years per can. That's about $9 million a year right now you're losing. I'll then move on to cigarettes. The cigarette tax increase included in this bill is pretty substantial. It's about a 76% increase on the tax on cigarettes. Of the 18 states we have data on that increased cigarettes significantly in the last few years, all of them have fallen short of revenue estimates by either 6 to 110%. Wisconsin, your neighbor, raised its tax of $1 and fell $131 million short of its estimate on how much money it would receive. The other big issue you'll have with these products is the illicit tobacco trade. You will now make, if this rate goes into effect, the trunk of a Ford Taurus will hold $8,700 worth of tax available to sell products cheaper from North Dakota to here. A U-Haul truck will have over $700,000 in taxes that would be evaded for the state. That's one truck, one time. We believe you can move to a weight-based system and increase the revenue that your percentage increase would have done, and you don't need the cigarette tax increase because it's going to give you more problems than you can imagine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Jean Bender, please. And folks, you can take the chairs that are up there so we can keep going. And then it'll be Kevin Cooper and then Mayor Coleman. Please, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jean Bender. I apologize for my son's earlier disruption. For obvious reasons, he's not joining me right now. I'm here today at the request of the ARC Minnesota to ask for a balanced approach to solving Minnesota's deficit issues, specifically increasing revenue, not simply cutting those who so desperately need support. My son David has been receiving public assistance since the age of 3 or 4. He's 26 years old today. And even though our family continues to provide the majority of the support David needs, we're grateful for the assistance he has received. So instead of telling you more about David, I want to tell you about my nephew Luke. Luke is one of the 1 in 88 children with the diagnosis of autism. He was born when David was 18, and the services that were available for David and our family are no longer available for Luke. So when, services for people with disabilities have been cut multiple times, parental fees to access the remaining services have increased, and we have growing waiting lists for services. And because of these changes, Luke and his parents did not benefit from the services David and our family received. So when his parents had difficulty caring for a child with the behaviors associated with an autism diagnosis, Luke got child protection services. I do not believe that Minnesotans want crisis-only programming like child protection. If we don't increase revenue via taxes to appropriately fund services and supports for our most vulnerable citizens, we will spend more money and increase our deficit managing crises instead of supporting the individuals who are relying on us. Please support the governor's proposal to increase revenue on behalf of all of the Davids and all of the Lukes in Minnesota.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Kevin Cooper, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, representatives. Thanks for the time. Real quickly, obviously 2 minutes to talk about everybody's favorite topic, and that is renting cars. I work for Enterprise Rent-A-Car. I'm the general manager here in Minnesota for Enterprise Holdings, and we have Enterprise Rent-A-Car, National Car Rental, and Alamo Rent-A-Car. I'm here to talk about in opposition of the proposed increase of 3% tax onto our industry and our customers. A couple of quick points. Number one is the misperception that most of everybody who rents cars is out-of-towners flying in. That is not true. The majority of the renters are Minnesotans. In fact, many people in this room, I'm sure, have rented in one fashion or another, whether their car gets in an accident from the snowstorms, whether the car breaks down, whether or not they want to move their daughter or son to college, they rent cars locally. Since 2006, we've had a bigger off-airport market than we have had on-airport. So an increase of tax is not an exported tax. It's an increase of tax on Minnesotans more than anything else. The second point I want to make is our customers already pay, in addition to the state sales tax, 6.2% tax that was levied over 2 decades ago, to pay for the retrofit of the Metrodome for the Super Bowl. That tax is still in existence. It was supposed to sunset, and of course it did not. In addition, they pay an additional 5% in vehicle licensing fee. So as it is today, our customers pay 18% on top of the rate that they have to pay. That's home city. That's off airport. The airport is even more egregious. They're paying in excess of 35 to 39%, depending on the day, that they have to pay in taxes and fees. So the increase of 3%, I think most would argue, certainly in my industry and for my customers, that would take us from the top 5 in the United States right now for Minnesota to number 3. Our customers are paying more than their fair share of tax at 18% right now locally and 35 to 38% at the airport. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mayor, welcome.
Thank you.
To be in your own city.
Glad to have you here. Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for giving me just a few minutes of your time this afternoon or this evening. I'm fully aware of the old adage that governors propose and legislators dispose, and we hope that in the disposition of the governor's proposal, you keep in mind a couple of things that I think are critical. First of all, the comprehensive approach that the governor has taken. He's made some tough choices. He has put together a plan that balances out the budget well into the future, takes care of some key needs, and ultimately does what, for the state of Minnesota, what we did in the city of St. Paul when I took office 7 years ago. We made some tough choices. We looked at both the revenue and the cut side. We balanced our budget. We did it in a structural way. And because of that, we have positioned ourselves well for the future because the growth that we have seen, the new buildings that have gone up, the new bars and restaurants that have opened, the new activities that are happening in the city of St. Paul are all done on a firm foundation that we believe is the basis for growth in the future. The second thing, and I think the most important for tonight's discussion from my perspective, is the additional local government aid that the governor has proposed for cities across Minnesota. That local government aid is critical. I've been up here for the last 7 years talking about kind of fighting cuts to local government aid with only a little bit of success, actually very little success on that front. But the fact of the matter, in the years since cuts to local government aid have started in 2003, we've seen incredible increases in property taxes across the state of Minnesota. We've seen significant reductions in services, whether that is public safety services or basic needs in infrastructure. There are a whole lot of across-the-board cuts that have occurred. This is an opportunity for us to restore balance, to strengthen our cities, and by strengthening our cities, strengthen the state of Minnesota. You cannot have a strong Minnesota unless you have strong cities. You cannot have strong cities unless we have the resources to do what we need to do to make our cities livable, safe, and economically viable. So I thank you for your time, and thank you for your consideration.
Thanks for having us. I'm going to read some more names here. Derek Madsen, Doug Spong, Molly Jungbauer, Paul Eager. I have the American Council of Engineering Companies, but no name. Mary Lakoski, Chevelle Bradley, John Matthews, Mayor Rybeck, and Joy Marsh Stevens. So I think next up is, I'm not sure, Chevelle Bradley? Is that one of you sitting right there? Or Mark Lakoski? Derek Madsen? Molly Jungbauer? Well, who's ever there, start talking, because we got to go here. Okay.
Hi, I'm ready. Madam Chair and members of the committee, I am Molly Jungbauer, and I am co-owner of an IT consulting firm with my husband, Jim. Our company is a 23-year-old firm that employs over 200 people in the highly competitive IT consulting industry. I'm here today to testify because I am deeply concerned about the negative impact the business-to-business sales tax provision contained in House File 677 will have on our business and our industry. I am also speaking on behalf of TechServe Alliance and all of our member technology consulting firms. In the 21st century, technology touches our lives every day, when we communicate, when we work, when we go to the doctor, and when we go to school. Technology is as essential to our way of life as the telephone and automobile these days. The IT consulting industry in Minnesota employs approximately 45,000 people and pays more than $4.5 billion in annual Minnesota wages. We are just now starting to grow our industry after several years of economic decline. I am truly concerned this proposal will reverse this trend. I can emphatically state every industry uses IT services and will therefore be impacted by this new proposed sales tax if they are a Minnesota organization. Many think this will cause some organizations to find a way to get their IT consulting done elsewhere, and Minnesota will lose these valuable jobs and their tax base. The B2B service tax will add 5.5% to the cost of IT consulting services, which will ultimately be paid by the customer. Please think about it this way. Millions of dollars will be added to the current cost of providing services. Health insurance will go up. Education tuition will increase, and the overall cost of local government will rise. These costs are already skyrocketing. By adding this tax, you will cause these services to cost even more, not less. Our profit margins in the IT industry are on average 3%. This new 5.5% tax will give the state more net revenue than we earn on the same sales. I spent a fair amount of time researching this issue, and my research shows that the B2B sales tax is not a new concept and, in fact, has been enacted in other states. That being said, my research discovered that Florida, Massachusetts, Maryland, and Michigan passed similar legislation only to repeal. in some cases even before the tax took effect. I ask you to please consider this when you are voting on this tax. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we go to, I believe it's Chevelle Bradley. Yeah. I want to say that we are now getting a message that if people are having a hard time hearing in other rooms, again, we're hearing that people who are sitting in overflow rooms are having a hard time hearing us. Room 5 has now opened. It has better sound and better seating. So for folks who are in other rooms, Room 5 has opened up for this hearing. So thank you. Ms. Bradley.
Good evening. My name is Chevelle Bradley, and I'm so privileged to be speaking with you today. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard in our state capitol. 13 years ago, I was given the chance to begin a career that really means something to me. Something that goes beyond punching a time clock and collecting a paycheck. 13 years ago, I became a first transit driver for Metro Mobility and a member of Teamster Local 120. Finally, I found a job that allowed me to use my gift in a way that makes a difference to both the passengers that I serve and the family that I am raising. At work, my gift is about bringing some joy and laughter into the lives of my passengers. It's about being there for them when they may not have anyone else. It's about providing a lifeline to doctors' offices, grocery stores, and church services. It's about caring for those who face things few of us could imagine. Some of my passengers are more difficult than others, but I love them all. At home, my gift is about the 3 great kids that I have raised on my own. It's about having a job that has allowed me to provide for them as they've grown into teenagers. It's about an employer and a union that has made all the difference. Because of them, I've been able to earn a good wage and have good benefits. As you look at increasing the transit tax, please remember that Metro Mobility isn't just about dollars and cents. It's all about people in need and those who work hard to fill that need. If it was your family member who relied on us, a quarter cent probably wouldn't seem to make too much to ask for a safe and caring, responsible ride. Please support increased transit funding. As First Transit Metro Mobility drivers, we're counting on you, just like our passengers are counting on us. Thank you.
Thank you. Derek Madsen or Paul Eager or Doug Spong or the engineering companies, one of those, are you here? Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Derek Madsen, and I'm here representing the YMCA of the Greater Twin Cities. I serve the YMCA of the Greater Twin Cities as the program executive for our Youth Intervention Services Department, and we are here expressing our opposition to the governor's proposal to tax YMCA memberships. The YMCA is a charitable organization in our community that does many things addressing the health needs of our community, and specifically in my department addressing the needs of our youth. Across the Twin Cities, we serve young people through housing and homelessness prevention services, work with young people involved in the juvenile justice system, who are truant from school and who are in need of mentoring services. This important aspect of our organization partners with state and local government, federal government, and private funders from the local community. And if taxes were levied on YMCA memberships, it would reduce our capacity to continue this charitable work. Recently, we began working in the cities of Brooklyn Center and Brooklyn Park on violence prevention work, and we've seen great success with some of the young people there. We have a young man specifically who's been identified by his local police department as having a significant number of contacts with the police, engaging in negative behaviors in the community, and as well as in his school. In the time he's worked with us, he's gone to school more frequently. He's completely eliminated his negative contacts with the police department. And he's recently entered into a YMCA employment internship program where he's now serving the YMCA in a paid internship, developing his job skills and providing him for a bright future for himself. Again, just want to express our opposition to the governor's proposal to tax YMCA memberships. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mark Lakoski, John Matthews, Joy Marsh, Stevens, Mayor Rybeck. Any of those folks here? Thank you. Well, we know Mayor Rybeck, but we don't see him yet, so please. This is so nice to see people that we don't know. Is he here? Okay, he's here. So did I, and please, you're Mark?
Mark Lukoski, ma'am.
And I heard that I called you Mary, so I apologize, Mark Lukoski, welcome. Yes,
I've been
please.
called worse. Well, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair. And my name is Mark Lukoski. I'm president of Minneapolis Fire Local 82, and I'm also speaking on behalf of the 1,600-plus professional firefighters in the state of Minnesota. I did have some nice little bullet points and some things, but then I found out it's about 2 minutes, so I'm just going to pretty much just tell you like it is and tell you how negatively these LGA cuts of the past have been detrimental to the Minneapolis Fire Department. What we do, and I don't think anybody in the room will argue, what we do just takes staff. Just because you give us less staff doesn't mean that those less staff can put out that fire quickly, or we can do CPR better with 2 people instead of 3, or we can do an ice rescue or water rescue on the river. We are a staff-intensive organization, much as the police are. So with our budget being upwards of 80% staffing on the fire department, these LGA cuts just crush us. We're running skeleton crews. We're going against minimum recommendations from the NFPA, the National Fire Protection Association, and we're just trying, and our response times have suffered from what they were. 10 years ago, we had 100 more firefighters than we do today. And these are directly related to these LGA cuts. We're trying to hold on. We're trying to serve the city to, it's been reduced to minimal capacity, not the maximum capacity that we were able to do. Like I said, we're here in support of the governor's budget. It is what it is. It just takes staff. Like I said, our injury rate is at an all-time high for firefighters per ratio of incidents. I had 8 people who had to retire off disabilities last year that were 40 to 43 years old. One 38-year-old firefighter had to retire from injuries due. We are crippled on the staffing levels. We're measured by 2 things. I see that's the time that we're measured by 2 things that make us successful. How fast we get there, and have the appropriate number of people on the scene to do that. I guess I would put it to you is if your child, unfortunately this happens all the time, I've been to a number of them myself, if your child's choking on the marble, for example, you want 3 people there or 4 people working on this, you want that person there in 3:39, or you want us there in 5 minutes. If you're sleeping and your house is on fire, you want 10 people arriving, and you want 12 rigs coming from all over the city to help you get that fire out, conduct that search, remove your loved ones. It really just is what it is. And like I said, we're here in support of Governor Date's budget. It's a step in the right direction, and I hope you will consider these things. And I wish I had more time. But
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to the committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Madam Chair and Representatives, I'm Doug Spong, and I am a 28-year resident of Bloomington.
Residents. So
Yes,
nice to see
thank
you.
you.
Welcome.
I've also been a Minnesotan for 32 years, like a lot of people. I grew up elsewhere. And I happened to be in Chicago, went to school in Iowa, made the brain drain north of Minnesota. And the reason that I came here was because of the thriving creative economy that we have in Minnesota. I'm currently the president of Carmichael Lynch Spong in downtown Minneapolis. We employ a couple of hundred people there. We also have an office in New York. And I can tell you that all we have to do is look at precedent for the governor's proposed budget on professional services firms, and in particular, the creative economy that we enjoy in Minnesota. Despite being the 14th largest population by state, this is the 7th largest creative economy in the country. And the reason is that we've got highly educated people who are illustrators, animators, they're writers, they're digital producers. There are tens of thousands of people in our industry that come to Minnesota because of the reputation and the thriving economy that they have here to create their work. And I'm telling you, I'm here as a representative of many different organizations, not just my firm at Carmichael Lynch Spong, but I've been a past chair of the Minnesota PRSA. I've been a 3-year treasurer for our industry's national trade group, the Council of PR Firms. I serve as an honorary board member for the Advertising Federation of Minnesota. I also serve as a member of the 4As, which is the American Advertising Association. And this tax, as it's proposed today, would be absolutely devastating to the state of Minnesota. There is no other state in this country that taxes creative services firms. No matter what anybody tells you, no ad agencies, PR firms are taxed on their services. We do not want to be the only state doing that. That will cripple a thriving creative economy. So I appreciate your time tonight, and Madam Chair, I look forward to seeing you at Lund's or somewhere in Bloomington.
Thank you, Mr. Spong, for being with us tonight. I appreciate it very much. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are you John Matthews, by
I am.
chance? Yes, and I'm going to just say a few names. Sarah Mullins, Reverend Paul Erickson, Nancy Larson, Jason George, Dane Smith, Jen Peterson, David Sweet, Mike Martin, Dr. Tom Hagerty, Jim Scott. Welcome, Mr. Matthews.
Thank you. I'm John Matthews, Regional Vice President for First Transit. We're a private firm that competitively bid transit services here in the greater Minneapolis area and around the country. We have over 600 Teamster Union employees working for us here in Minneapolis. I'm a lifelong resident of Minnesota and very proud of the quality of life that we have here. I am here to support the governor's bill. I believe that the comprehensive approach to taxes, if you grab taxes and spend your money wisely, creating revenues that are going to go towards quality of service type services such as Metro Mobility and other transportation services in our Twin Cities area, you will create quality of life here in Minnesota that we all are very proud of. As a business, providing over 3,000 trips a day for Metro Mobility providers here, or for Metro Mobility riders, our drivers perform these trips and they're proud of the many people that they serve in a compassionate manner. We also provide local regular route service for many of the communities such as Woodbury, Eden Prairie, Chanhassen, Chaska, Bloomington, Edina, Roseville, Plymouth. All of those services require a comprehensive approach to some kind of revenues in order to create long-term planning for being able to make sure that transit services are provided on a continual basis for the people that need them most. It is for that reason that we are supporting the governor's tax bill and are hopeful that this will be passed in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Who are you?
I'm Joymar Stevens.
Okay, we're going to flip to the other side we're trying to be balanced back and forth. So Mr. Egger or Kurt Johnson, Joyce Brennan, David Sweet, Mike Martin, Paul, Dr. Will Sandstrom, any on that? There you are. Perfect. Okay, and then we'll jump to you next. Please. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Paul Egger. I'm with the Minnesota Association of Realtors. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I just wanted to say that we do oppose the governor's proposal to expand the sales tax to most consumer services and business-to-business services. And our message is simple. Please do no harm to housing. The governor's recommendations do include an important exemption for certain real estate services, those provided by a licensed real estate broker, real estate salesperson, closing agent, and also appraisers, and we certainly support this exemption. However, the proposal also includes extending the sales tax to many other services associated with buying and selling a home, such as mortgage origination and home inspections, septic and well inspections, et cetera, which will increase the cost of buying and selling a home. It's important to note, Madam Chair, that the real estate transaction is already subject to a couple of different taxes, the deed tax and the mortgage registry tax. In addition, once you buy a home, obviously you become a property taxpayer, so homeowners are certainly paying their fair share. We also do oppose the business-to-business taxation that's included in the sales tax proposal. This does put small businesses that cannot afford to perform a number of services like legal, accounting, other types of services in-house. They contract them out. It's going to place some additional costs on them, and ultimately those costs are passed on to consumers. And lastly, Madam Chair, I just want to make a quick comment on the governor's property tax rebate proposal. We certainly appreciate the governor's efforts at providing direct property tax relief to taxpayers. We just encourage the legislature to continue to have a dialogue with the administration, interested parties, on whether that's the best approach to delivering property tax relief. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Joymar Stevens, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Joymar Stevens, and I live in Brooklyn Park with my husband, and we are the parents of 4 children. I'm an officer on the board of Isaiah. We are a statewide nonprofit collaborative of faith-based institutions committed to fight for racial and economic equity. We believe that God has provided abundant resources to meet every need. We also believe that we all have a part to play in closing the equity gaps that currently divide us as a state. Yet we live in a time when large corporations aren't being asked to do their part. While I pay increasingly higher property taxes on a home that continues to lose value, large corporations take advantage of tax loopholes that enable them to avoid paying their fair share. Small business owners in my city are facing property tax bills that have skyrocketed by 20 to 30%. Yet because of loopholes, most large corporations in Minnesota pay zero in corporate income tax. The equity programs in my children's school district that are designed to close the achievement gap are being pieced together with Band-Aids and grants because state education funding is neither stable nor adequate nor equitably distributed. Governor Dayton's budget proposal includes funding solutions that enable all people, regardless of race or ethnicity, to thrive. We can no longer wait. The time is now to act. It is no longer acceptable for communities of color to be left behind. If each of us pays his or her fair share, if we hold corporations accountable for paying their taxes, I believe that we will have the resources that we need to build a better Minnesota. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you Ms. Brenny?
No, I'm Katie Togramaji, and I'm representing ACEC. I'm here.
Perfect. The American Council of Engineering Companies.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Welcome. And then we're going to hear from you, Mr. Mayor. So welcome, please.
Okay. Well, again, my name is Katie Togramajian. I'm a registered professional engineer, and I'm very concerned about how the business-to-business sales tax proposal will impact my small engineering firm, as well as other similarly sized design firms in the state. I founded Isthmus Engineering 10 years ago and currently employ 5 professional engineers and no administrative staff. My firm specializes in highway design services. In 2012, 93% of our revenue was generated for services that were ultimately state-funded projects, such as the subconsulting services we did on 494, 169. As a business owner, I'm again very concerned about the administrative burden this potential sales tax places on my firm. Tracking, collecting, and filing this tax would have a regular and ongoing impact. Any additional administrative requirements take away from our firm's productivity. Lower productivity, of course, translates into lower profits or revenue. We have a proud history of sharing our profits with our employees, and this allows us to stay competitive with larger firms in terms of compensation. And if we aren't able to provide more revenue to our employees, we'll lose some talented employees potentially as a result. Furthermore, the time that we spend tracking what's taxable, what's not taxable, and that payment will come directly away from infrastructure dollars for the state. The other 7% of our business is for on-call design services to other larger consulting firms, and if they are going to be subject to a 5.5% tax on these services, there's a very real possibility that we will lose this service area for our business. The other concern that I have, and again, I haven't done a lot of research into the fine tuning of the bill, but the other concern that I have is the potential ramifications of the payment schedule. We do not get paid for 60 to 120 days after the services are rendered. So depending upon the payment schedule that would be required for this, we would be in a cash flow crisis, and that would be a very real problem for our firm. So thank you for your time tonight, and I urge you to reconsider the business-to-business tax proposal.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, welcome.
It's good to be here. It's good to be visiting Mr. Coleman's city. I appreciate it. I am R.T. Ryback. I'm the mayor of Minneapolis, but I was also co-chair of a bipartisan committee of mayors that advised Commissioner Frans. I co-chaired that with Mayor Kleiss of St. Cloud. It represented mayors from around the state, Republicans, Democrats, but mostly people who don't identify by any party. We went around the state. We listened to a lot, but the primary advice we gave was really uniform. We asked for consistency, finally, from a state that, frankly, has lurched from one financial crisis to the other and has put much of that burden back on property taxpayers. The second thing we asked is that we would finally take a step in the right direction on property taxes, which have been going in the wrong direction for way too long. I'm happy to say that I think the governor's budget delivers on both of those things we requested. Now, the budget of Minneapolis is far larger than that of other cities, but in certainly those discussions, we found it was very consistent what happened across the state as these massive local government aid cuts were passed on. In the case of Minneapolis, and see it as a larger example of what's happened around the state, about $455 million was cut from local government aid since 2002, almost $500 million. In 2002, we got $118 million in local government aid. That had been cut almost in half to $64 million. Now, the governor's proposal does increase that to $76 million, but still dramatically below what it was before. By the way, these are large numbers, but remember that Minneapolis sends about 3 times that amount in sales tax over to the state. But what that really means in Minneapolis and cities across the state is that it's put an incredible burden on local services, like you certainly heard from our fire department. So, for example, in 2003, local government aid supplied about 40% of the general fund. The general fund now is about 17% from local government aid. It's fallen much more on property tax. I see my time is running out. I'm proud to say that we did not have a property tax increase 2 years ago and a 1% last year while paying off $200 million in debt and restoring our AAA bond rating in the same budget that this state went through. So what we called for was lower property taxes and balance. The governor delivered on those promises.
Thank you for being with us, Mr. Mayor. Minnesota Recruiting and Staffing, or are you Joyce Brenny?
I'm Joyce Brenny.
Welcome, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I am Joyce Brenny, the founder of Brenny Specialized Transportation in St. Joseph, and we are a flatbed specialized freight hauler that hauls across the entire country. And I'm here to testify in opposition to extending the sales tax business-to-business services and adding a new 4th tier to the personal income tax. My service as a freight hauler will be taxed under the governor's proposal. If passed into law, Minnesota will have the dubious distinction of being the only state in the nation to tax truck transportation services. We have calculated that on the low end for the customers whose deliveries clearly originate in Minnesota and adds up to nearly $140,000 in new sales taxes. On the high end, it could hit close to $1 million. If you add all the freight that starts and ends its journey in Minnesota or add freight brokered through third parties, frankly, it's very difficult to know what the real number would be. Administrating these extra taxes would be a nightmare and cost us more money and hiring staff to do so. These totals are just for one company with 50 trucks. If you look at the entire trucking industry, 85% of Minnesota's manufactured tonnage moves on truck. These manufactured goods are moved multiple times, either as raw commodities or components, before they achieve their finished state. The governor's plan will add 5.5% to the cost of each of these moves, creating negative multiplier effect, which will in turn affect the consumer. My company also directly purchases many services from local businesses, accounting, legal, truck washes, and so on. Using 2012 actual purchases, we estimate the governor's proposal would assess us nearly $14,000 in new taxes. In an industry running on margin of 2 to 3% profit, new fees can quickly cause us to become uncompetitive with trucking firms in other states. The governor's income tax proposal will also negatively impact the ability of my family-owned business to grow and maintain a competitive edge. Like most Minnesota trucking companies, Brenny is organized as Subchapter S. Earnings from the corporation go to the bottom line of my taxes, but they certainly don't go into my pocket. Madam Chair, the governor's proposal honestly frightens me. Thank you, and I urge the committee to reject the governor's proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Sarah Mullins. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Mullins. I live in St. Paul, and I am here representing transit and for Isaiah. And when I say that, I mean I'm representing our transit-dependent members and our community members who want to employ them, provide them health care, job training, share their faith communities, join them in community centers. We really see that our constituency is people who are living day-to-day in community with that vision of hope and abundance of what we can create for our shared future. And that constituency is not ordering day-to-day life options sort of a la carte on from a cafeteria menu that gets checked out, at the register. So as people are talking about individual impact taxes, because I want to say let's look back at the big picture. We support the governor's proposal as an overall progressive change. And we think that will, in particular, serve the transit community better. We'd actually Many people think that, the transit tax itself will be a regressive tax, but a fare hike or a service cut is actually far more impactful to people trying to get all those places than the more predictable sales tax. The sales tax is also a very reliable, stable way of doing funding, and that's really what transit needs. We've had many cuts over the years, or threats of cuts, and it creates a lot of uncertainty, and the transit providers do not like even thinking about new service if they don't know that they can maintain it. We actually would like to push the governor and the legislature to go further and raise $300 million is what we see as the need for transit in the metro, and $32 million for Greater Minnesota Transit, which gets no increase in the governor's budget. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Are you Mr. Sweet?
Yes.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm David Sweet. I'm with Premier Imagery. Some of you may remember me from last spring. We had a number of meetings here regarding the Viking Stadium. I've done 6 major projects for the state of Minnesota. I also worked in IT with Rachel Holstead. She started that firm back at Republic Airlines back in the day. And so I'm deeply concerned about this new sales tax on professional services. What I will say is that, we have some brilliant people in this state, and I highly encourage everyone to know that, we can bring the best ideas to the table. We can look at how other deals are done, and what I did last year was look at how the 49ers deal was done, and did a similar deal, which wasn't on the table, was bringing in $1 billion of private money. So today I went ahead and looked at the proposal, and I had time to meet with Rod Scoe briefly in the Senate, and when I looked at the proposal and all the different things that are being taxed, to me, I thought this is going to kill small business. I would hate to see this production that we're doing for our veterans down in Atlanta because it's going to cost too much here to do, which I spoke with Walmart, the richest company in the world, and they're interested in supporting the veterans. They came back and said they're going to hire all the veterans they can, and I think that's important, not to have business go to other cities. I suggested that we only include this for businesses that had over 50 employees, and that way we wouldn't be killing the small businesses. I think that Governor Dayton's done some great things to help the community and a lot of the housing programs. I commend him. And so what I would suggest is that we look at other opportunities and suggestions, because there's other ways we can do this deal. And this particular proposal, I think, would work out much better. And I encourage you to contact me, as we are going to be following up and trying to make sure we get everybody's voice heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Paul Erickson, Dr. Donnell, Nancy Larson, Jason George, Vic Moore, Kurt Johnson, Mike Martin, Telecom Alliance, Dr. Tom Hagerty. Do we have? Yes, please, Reverend Erickson. You must
That's correct. My name is Paul Erickson. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I live in South St. Paul with my wife and 2 children who attend a school in St. Paul. I'm a Lutheran pastor, and I serve as assistant to the bishop in the St. Paul area synod of the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America, a geographical cluster of 120 ministries and over 140,000 members in the East Metro. And I'm pretty sure that those 140,000 members are not in unanimous agreement about anything in front of the legislature, but there are several guiding principles that we share, not only in our Lutheran community, but also with many other people of faith throughout this great state. First, we believe that government is not the enemy. Government is a partnership in which we all come together to build a better society. Taxation, therefore, is not evil. It's not even a necessary evil. Taxes are simply the means by which we collectively use our resources to promote the common good. Second, we believe that a society built to promote the common good ensures fair and equal access to the components of a good life: healthcare, education, transportation, public safety, and the like. Third, we believe, and I don't think you need us to tell you, that many of the components of a good life in Minnesota are in trouble. We have one of the highest levels of racial disparities in educational achievement in this country. When my family and I lived in Wisconsin, our son was able to participate in a publicly funded kindergarten program at age 3. After we moved to Minnesota 10 years ago, our daughter, we had to pay for a private preschool program for our daughter. And too many others are not as fortunate as we were. We cannot sit idly by and watch our children being deprived of the very things they need in order to achieve their fullest potential. We need to strengthen the tax base, making sure that all individuals and corporations pay their fair share, and Governor Dayton's proposals go a long way toward doing just that. It's time to act. It's time to change. It's time to do whatever we can to build a greater Minnesota for us all. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is Mike Martin here, or Dr. Tom Hagerty, Kurt Johnson? Dr. Tom Hagerty, is he not here? I was told he was. Jim Scott? Oh, yes, please. We're trying to flip between positions here, so one of those people, Mike Martin, Dr. Tom Hagerty, Jim, please. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Tom Hagerty. I'm a veterinarian, and I'm representing the 2,000-member Minnesota Veterinary Medical Association. I've been a practitioner for a long time, and I just have to tell you that cats and dogs, pets, are very close to all of the people, as they probably are to you. I've been in my clinic a long time, and people come in. There's always mom and or dad, and 1, 2, 3, 4 kids. Put the dog up on the table, and they're all standing there right at the table, looking right at us. What are you going to do to our pets? Pet owners are making tough choices in this economy. Adding a sales tax to veterinary services will force pet owners to make some difficult choices about health and welfare of their pets. Remember, in veterinary medicine, there is an insurance provider as a rule. The pet owner is on the hook for the 100% of the bill, and unlike humans, where there is the insurance. However, in animal medicine, as in humans, there's surgical procedures, there's complicated diagnoses. We're expected to be able to do x-rays, MRIs, and whatever it takes to be able to make a proper diagnosis. The public health and safety is at risk of these pet owners choose not to get their animals the critical care they need, including proper vaccinations and care of other diseases, what we call zoonotic diseases, diseases of humans and animals, such as rabies and leptospirosis. Pet owners are forced to make tough decisions about animal care. It could result in abandoned or euthanized animals. We believe veterinary medicine, medical care should not be taxed any differently than other medical services which are exempt under this proposal. Veterinary medicine is a medical service provided by medical professionals who have medical education degrees. Most veterinarians now have 8 or more years of college training. And currently, veterinary services that are provided to animals kept for economic reasons are exempt. We think that pet animals should be exempt also. We're opposed to the sales tax. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for being here, Dr. Hagerty. Dr. Donnell, welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My only question is, there are a number of us speaking on behalf of the tobacco tax. Do you want us to come at the same time? Otherwise, I'll just start.
I think we're going to just take them in every other order to be kind of fair, and we'll get to everyone, so we're going to still work on that. So, Dr. Donnell.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Yes, my name is Dr. Peter Donnell. I am a medical director at Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Minnesota. I'm the immediate past president of the Twin Cities Medical Society, and I've been a practicing pediatrician for over 20 years. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening. I'm speaking in support of that portion of House File 677 that raises the fee imposed on the sale of tobacco products. Even though this matter is being considered before a tax committee, this is first and foremost very much a health issue for the citizens of Minnesota. Simply stated, raising the price of tobacco products through increasing this fee imposed by the state will help to ensure that fewer teenagers ever start and become addicted to tobacco. The fee imposed will also help be a significant incentive to those who are currently use tobacco to either reduce and or stop their tobacco use altogether, leading to significant health improvements for themselves and their families. Most importantly, we know that increasing the cost of tobacco to reduce its use works in Minnesota. back in 2005, the last time the legislature took action to raise the price of tobacco products, calls to Blue Cross's Stop Smoking line increased dramatically, 65% in the first month alone. Reducing tobacco use in Minnesota is essential because there is a real cost to the state. The health-related costs associated with tobacco use are staggering, nearly $3 billion per year in direct costs. That's billion with a B. That's how much Minnesota spends each year on excess health care costs related to smoking. In order to see those costs decline, we need fewer Minnesotans using tobacco products. Raising the cost of purchasing tobacco is the single most effective way to ensure that this happens. In fact, there's probably not any public health opportunity supported by more research or consensus. Countless economic and public health experts all have come to the same conclusion. Higher costs do more than any other intervention to deter teenagers from using tobacco in the first place. It also increases the current number of current smokers who end up quitting tobacco use. The health consequences of tobacco are real. There are still 625,000 Minnesotans who smoke. There are approximately 77,000 Minnesota teens who will try tobacco this year, many of whom will go on to be addicted as adults. That's
Pardon me, Representative Ronnick. I'm sorry, I guess you're out of time. I didn't see that.
Okay, so please, as a tax committee, I urge you to consider the health impact that you have as an opportunity here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Donnell. Excuse me, and I think you are with Minnesota Recruiting and Staffing?
That is correct.
Great, thank you so much. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Amy Langer, and I am the CEO and founder of SALO. We do accounting and finance staffing in the state of Minnesota. And I'm also here representing the Minnesota Staffing and Recruiting Association. And what we do is create jobs in Minnesota, in every single district in Minnesota. So let me tell you a little bit. I grew up in a poor household on a farm. I put myself through college. I got my CPA. And then 10 years ago, I started a company in the state of Minnesota that services a lot of companies in the state of Minnesota. And what we do is put people to work. Today we have over 350 employees, and if we continue to grow at that trajectory, we're expecting to at least double or triple that in mine alone. So as part of the Minnesota Staffing Recruiting Association, when we saw the governor's proposal, we believe it will have a negative impact on Minnesota businesses and specifically on jobs in Minnesota across the state. Our industry thrives and survives when businesses are strong in Minnesota, and we want Minnesota as a competitive state to bring companies here and to create more jobs. And this tax on services will negatively impact that and our customers. We create W-2s. In fact, actually, this year alone, we've created over 250,000 jobs here in the state of Minnesota. And people are using our services to get back to work. Companies use us to justify new jobs. They try people out and try to figure it out. They try our staff out before they hire. So we are actively involved in getting people back to work. I know we have trade-offs, and the day I wrote my first tax check and signed it, I was a very proud person, and I continue to be proud with that today. We know that there are trade-offs, but take a look. I strongly oppose sales tax on services. This tax is devastating and creating jobs in Minnesota. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to name some more people. Tom McCarver, Jake Benson, Randy Lebedoff, Jacob Milner, Tim Brunel, Jen Peterson, John Austin, Mary Ciccione, Melissa Goldberg, Josiah Hill. And with that, Ms. Larson, please.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm here today. My name is Nancy Larson. I'm from Dassel, Minnesota. I'm here as an average citizen today. I do have handouts that I have in your packets, and it has a list of kind of some of the general qualities that I really liked about the governor's budget. But mostly I just wanted to thank him for taking up the challenge and realizing that our process was broken, that it was working on gimmicks and shifts and borrowing, and I think the public realizes that and wants some change. And I guess mostly I want to challenge all of you. he's irritated a lot of people. We're hearing from a lot of people today that are upset by some of the things he's doing or proposing. And, you know, that's impossible to make the changes that are needed to be made without doing that. So I'm hoping that you take on that challenge too and understand that there are going to be people upset, are going to be people unhappy, but you have to come up with a good budget. Because I know there'll be changes, and I know that you can do a really good job. And I just wanted to appreciate the fact that you do have us here, and you are listening, and you are willing to take this project on.
Thank you, Ms. Larson.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. And you, are you?
I'm Randy Lebedoff.
Randy Lebedoff. Welcome to the committee.
My name is Randy Lebedoff. I'm Senior Vice President and General Counsel of the Star Tribune, and I'm past President of the Minnesota Newspaper Association. And I'm here to tell you what a devastating effect this tax proposal will have on the newspaper industry and the Star Tribune in particular. The first edition of our paper was published in 1867, and since that time we have struggled and worked and served the people of Minnesota by providing them comprehensive news and information and advertising. Our focus is on local news. We're not moving to another state. Today we employ about 1,000 employees and we support about 2,000 retirees. We have 9 unions and 10 bargaining units at our company. And as you know, it's no secret the path of a newspaper today is not a smooth one. In fact, we've been experiencing a perfect storm: the recession, falling revenues, emerging technologies, and new competitors and new media. The Star Tribune, like most major newspapers, has just emerged from bankruptcy. We've reduced our employees almost by half. They have taken cuts in their wages and benefits. Our pensions are frozen. Our wage freeze continues today, and we need to support our retirees as well. And then, just as we are on the recovery, we have achieved daylight. We call it a fragile equilibrium here. We get this tax proposal, which hits us in 2 ways. It hits our advertising revenue in a way that is incredibly unfair. It's a top line tax, and a tax that hurts our industry at the expense of others. And it also hurts our circulation revenue, which I'm sure you didn't really think of, but that is also a tax that hurts us and no other competitor of ours. So we speak against it, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lebedoff. Appreciate you being here. Gain Smith, Jen Peterson, Jason George, John Austin. Are you one of those people?
I'm Jen.
Perfect. Great. Thank you. Welcome. Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jen Peterson, and I am here in support of House File 677. I'm here to share my experience as a formerly homeless mother with 3 small children at the time. I am currently a member of both the boards of the Minnesota Coalition for the Homeless as well as Simpson Housing Services. I'm here to highlight why we as a state need revenue to make sound public investments in Minnesota families. 23 years ago, I was in the process of divorcing my abusive husband. It was at that time that my kids and I became homeless. Despite our challenges, I was determined to make a better life for my family. Over time, and with the help of public programs for housing, health care, child care, education, and more, I was able to earn my degree. I was soon working part-time. Pretty soon I was getting more hours and better pay. Throughout this, I raised my children with very little support from my ex, and eventually I married again. It took time, but I finally became self-sufficient and stably housed again. I am now a mother to 5 children, a grandmother, a homeowner, and a taxpayer. I'm also in my 2nd term on the Cottage Grove City Council. A slow economic recovery has left more people homeless now than ever. As of 2009, according to the Wilder Foundation, over 13,000 people were homeless on any given night in Minnesota. In Washington County, one of our state's wealthiest counties, we had at least 381 people homeless on the night of the 2012 count. Washington County now has a homeless shelter that opened on Labor Day last year, and it has been full every night. The 2013 homeless count results will be out soon, and it is expected to show that there are even more homeless. The new face of homelessness in our state is children with their families. Emergency shelters throughout the state are bursting at the seams, and nonprofits are doing their best to keep up with the demand for their services. Additionally, with more renters in the market, it's harder than ever to find a place to rent. I would appreciate your support of the budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mike Martin or Telecom Alliance, Jim Scott, Tom McCarver, Jake Benson, any of those folks? Please, welcome.
Madam Chairman, I'm Mike Martin. I'm the Executive Director of the Minnesota Cable Communications Association. We're a trade group of cable television companies in Minnesota. I'm here this evening along with many of our competitors, the Minnesota Telecom Alliance, which is telephone companies in Minnesota, as well as representatives from wireless and competitive local exchange carriers. All of us agree that we were very surprised and disappointed to hear of this proposal. First, when this exemption, we're here in opposition to the sales tax exemption on electronic equipment used in the transmission of telecommunications equipment. When this exemption was created, the state recognized that this equipment is really the telecom equivalent of modern manufacturing. The electronic equipment that qualifies for this existing exemption generates cable and telephone products that are subject to Minnesota tax. Second, the exemption is technology neutral. It favors those who invest, whether it's a telephone company, a cell phone company, a competitive carrier, or a cable television company. Lastly, the governor has been an ardent supporter of broadband deployment throughout Minnesota, border to border, in his words. And this exemption has been a key to that deployment. As we are all aware, Minnesota businesses need broadband services to compete in the global economy. Our children need these services to get the education they need to learn and prosper in a global economy. And our aging and rural population needs the health services that broadband can bring to a community. The current exemption is clearly an incentive for companies to deploy in Minnesota. Projects here have to compete with projects in other states. So, Madam Chair, on behalf of the cable industry and other industries here today, we respectfully oppose the amendment.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Harry Melander, Jason George, Dane Smith, John Austin. Welcome, Mr. Melander.
Chair, I'm actually speaking on behalf of Jason, who was called away.
Oh, good. We'll get two done right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
No, he does not get 4 minutes, though.
Chair, committee members, my name is Harry Melander, and I'm here on behalf of 55,000 building professionals that are allowing me to speak on their behalf. We're here about what this bill does for jobs, and to thank you for the difference that you can make for these construction professionals and others that work and live in Minnesota. We are here tonight because we care about Minnesota. We are here because we believe in education, we believe in transit, protecting our environment without killing good industries that have been here for generations. We believe that state government has to have a stable but fair stream of income, which means we all feel a little pain, and that those resources needed to be used as if they were your own. The heavy lift starts tonight. Even though good work has been done and proposed since the gavel dropped in January, tonight you will join me, us as Minnesotans, to decide what kind of Minnesota we will have in the future. We are here because we support many of the proposals that have been laid out by the governor. We have an opportunity, after a second worst economic downturn in our history, to build a revenue stream that will support our world-class employers, their employees, educate our youth, and prepare our future workforce. And to speak on behalf of those who are unable to be in the room tonight because they just can't afford to. Those Minnesotans always need to be considered: the sick, the poor, the unemployed, the homeless. We need to have a sober conversation about how we fund our state, allowing our business to prosper, to support a new and diverse workforce, and issues that will be created by an aging population. Chair, members, we need to continue a tradition that has been in Minnesota for years: taking care of our own, preparing for our future, and building a financial infrastructure that will last for generations. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Thank you very much. Who are you?
I'm Jim Scott.
Oh, perfect.
I'm on the
Okay.
list somewhere.
Jim Scott, thank you, yes.
I'll keep my eye on the yellow card, but that music they got in the Grammys, that'd be cooler.
Welcome.
I work in the creative industry, so in fact I work for Carmichael Lynch and left Carmichael Lynch to start my own agency. And that's what I want to talk about tonight. I think this tax, the service tax in particular, will crush an economy, an entrepreneurial-driven economy that is unlike any in so many states. We have it here in Minneapolis, we have it here in Minnesota, and it'll change. Myself and two other guys left good jobs to go do it our way. That's what you do in our business. You just make it up. Anybody watch Mad Men? That's what you do. Started in an attic, had an idea, but we always knew that we would compete on a national basis. We always knew that that's what we would do. So we set out to do that. Again, an attic, bunch of borrowed furniture, and some guys that could pull off a meeting. And we did that. So we're 8 years into it. We're 70-some employees. We are competing on a national basis for national work. One of our largest clients is Target. They happen to be in this town, but they're a national brand by anyone's measure. We recently won a pitch. Again, just like Mad Men, you prepare for these things, you pitch all you can, and we won. And we were competing against agencies in New York and agencies in L.A. And I can guarantee you that Target's not going to pay 5.5% for the honor of working with us. Our ideas are better, but at some point it's going to be a competitive disadvantage for us. Clients will be disinclined to work with us, and that will impact our business. There's 12 other agencies that have started after us. They left too, and they're employing folks. So we're willing to pay our fair share. I love the idea of generating revenue. We have to fix a problem. There's no issue. There's no question there. I just don't think this is the way to do it. So with that, and with 15 seconds to go, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. I'm going to mention some more. Jacob Milner, Tim Brunel, Alyssa Schlander, Beth Cadoon, Ralph Belestrier, and Margaret Donahoe, and Brian Rushi. And you are?
Madam Chair, committee members, I am Jake Benson.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please.
I am a Minnesota Newspaper Association past president, and my wife and I, Diane, own the 108-year-old Proctor Journal, the 75-year-old Floodwood Forum, and 3 weeks ago we purchased the 37-year-old Hermantown Star. And I am here to implore you not to repeal the sales tax exemption on newspapers. We are the last remaining independently owned and operated media in the Twin Ports. We are a mom and pop shop, not a faceless corporation. We have few, if any, disposable resources. And because of the nature of our business, it would be difficult to pass along the cost of the tax to our advertisers and subscribers because we are at our price point. We are struggling to grow. We have cut as much as we can. We work on small margins. We are in the office every day. We have no hobbies. Even if we're able to recoup the sales tax, our net still goes down by 1/3. We are just 3 of 346 Minnesota Newspaper Association newspapers that provide news to 15.3 million readers in Minnesota every week. And within those pages are critically important news and information for our communities. When our costs go up, hours get cut, and there's less news that we could gather and disseminate. The smaller the paper, the fewer resources are available. A repeal will cause our local advertisers, which continue to be nervous about the economy, to be apprehensive about advertising. They may continue to advertise, but not as frequently. And those big ads will turn into small ads because they only have so much money that they're going to spend. There was a good reason that when the sales tax was first put in place, the public exemption was included. It doesn't make sense to tax subscriptions, to tax advertising, and to tax printing. Repealing the publication sales tax would be counterproductive. Repealing it would be harmful. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Dean Smith, John Austin, Mary Ciccione, and Melissa Goldberg. Welcome, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Chair Lenczewski, members of the committee. I'm Dane Smith. I'm president of Growth and Justice, and we're a policy research organization founded on the idea that long-term business growth actually depends on economic fairness. on less inequality and smarter public investment in human capital and physical infrastructure. This is the same idea that super capitalists from our own John Pillsbury to Henry Ford to Warren Buffett have embraced, typified by Ford's declaration more than 100 years ago that he wanted his workers to have more so they could afford to buy the cars he was producing. The point is, business does better when we all do better. We support, in general, the overall tax and budget package submitted by the governor because we firmly believe that public investments by our state and local governments in Minnesota are no less important than all the things we do to encourage profit-taking and private gain. We and many prominent business leaders associated with us have long promoted a sweeping tax redesign that, one, removes some of the large and unsustainable state income tax rate cuts we gave to the top income households a decade ago, two, cuts some corporate and business tax rates while broadening the base and reducing tax expenditures and loopholes, three, reverses the trend towards regressivity and restores Minnesota's classic bipartisan reputation for progressivity. Four, it restores sufficiency and stability and consistency and modernity to a tax system that will serve the 21st century economy better. This plan embodies all those principles to some degree. Most important is this idea of sufficiency and stability. Every day you're seeing business leaders come to you who understand the value of education and infrastructure investment, asking for more and for early childhood education, to improve workforce training, to lower tuition, to expand and improve health care, to help with the Mayo. And we cannot do these without more investment and a revenue positive piece. If you take out something that is such as the business-to-business taxes, we strongly believe that it must be replaced by equally revenue positive pieces. We agree with the growing number of people in Minnesota who see this plan as better than the status quo. I would go farther than that. I think it represents the most comprehensive and beneficial redesign and reform of our system since the Minnesota Miracle of '71, and that reform preceded years of dramatic growth and improved quality of life. I know this is difficult, but you have the chance to do something historic here, and we hope you do.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. Christensen, welcome. Oh, I thought you were. I apologize.
That's okay.
Thank you so much. It's hard to know who everybody is. We're getting a lot of notes up here telling us, but please, Mr. Christensen with Telecom.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Brent Christensen, and I'm with the Minnesota Telecom Alliance. And we're a trade association that represents over 70 independent telephone companies in Minnesota. And I'm here today to speak against the repeal of the tax exemption for central office equipment for telecommunications. In 2010, the legislature adopted broadband goals for the state of Minnesota by 2015. And as part of that, the governor's broadband task force recommended that that tax exemption actually be extended to include broadband equipment and fiber optic cable. We understand the situation. We know that expanding the tax credit is probably unlikely, but we're asking that you don't repeal the tax credit. We believe it's important to obtain border-to-border broadband for the state of Minnesota, and I think everyone here understands the importance of having broadband. The state of Minnesota is going to have a hard time reaching their goal by 2015 of 10 megabit down and 5 megabit up. We're going to have a hard enough time with that already. Eliminating this tax exemption for central office equipment is going to slow that even more, if not make it come to a halt. In today's world, the strength and growth of our economy depends enormously on the wealth and strength of our communications infrastructure. Eliminating the telecom equipment exemptions, as provided in House File 677, would likely discourage investment in that infrastructure, and at a time when Minnesota needs the investment most. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi.
And you are?
I am Jacob Milner with the Minnesota Auto Dealers Association.
Okay. We're kind of out of order on that one, but go right
Sorry,
ahead.
I'm
'cause
sorry
You're there.
about
More people need to sit in those chairs, folks. If I've called your name, just have a chair. Please, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Minnesota Auto Dealers Association is extremely concerned about the business-to-business tax proposed in this bill. Our 366 new franchised car dealerships are small, mostly family-owned businesses employing over 16,000 hardworking Minnesotans. The impact of these taxes would be tremendous. Let's look at the extending of the sales tax to advertising, for example. According to the National Automobile Dealers Association, the average car dealership spends approximately $363,000 per year on advertising. So just the extension of the sales tax to advertising would cost a single average car dealership about $20,000 in just the advertising expenses. When we look at the impact of extending the sales tax to many of the services our companies buy, advertising, technology services, architectural services, auctioneering, legal and accounting and other external services we rely on, we can estimate that this bill would impose more than $10 million in new taxes on the services purchased by our members here in Minnesota. That is the equivalent of over 225 full-time employees in our industry here in Minnesota. We're also concerned about expanding the imposition of the sales tax to other areas such as auto repair services. We believe that this is a misery tax that's imposed on customers who have had the unfortunate circumstance to have their vehicles need repairs. Aftermarket add-ons are already taxed, so the state would only be gaining from the citizens' misfortune in this situation. And additionally, we'd like to address the increase in the rental car tax rates. Rental cars are not exclusively rented by tourists or out-of-state business people. Local car rental and car sharing continues to outpace the airport market. The Auto Retail News announced in 2006, for example, that for the first time ever, airport car rentals accounted for 54% of cars being rented. Many of those people renting cars are renting because their cars are in repair shops and they need to get around. Increasing the tax rate in Minnesota would make us the third highest rate in the country and only increase to the misery tax on those people whose cars are in repair. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Melissa Goldberg, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Melissa Goldberg, and I'm in my 7th year of teaching ESL, English as a Second Language, in the Bloomington Public Schools. I'm here tonight to encourage you to support the governor's tax proposals. Over the last decade, state aid to the Bloomington Public Schools has declined by over $1,500 per student. This funding needs to be made up somewhere, so we needed to find new revenue streams. We passed a school property tax levy increasing our funding by $713 per student in November of 2007, which still left us with a decrease of over 50%. The reality is that this source of funding is unreliable. Out of the 17,000 votes for that referendum, it passed by a razor-thin margin of 273 votes. This is why the funding needs to be added to the student formula. But here's the reality of being one of the lucky ones in Minnesota because we were able to pass our school levy in Bloomington. The Bloomington Public Schools cannot afford full-day kindergarten for every student who needs it or wants it, many of whom are my ESL students. The students unable to pay the $3,510 for full day and are considered at grade level only get 3 hours of school a day. As educators, we see the consequences of these shortcomings. According to the NEA, by the time kindergartners reach the 3rd and 4th grades, former full-day kindergartners are 26% more likely than half-day kindergartners to have made it there without repeating a grade level. While 5-year-olds don't know the hard and fast data, these children do realize their own inequities right from the beginning, just in kid terms. In the Bloomington Public Schools kindergarten curriculum, they learn about traditional holiday celebrations around the world. These students, the half-day kindergartners, have to leave midway through. And remember, we're one of the lucky ones. In this past election cycle, 6 districts from Faribault to Foston failed to pass their operating referendums. So I'm here today because if we want to invest in our future, we need to actually invest in our students and pass these tax proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goldberg. Tom McCarver or Kurt Johnson, Vic Moore, or Tim Brunel, Alyssa Schlander, Beth Cadoon, one of those people. Please.
Madam Chair.
I think you've been sitting up here quite a while. Were you one of those people, to the gentleman here that just sat down?
I'm
No.
Tim Brunel.
Yes, good. I think if you don't mind, Ms. Cadoon, I'm going to ask Mr. Brunel to go ahead of you because he's ahead of you on the list. So thank you, Mr. Brunel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the House Tax Committee. My name is Tim Brunel. I grew up in Minneapolis, and I own and operate 3 small businesses in Minnesota, an advertising agency, an online banner ad production shop, and a marketing software firm. Half my clients are inside the state of Minnesota and half my clients are outside. All three of my businesses would be affected by the governor's proposal to tax services, including advertising. I'm also speaking to you tonight as the volunteer president of the Minnesota Interactive Marketing Association. Our association has over 1,300 members who work in interactive and marketing. About half of our membership are independent contractors who, like myself, own small 1, 2, 3 person firms. We're part of more than about 400,000 Minnesotans whose employment accounts for about 20% of Minnesota's economy. And we believe that this proposal to tax business services, specifically expanding the tax to advertising and eliminating the long-standing publications exemptions, are bad ideas for two very simple reasons. First, Minnesota would be the only state with such a tax in effect. I'm an advertising copywriter, and I can tell you that's not positive differentiation. We can't afford to make Minnesota an outlier by taxing an industry that no other state taxes. You can bet my clients in Boston and New York and Chicago and L.A., their procurement departments are going to take notice, and they're not going to just accept that I'm passing along a state tax. I'm going to have to eat it. This proposal puts a giant national stigma, call it a big scarlet T, on Minnesota's marketing and advertising companies. No other state in the country taxes its communications industry. The second point is that Minnesota will end up losing more in income and sales tax than the tax generates. I totally understand and appreciate the governor's proposal for a fair tax system. As a local business person, as a Minnesotan, I fully support efforts for more equity. But this service tax is not an effective way to do it. In Florida, in Iowa, the tax cost more to process than it brought in. We don't need the stigma of an ad tax. We don't need to reiterate the failure of other states. I hope that you will reject the expansion of the tax. And thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Burnell. And now jumping to the other side, Ms. Cadoon, we're going to go to Ms. Cicioni and back to Ms. Cadoon.
It was just like speed dating. Good evening, Madam Chair and members. I'm Mary Ciccone. I represent Parents United for Public Schools.
I want to apologize. I always thought your name was Cicioni. It's Ciccone.
It's a terrible name. No problem.
Thank you.
Parents,
I have a bad one, too. Thank you very much.
This is not my time. Parents United for Public Schools.
Not your time.
Start now. Is a Minnesota-born, parent-led statewide organization with public school advocates in all 134 legislative districts. We strongly support the governor's bill. We hear over and over again that Minnesota needs a world-class education system, yet in 2013, Minnesota schools have the buying power of 2003. The 2001 repeal of the general education levy cost the state $1 billion for schools and tied school funding explicitly to the health of the state budget. If the state has a deficit, schools can cut, or they can go to their residents to increase their local property taxes. And we've been in deficit 9 out of the 10 years. This means parents are running levies year after year. They're confused and angry as to why they need to run them. They're tired of making the case to their neighbors that schools need funding because the state is not providing for the cost of special education, the cost of transportation, the cost to heat a building, or have a nurse or a counselor, or even paper. And don't get me started on what parents think about the unbelievable cost of testing after a decade of all the testing mandates. But the greatest concern for all of us needs to be the patchwork of student opportunities that funding schools with this reliance on this local property wealth has created. The state can't honestly abdicate its responsibility to educate children to local efforts, especially if they continue using a taxing mechanism as blatantly unfair as to the taxpayer as local levies are. All due respect, we've tried that system and it's been an abysmal failure. Governor's plan is the first step we've seen to raise taxes at the state level to try and make up for that $1 billion property tax buy-down that's haunted Minnesota for a decade. And he does it to invest in our future.
Thank you so much. And Ms. Cadoon, thank you for being flexible there.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Beth Cadoon. I represent the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce, an organization of 2,300 employers across the state that employ about 500,000 people. I'm here to speak in opposition to the governor's tax bill. We have heard from a wide range of our membership, from Main Street stores to multinational corporations, and in virtually all industry sectors regarding the extreme concerns and harmful impact that the governor's tax bill will have on jobs and businesses in Minnesota. We believe first that there really needs to be more emphasis on spending reforms in order to find more efficiency and effectiveness in our current programs before we go to ask the taxpayers for more money. Minnesota is already a high tax state, and these additional taxes, combined with our fragile economic recovery, will have a harmful impact on the job climate and economy, both short-term and long-term. Minnesota ranks, as you all know, 45th worst on the state business tax climate index for one. Minnesota ranks 50th worst on the business tax index for entrepreneurship and small business, and 43rd worst on the small business survival index. In our annual Grow Minnesota survey, business taxes continue to be the #1 concern for businesses. Specifically, I'll mention the increase on the fourth tier from 7.85% to 9.85%. This will give Minnesota the fourth highest individual income tax rate in the nation, behind California, Hawaii, and Oregon. The majority of businesses, over 90%, are pass-through entities. They pay through the individual income tax. The new fourth tier will increase taxes on approximately 21,000 businesses and impact the majority of pass-through incomes. This will impact some of our most successful businesses that compete both nationally and internationally. This will make Minnesota an outlier. Most of our neighboring states will have taxes much lower than Minnesota, and all those states are actually talking about how to lower their taxes, not increase them. I see my time's up, so I'll have to stop at that point. But I do have some of our business members here that will address some more of our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kadun. John Austin, Josiah Hill, David Schimpf, Margaret Donahoe, Brian Rushi, Bob Kolstad. Any of those people here? I see Mr. Rushi. We'd like someone from this side now. David Schimpf, Mark Brandt, Nan Madden. Somebody? Okay, we're going to jump to the other side here. Tom McCarver, Alicia Schlander, Ralph Belestrier, Matt Drevlo, Kurt Johnson, or Vic Moore from the auctioneers. Vic Moore, please. And I don't know, do you have Mr. Johnson too, or are you speaking for both of you?
Madam Chair, I've got Jim Fahey, who will be taking Kurt Johnson's place.
Okay, thank you. We'll put that on here. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Vic Moore. I'm a contract lobbyist from the firm of Frans and Moore, and I happen to represent the Association of Minnesota Auctioneers and also the Minneapolis and North Star auto auctions. And I'm going to speak briefly about the auto auctions, and Mr. Fahey will talk in general about the concern of the auctioneers. Not many people are familiar with what happens with auto auctions, and I suspect the governor didn't come to the table thinking, by golly, I want to tax the auto auctions when he put auctions in his tax proposal. There are 4 auto auctions in Minnesota. I represent the 2 in the metro area, the Minneapolis Auto Auction and the North Star Auto Auction. These auto auctions take vehicles from all over the state and Canada and auction them to other motor vehicle dealers. These are all just wholesale transactions. We do no retail transactions. They auction every Wednesday, and the 2 auctions that I represent do about 3,000 vehicles every Wednesday. The other auctions are in New York Mills and Rochester and Rogers. They do another 1,000, so it's 4,000 vehicles that are auctioned every Wednesday in the state. Since we get our vehicles from all over the state, we're concerned that putting a tax on our auction fees will put us at a significant disadvantage. Only 3 states, as far as we know, actually tax the auto auction fees. And those states are New Mexico, Hawaii, and Washington. Obviously, Hawaii is a long ways from Minnesota. So we respectfully request that you consider exempting the auctioneers and the auto auction from this legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We're alternating here, so we're going to go to Margaret Donahoe before we go to Jay Fahey. Margaret Donahoe. And Brian Rushi, Bob Kolstad, David Josiah Hill. Margaret Donahoe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the 270 member organizations of the Minnesota Transportation Alliance, I would like to thank the governor for recognizing that we have been underinvesting in our infrastructure for too long, and that additional revenue is required to make important investments in our transportation system and create jobs. We support the goal of increasing the current sales tax in the metropolitan area that's being used for transit. The original proposal in 2007 was for a half-cent sales tax with a quarter-cent for transit and a quarter-cent for county highways. The final bill reduced that to a quarter-cent for transit, and we think it's time to go back to the higher tax level so that we can make needed improvements in our transit system to reduce congestion and reduce the burden on the property tax. We also support the proposal to extend the sales tax to automobile parts and services and would recommend that those funds be dedicated to making needed transportation investments, an idea that has been around the legislature for a number of years. We also urge you to consider that Minnesota's Constitution requires that dollars deposited in the Highway User Tax Distribution Fund be used for a highway purpose, and that using these dollars to pay state sales tax on materials and services does not constitute a highway purpose. We believe there should be an exemption to paying the state sales tax with dedicated dollars so that those dollars can be used for transportation investments. We appreciate that the governor created a Transportation Finance Advisory Committee that studied transportation and how to fund the system. We urge you to consider some of the other recommendations besides the Metro sales tax, including statewide revenue, the gas tax, the license tab fees that are dedicated constitutionally to our transportation system, because investments in our transportation system will create jobs and will improve our state's economy and tax revenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fahey, is that right? Please.
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the committee, thanks for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Minnesota State Auctioneers Association in opposition to House File 677 and how it pertains to taxing of professional fees and business-to-business services. Our association has identified a long list of concerns in regard to this legislation, but I'd like to make 4 quick points. Many of our members conduct auctions on a nationwide basis and understand that services provided out-of-state to out-of-state corporations would be exempt. However, many of our members service in-state corporations on a nationwide basis. For example, SuperValue hires a Minnesota auctioneer to conduct auctions nationwide. And because both of those companies are based in Minnesota, SuperValue would be given the luxury of paying an additional tax just to use a Minnesota company, and would put in question whether or not that Minnesota company could compete. My personal company does the same thing with a subsidiary of Toro Corporation, where we sell items for them in Missouri. Almost all auction companies hire independent contractors who provide a variety of services to the auction company, and our understanding that these services would be taxable from auctioneer to auctioneer under the business-to-business tax proposal after the whole commission was taxed to our seller. Equipment and other high-dollar consignment auctions, already taxable in Minnesota, normally have multiple sellers from multiple states, and there are countless similar auctions in neighboring states. With today's mobile sellers and price-sensitive resellers, Minnesota consignment auctions would soon be labeled a less profitable place to do business. And finally, it's important to understand the tax implications that this could have on the baby boomers as they retired and pass away. Many of these folks are in public assistance with housing and health care, and by taking extra dollars from their auction proceeds, it will accelerate the need for public assistance in our county budgets. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. I've been asked to read more names louder, okay? So I'm going to read like 10 on each side, and I appreciate all the people who have sent notes. We've had a few people tell us to take them off the list, so that's why you're not hearing their name again. And so if you hear your name and you don't want to testify, you've changed your mind, just send us a note. So John Austin, Josiah Hill, David Schimpf, Mark Grant, Nan Madden, Damon Kapke, Steve Hunter, Todd Mickelson, Mark Peters, Lynn Peterson, Tom Peterson, Cliff Poehler, and then on this side, Tom McCarver, Ralph Balestri, Matt Drevlo, Joe Keller, Lance Klatt, Ted Brosson, Jake Brosson, Shay Mandel, Peter Mitchell, Roz Peterson, Paul Burke. So if all those people can come in the room, I forgot what side we were on. I think we're on the John Austin, Josiah Hill, David Schimpf, Are you one of those people?
No, my name is Robert Kolstad. Bob Kolstad.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where's that? Oh, yes, okay, yes, welcome, you're on, okay, gotcha, perfect. Please.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you today on behalf of Minnesota Assistant Public Defenders and support staff represented by Teamsters Local 320, Joint Council 32. I'm an Assistant Public Defender in Hennepin County. I am here also to speak on behalf of Teamster members employed by the University of Minnesota, the Minnesota State Colleges and University System, state court reporters, and the nearly 2,000 members of the Minnesota Teamsters Law Enforcement League. We are here to support Governor Dayton's budget on the grounds that state and local government budgets are suffering structural deficiencies in revenue. In my profession, we deal with this every day. My employer, the State Board of Public Defense, is stretched too thin. According to the Office of the Legislative Auditor, high public defender workloads have created significant challenges for Minnesota's criminal justice system. The Board of Public Defense simply does not have the long-term funding to retain experienced lawyers, investigators, paralegals, dispositional advisors, and legal secretaries that can move criminal cases swiftly and maneuver the court system. Public defense is a noble profession, but too many lawyers are forced to use it as an entry point to a private legal career. Personally, what I have noticed is that, well, we know that providing criminal defense lawyers is mandated by our Constitution. The belief in due process is fundamental to who we are as a society. It is an affinity that binds us together. That belief and the desire to provide due process is what motivates many of us who work in public defense. The belief in due process is so fundamental to us as a people that we are willing to make personal sacrifices in our employment in order to provide that for the residents of the state of Minnesota. 50 years ago, Gideon versus Wainwright was decided by the U.S. Supreme Court, and our state supported Gideon in his request to have defense lawyers appointed for indigent individuals. That's the spirit of Minnesota. That's the state that I grew up in, and it is in that spirit that I urge you to pass the governor's budget.
Thank you, Mr. Colston. Welcome. Can you tell us who you are?
Great. I'm Josiah Hill.
Okay, can you hang on a minute so we can get someone, do we have Mr. McCarver or Mr., the name I keep not being able to pronounce, from Red Wing Shoes? Or
Ballestrier.
I apologize. How do you pronounce your name?
Ballestrier.
Thank you so much for being here. Welcome.
Thank you. Am I on?
Yes, please.
Okay,
thank you so much.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you for having me here. I am the Chief Financial Officer of Red Wing Shoe Company. I represent a company that actually is buying services versus the service providers that have been here. As you know, we're a well-known, proud Minnesota company, 108 years old. We employ 2,100 people worldwide, but 1,100 of those in Minnesota. And a lot of them are skilled craftsmen and shoemakers, and we partner with 4 labor unions in this state. We make over 50% of our shoes in the United States. A good portion of those are made in Minnesota. Actually, the majority of those, 50%, is made in Minnesota. And our plans are to move more shoes from China and Vietnam back into the United States to employ more people and create jobs in Minnesota. However, the B2B tax on purchase of services is going to put the brakes on that. Why I say that? We purchase legal, accounting services, marketing services, supply chain services, IT services from the outside. It is going to cost us a great deal of money on the bottom line, and as a result of that, we have to make some sacrifices, and possibly we may have to think about moving shoes back to China instead of bringing them here. Or we may think about, we've employed a great number of people over the last few years, and the company is growing very rapidly and doing very well. However, with this tax, we may have to think twice about hiring that extra customer service rep, that extra accountant, that extra shoemaker, that craftsman, that designer, and have to double up on the workforce and affect the unemployment rate in Minnesota, which will cause you to pay welfare to those people because they're unemployed, as well as that you're going to lose their state tax contributions. So we urge you to rescind that proposal by the governor and keep Red Wing and many of the proud Minnesota companies strong to employ good Minnesota people. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being with us. Josiah Hill, welcome.
Great. Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening. As mentioned before, I am Josiah Hill, and I'm proud to be a teacher of high school students as a member of the English department at Stillwater Area High School. I became a teacher because I see it as the best way I can serve my community, my state, my nation, and because I hope to create a better and brighter future for the students I stand before. To put it simply, I view our students, our children, our young adults, as Minnesota's greatest natural resource. Today's learners need to be able to rely on the same strong public schools that many of us in this hearing room did. The same public school system that was often held as the pride of this great state, and the same public school system that has generated Minnesota's fertile workforce environment of today. The school district where I currently teach has suffered during the past several years as funding increases from the state have not kept pace with the rate of inflation. This has led to significant budget cuts and challenges, reductions in the programming available to our students. I've seen class sizes dramatically rise in our schools, and I've seen courses and programs cut. In 2002, Stillwater schools made the sound educational decision to offer all-day kindergarten to their students. All-day kindergarten came at a great cost to the district's general fund, but this costly decision was clearly the right thing to do for our students. It was quickly prioritized by our community and our school district. We all understood the immediate benefits of all-day kindergarten and the increases in learning it leads to. Now, due to the conditions so clearly described by Ms. Mary Ciccone and Ms. Goldberg earlier tonight, our district finds itself in a dire financial situation. And one of the first items identified to be eliminated is all-day kindergarten. The tragedy of this decision is that we know all-day kindergarten works. All-day kindergarten is beneficial to our students, and it leads to an increased capacity for learning in the years that follow. Yet it will go, should our funding situation not improve. As I weigh this impact, as well as others that will increase our class sizes further and continue to reduce the programs and courses available to our students and push even higher the unsustainable caseloads facing our counselors and special educators, I ask for your consideration as you act on this bill. I understand that we have all been called upon in this era to do more with less. While there are some Minnesotans who could do exactly that without challenge or significant suffering, our children shouldn't be asked to do the same.
Mr. Hill. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
You know, and we appreciate, so many people are looking down that they kind of don't see this, but we really appreciate you being here from from Stillwater. So thank you, Mr. Hill. Appreciate that very much. Next, are you?
Joe Keller from Motive Action.
Perfect. Joe Keller, welcome. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening. My name is Joe Keller, and I'm the President and Chief Operating Officer of Motive Action. And the impact of the business-to-business tax on all professional services companies like Motive Action will be devastating. We're a 37-year-old Minnesota company, and we sell professional marketing services to Fortune 500 companies around the country. We operate on 5% margins, which is very typical of most professional services companies. With those margins, we employ 100 Minnesotans and have a payroll of $8.2 million. If you use a common example, for a common program as an example, you'll see what I'm talking about. We typically will have a $1 million marketing program that we'll sell to one of the Fortune 500 companies around the country. To build that $1 million program, we'll have $800,000 of inputs. Those $800,000 of inputs will now cost 5.5% more to us, or $44,000. And instead of making a typical program of $1 million and a 5% margin on that of $50,000, we'll now have to absorb $44,000 of costs. So instead of making $50,000, we'll now make $6,000. And that will result in substantial job loss. If we're selling to a Minnesota company, we not only have to charge the $44,000 of input costs, but we now also have to charge 5.5% or $55,000 more dollars because of the $1 million sale price. That $99,000 is a non-starter. It's been suggested to me that we just pass these added costs on to our clients. Again, a competitive non-starter. Big companies have options. They're organized in many states and have professional procurement departments whose number one job is to drive costs out of an organization. This is an optional tax, and they will simply not opt in to pay the tax. Thank you again for the opportunity, and on behalf of Motive Action, our employees and employees of all professional service firms, I strongly urge you to not include a business-to-business tax of any kind in the final budget bill. It will kill jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keller. Are you Mr. Schimpf or Mr. Grant by chance?
Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is David Schimpf.
Welcome, please. Thank you.
I am a member of the faculty at the University of Minnesota Duluth. It's important to maintain state support that allows original work by public higher education faculty, by which I mean research, scholarship, and creative activity. This is important first because it keeps the subject matter that is taught to the students more current as the faculty remain more tightly attuned to what's going on in their disciplines around the world. What we teach today will not be 100% correct in the future, but we need to stay as close to that as we can. Second, students can best learn habits of inquiry and creativity from persons who actually inquire or create with passion. I hope you agree with me that Minnesota needs engaged citizens who have the initiative to seek further knowledge and perspectives, rethink assumptions, including their own, put reasoning to the test, devise possible alternatives, and communicate clearly. Third, as many of us know, there is economic benefit by fostering a creative and innovative culture. University faculty need to be part of that culture, and students they mentor take that culture into the rest of society. Cutting state appropriations to higher ed and relying ever more on tuition tends to shift the balance of faculty work time toward a more standardized approach because faculty then need to interact with a larger number of students. I'm encouraged by the governor's proposal for increased state funding for higher education, and I ask this committee to craft a taxation system that enables it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are you Mr. McGarver or Drevlo by chance?
I'm Drevlo.
I think Mr. McGarver's not here because I've called that one quite a few times. Mr. Drevlo, welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and the committee. My name is Matthew Drevlo. I'm a senior legal counsel at KGB Telecommunications out of Faribault, Minnesota. We are a telecommunications distribution and installation company. KGB started as a true American success story. It started with our founders in their garage creating a small cable enclosure for splicing fiber optic cable, which they marketed and drove around in a van all around the country selling this product with 3 employees until we grew to where we had over 100 employees in Faribault, Minnesota. That was in 2009. We had a little over 100 employees in Faribault, Minnesota. At this point, in the last 3 years, we've increased our employees to over 2,000 employees nationwide by massive reinvestment of income from the company into expansion and purchase of other companies that we found that fit within our model. KGB Telecommunications is a privately owned limited liability company. The new fourth tier tax rate on companies like this will have a devastating impact on continued growth. This company uses their money to reinvest, to grow their company, and to employ more people. This company, it's easy to envision the fourth tier individuals as people jet setting around the world and driving their Mercedes from point A to point B. The owners of this company drive Dodge pickup trucks and donate their time at the local hockey association coaching the youth teams, and when they're not doing that, they're reinvesting their time and their effort in growing their company so that they can employ more people and make an impact in their community and make an impact in their employees' life and provide excellent service to their customers. A tax like this will simply take money out of the company's coffers in order that allows them to expand and grow. In addition to this, the 2%, the sales tax that's going to be added on services will have a devastating impact on us. We supply many of our services to large companies like AT&T and Verizon. Those companies will not simply allow us to pass through a 5% tax to them. They will make us eat that tax, and on the margins that we work on, that will have a devastating impact on what we're able to do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for being here. Are you Ms. Peterson?
I am. Thank you
Welcome to
very
the
much.
committee.
Thank you. Madam Chairwoman, thank you very much for this opportunity. I come here with others from the Joint Religious Legislative Coalition. I'm Pastor Lynn Peterson, and I serve at Community Emergency Service, which is a faith-based food shelf and other emergency services having to do with rent, legal assistance, near the corner of Chicago and Franklin. So we are part of the wonderful Phillips, Elliott Park, and Ventura Village neighborhood, wonderfully diverse, gifted, and challenged by double the poverty rate of any other neighborhood in the city. I come because I come to speak in favor of Governor Dayton's proposal. I'm thankful that as you all struggle with very difficult choices, that there is a reminder and a desire to protect those who are most vulnerable in our community. One story. A man came to Community Emergency Service, a single father. He came reluctantly. No one comes to a food shelf enthusiastically. He was interviewed and then allowed to shop at our food shelf. He had a positive experience, and the next month he came back. People are allowed to come monthly. This time he brought his 14-year-old son. Can you imagine a 14-year-old coming to a food shelf to shop? They came and shopped and were encouraged by the interviewer who accompanied them, and now they come regularly. This man is employed full-time as a custodian at a daycare center, but because his working wage is so small, he is below the poverty line, and so this is part of their responsible budget in life. The bond between father and son are clear. They have great respect for one another, but you can tell that the father never wants his son to have to shop at a food shelf with his grandson. I thank you that through Governor Dayton's proposal, that sector of our population, that sector of our services is protected. It is the bottom line of our faith tradition that the well-being of our community is measured by the well-being of those who are most vulnerable. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Paul Berg. I'm the co-chair of the Legislative Committee for Minnesota Shopping Center
Thank you
Association.
very much. Mr. Berg, welcome.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, committee members, the Minnesota Shopping Center Association consists of retailers, developers, landlords, property managers, architects, appraisers, other vendors who provide services to the real estate community. I'm here to voice our opposition to the expansion of the sales tax to include clothing sales and the business-to-business services tax. For obvious reasons, the tax on clothing sales is going to have a devastating effect on shopping centers. In 2011, according to DEED, $2.4 billion, or 51% of the sales tax revenue for Minnesota was generated by shopping centers. In addition, 232,000 Minnesotans were employed by shopping centers. I bring these numbers up because I want to talk to you about the modeling that was used to project the revenue that's to be generated from the tax increase or the tax expansion. It's static modeling. Static modeling does not take into account change in human behavior. All right? And I know one family for sure whose behavior is going to change. I married a wonderful woman from Wisconsin, and every time my in-laws come to town, they save their money and they make at least one trip to the shopping centers to go buy clothing. The incentive to make that trip and that type of behavior is going to cease. So you will see an effect on clothing sales. I'm anticipating a reduction in clothing sales, and because of that, you'll see a reduction in employment. And I'm guessing one or two of you during your campaign last year mentioned job growth. So you will see an impact on that. I ask that you please consider change in behavior when you deliberate to discuss this proposal. Thanks for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Berg. Are you Mr. Grant?
I am.
Before you start, Mr. Grant, I just want to say to folks who are watching, and we've gotten a report the rooms are still fairly full, Looks like there's about 10 to 15 chairs still in this room that people could move to now if they wanted to. Also, we would like to hear from anyone if they can send a note to a page that either has a disability or is just unable to sit here this long, or for any legitimate reason. We want to get you in front of us ahead of time, and that is not the committee members. So, and we really appreciate everyone's here, and all of us, both the committee members and the public, all have to be at work at 7 in the morning, and we're all going to be. But we really do want to hear from people who maybe, for some reason, need to testify soon. Often people have to go home, take medication, or whatever it is. So send us a note, and we'll move you up on the list. So, Mr. Grant, welcome.
Sorry. When I started teaching, I had hair and eyesight, but both of those have gone away. Okay, Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Mark Grant, and I'm a Dakota County Technical College faculty member. I'd like to use my time to discuss the impact of the steady decrease in state funding over the past decade and the effect that it's had on technical college campuses like mine. First, the decline in state funding hits my faculty in their classrooms and in their labs, primarily through insufficient space and aging equipment. I was recently surprised when I heard one of my automotive tech instructors refer to any car made prior to 2005 as old school. The technology is changing that quickly, and in order to continually educate and train for current workforce, we have to be able to keep up with those changes. The average age of the equipment my automotive instructors have access to in their labs is 15 years old. Take a look at your cell phone. Now think about what it was like 15 years ago. Now imagine the technician who helps you to fix your phone is only trained on one that's 15 years old. The situations are absolutely analogous, and it's affecting our graduates' preparedness for industry. And second, even in the situations where we've invested to keep up with industry, it comes at a cost to our students. We've invested heavily at DCTC in our electrical construction, maintenance, and technology program, and we currently have a state-of-the-art PLC lab. I'm told it's the envy of the entire state. But students are paying high tuition to offset decrease in state funding in order to have a high-quality education at a first-rate college. This has several impacts on my students, including students working multiple jobs in order to make ends meet, oftentimes being saddled with incredibly unmanageable debt, and frequently pricing students out of the classroom altogether. If the need for emergency scholarships are any indication, students are hurting. Applications for these emergency funds has increased over 22% on my campus in the last year. This leads some to conclude that technical education is too expensive. And it is expensive, but I'm incredibly proud of what we do, and it must be noted that over the last 12 years, when you look at the adjusted FYE, it's actually gone down. That means it costs me less to educate students today than it did in 2000. That means it's the cost of higher education that hasn't gone up, but rather just the price. I truly believe that funding higher education is an investment. I believe it's an investment in the financial health and stability of Minnesota. I think you should ask employers what a well-educated and well-trained workforce means to them, and I urge you to support the governor's proposals.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Grant. Mr. Klatt, or Lance Klatt, Ted Brosson, Jake Brosson, Shay Mandel, Peter Mitchell. Are any of those people here? Roz Peterson, Christian Erickson, Jamie Ball, maybe, David Dayon, Jennifer Mickelson. That's where I usually sit. We need someone from that side. Any of those people here? Lance Klatt, Ted Brosson, Jake Brosson, you, Shay Mandel, Roz Peterson. How about that? Thank you, Roz Peterson. I'll read a little further ahead on this side of the list then. Jennifer Mickelson, David Skilbred, Dean Stanton, David Rod Ziege, Bill Straczynski, Mark Nordland, Mr. Alberto Montserrat. Please, Ms. Peterson. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members. My name is Roz Peterson. I am here representing the Minnesota Shopping Center Association, the International Council of Shopping Centers Association, a small business owner, but I also serve on the Minnesota School Boards Association and the Minnesota State High School League. And my husband services nursing homes across the state of southern part of Minnesota. So I do understand needs, but I'm here today to discuss more or less when we talk about equity, that we should look at all the taxes that everyone pays, and that includes the federal level as well. So I would respectfully request, when you look at paying the fair share that you look at paying all the taxes, because as you know, the top tier is paying 39% of their taxes to the federal already, and I think it's important to recognize that those taxes are paid as well. And I wanted to explain that the business-wide sales tax will exponentially build upon each other, so it could probably add about 20% to a project cost, which will hinder new development and something that the construction industry could really benefit from as we're trying to come out of this recovery. There is also the concerns that businesses will be outsourced elsewhere where they don't have this tax. The thing that happens with the business-wide sales tax is that these businesses, like me as a realtor, I already pay income taxes. So it's really kind of like a double taxation, and we're concerned that that'll just come out of the transaction. So most of these businesses are pass-through entities, and they pay. They can't take all the deductions right away as well. So I see I'm out of time, but I would propose that the $500 rebate is also rejected. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to read some of the folks who do either need to get to Duluth or start their nursing shift, or some veterans who've been sitting here for a while, and we're going to hear from them and have them come into the room, but we'll go back to Miss Madden next. They are, too bad I can't read Miss Jensen's handwriting ever, but I will try. I think it says Jennifer Mickelson, Terry Matson, Bernadine Engeldorf, Bob Connor, Chuck Jones, Dean Ashman, Edelman, I can't read your handwriting, Arkerman. So if those folks can come in the room too, we'd like to get them ahead of others. And so Ms. Madden, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. Tax reform is overdue in Minnesota. Our tax system has two serious problems. First, it does not raise enough revenue to meet the state's needs, contributing to a cycle of frequent budget deficits. And second, it asks low and moderate income Minnesotans to carry too much of the responsibility for funding public services. The wealthiest 1% of Minnesotans pay 9.7% of their incomes in total state and local taxes, significantly less than the 12.1% paid by a middle-income household. We call on policymakers to pass tax reform that narrows that gap, ends the cycle of budget deficits without painful and destructive cuts to services, and responsibly invests in the building blocks of our future success. We thank Governor Dayton for releasing a budget and a tax plan that seeks to reach those goals. As you put together your tax bill, you may not take all the tax policy ideas that the governor has put forth, but it is crucial that you raise enough revenues to meet those goals. A part of Governor Dayton's tax plan that we urge you to include in your tax bill is a new income tax bracket. The fourth tier is an essential step so that the highest income Minnesotans pay a similar share of their incomes in taxes as other Minnesotans do, and is critical to a tax plan that is progressive overall. The experiences of other states with similar policies find that they have little impact on the number of wealthy individuals in their state, and it does not impact most small businesses. A comprehensive tax reform plan will likely include some increases in regressive taxes. The progressive pieces of a tax plan must be large enough to offset those increases in regressive taxes, and we should use tools such as targeted tax credits to offset some of the increases on low and moderate income Minnesotans. Reducing reliance on the property tax is a high priority in the governor's tax plan, but we know that the property tax reaches Minnesotans whether they own or rent their homes, and we urge you to include improvements to the renter's credit this year as well. We call on policymakers to seize this moment and reform our tax system so that we no longer ask low and middle income Minnesotans to shoulder more than their share of the responsibility, and we can make the investments in the high quality workforce, strong infrastructure, safe and vibrant communities, and ladders to the middle class that are the keys to our future success. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Madden. Welcome.
Welcome. Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Shay Mandel with Life Science Alley. Life Science Alley is the nation's largest state-based life sciences organization. We represent more than 700 companies and organizations that employ more than 250,000 Minnesotans. We're here in opposition to the bill. From the most concentrated medical device ecosystem on the planet to the Mayo model, Minnesota has been a beacon of healthcare innovation. Our companies employ Minnesotans at wages that are far higher than most sectors of the economy. However, This distinction is being threatened as external conditions stifle growth within our industries. Specifically, the foreign royalty deduction is critical to allowing our companies to serve patients around the globe while keeping R&D operations in Minnesota. In 1988, Minnesota's leadership in creating the FRD was a signal that we understood how global success could fuel local growth. This bill turns back the clock, threatening our R&D enterprise and our competitiveness. Furthermore, at a time when California is proposing to increase their R&D tax credits from 15% to 20%, this bill retains Minnesota's current credit of only 2.5%. The new federal medical device tax is having a dramatic effect on our companies as well. Every 2 weeks, our heavily concentrated medical device community in Minnesota pays approximately 25% of the nation's $100 million tab. That's $25 million disappearing from Minnesota's economy every 2 weeks, and some of our small companies are reporting an effective tax rate of 70% to 80%. This bill adds additional taxes to a critical industry in Minnesota under duress. Given the complexities of the heavily regulated and research-centric world our companies work in, new taxes on legal, accounting, and consulting services will have a dramatic impact. I urge you to strongly consider the behavior that will change and the impact this will have on an industry that is truly Minnesotan and truly unique, and I thank you for your time, Madam Chair.
Thank you for being here. Welcome. You are?
Jennifer Michelson.
Oh, okay. Jennifer? Or do I have Todd? Oh, I have a Todd Michelson. Oh, okay. We're going to have you hold because you're on the other list. So do we have either Damon Kepke, Steve Hunter, Cliff Polar? I saw him in the room. Please welcome. Join us you're next.
Okay. Thank you.
We're trying to alternate between the two lists. So please, to be
Madam
fair.
Chair, Representatives, thank you. My name is Damon Kapke. I'm a member of Lake Superior College, and I'm Vice President of Minnesota State College faculty. So I represent 5,000 or so faculty members in the two-year community college system. And today I'm here speaking in favor of Governor Dayton's tax plan. And I'm here to talk to you about risk, those who are able to manage risk and those who have to bear risk. About 10 years ago, the governor of Minnesota pledged no new taxes, and he delivered. And that set in motion his reelection. He managed his own personal risk quite well in that case. But it also created the structural deficit and led to massive cuts to the Minsky system. The Minsky system, in turn, cut its own expenditures. It built cash reserves on its campuses. And some of you may call that good management, difficult decisions under difficult circumstances, but it did push that risk onto our students, and they're the people least able in our state to deal with those risks. When they come to our campuses, they present with risks. They generally have financial difficulties. They're first-generation students often. They have families, multiple jobs, all kinds of responsibilities. These are risks for not finishing and achieving their educational goals. We add to that. By putting them into large classes. We add to that by cutting the electives that they might take, which means they don't get to take the classes that where they can explore their interests. Okay. What I'm asking you to do, in short, is what we always do when we manage risk well. Broaden it. Put it onto more of the people of Minnesota. You do that through taxes. If we do that, we can achieve our goals, and that's what we need to do. That's why I'm speaking in favor of Governor Dayton's tax plan. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Ms. Michelson, Jennifer Michelson, welcome.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity. I think you have me on the wrong list because I am supportive.
Okay, and we accidentally did two antis in a row, so just keep going.
All
that was
right.
about a half hour ago. No one noticed, so let's keep going.
As I said, my name is Jennifer Michelson, and I'm a registered nurse in a cardiovascular unit at United Hospital in St. Paul. I see the impact of heart attacks. I see people suffer and families grieve, and all of this is all so unnecessary. Governor Dayton's budget provides additional revenue sources that will help us treat each other better. With an expansion of Medicare, we can actually do a better job of preventing heart disease. We can keep people out of the hospital, where expenses are extraordinarily high and treatment is often too late. Disease and human affliction do not discriminate. In my line of work, everyone deserves to be treated equally, and nurses certainly don't discriminate. These budget revenues proposals finally get us on a path toward dignity, to better quality of life, to saving lives. But they are also a smart and effective investment for saving healthcare dollars in the long run. Help healthcare workers help you. I urge you, pass the budget proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. One of the Lansklat, Crossens, Mitchell, Erickson, Pufall, any of those? You look like you are ready to join us. Just come on.
Sure.
I think we're losing some people here, but please.
I'm Todd Mickelson.
Okay, you're on the other list as well.
Yeah,
So can you hang on? Do we have someone from the other side who would like to join us at the table? Please, you are.
All right, I'm Jamie Poole,
Jamie Poole,
P-N-U-H-L.
yes, from the Minnesota Grocers. Welcome.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm Jamie Poole, President of the Minnesota Grocers Association, and I am here to speak in opposition to House File 677. The MGA is a state trade association representing the retail food industry for over 115 years. We have over 200 retail members, nearly 1,100 stores statewide, as well as approximately 115 distributors and manufacturer members. Our member companies employ over 125,000 union and non-union Minnesotans. Minnesota has a very unique culture with hundreds of small, independent, and locally owned grocery and convenience stores who are the cornerstones of their communities. They create jobs, support local charities, and provide a safe and responsible shopping experience. We recognize the challenge that this legislature has this session as members address the state's budget deficit. Many difficult decisions will need to be made in order to create a balanced budget that is fiscally and socially responsible. Like the legislature, the retail food industry is facing difficult decisions as well, and this uncertain economy continues. The pressures of increasing costs of goods on an already slim profit margin make every added expense count and challenge our commitment to providing the best price and service to the customers we serve. With respect to time, I'll just address 3 areas. Most of the grocery and convenience stores within your communities are independently owned, and many are 3rd, 4th, or even 5th generation business owners. The majority of these stores' owners are classified as sole proprietors, or S-corps. Creating a 4th-tier income bracket and increasing the tax rate 2% will have an adverse effect and will be one more strain on our local communities. Proposing a tax on accounting, marketing, advertising, and legal services will force the retail food industry, which again operates on very slim margins, to make tough decisions. This bill represents more challenges by taxing consumer goods as over-the-counter medicine and deli meat. We know on average a family of 4 spends $97 a week in our stores. These additional taxes will put a greater burden on our customers' ability to purchase these items. We appreciate the effort. I guess my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Mickelson, and then we're going to hear from a few of the veterans who need to leave. Mr. Mickelson.
Hi, my name is Todd Mickelson. I'm an inventor and small business owner, and I'm here tonight representing Small Business Minnesota. Thank you for hearing my testimony. Small Business Minnesota is a statewide, nonprofit, nonpartisan association. 100% of our members are small business owners here in Minnesota. Small business is vital to Minnesota's economy. Even though Minnesota has more Fortune 500 companies per capita than any other state, it's rarely noted that small businesses employ more Minnesotans than all the Fortune 500s combined. First, we strongly support the governor's move toward transparency and away from accounting gimmicks in creating this budget. We applaud his efforts to create a truly balanced budget. And we support the governor's proposed investments in education and infrastructure, which are vital to businesses and to a strong economy. But we do oppose the business-to-business service tax and believe the estimated amount of new revenue is high considering the potential loss of business to the state. Further, we have not found an economist who supports this. Our members have told us that they have put hiring plans on hold. Many small businesses will not be able to pass this cost along, and some small business owners tell us that it could lead to them having to close their doors. We heard loud and clear the governor's call to provide not just criticism, but solutions as well. So we do support moves toward tax fairness and balance. We support an internet sales tax in fairness to small brick-and-mortar businesses. And we support closing the estimated $2 billion in corporate tax loopholes first, before lowering the corporate tax rate. Small business owners have been asking for long-term fair property tax relief. We support an approach that addresses these concerns rather than the $500 property tax refund. And finally, Minnesota has a $25 billion tax expenditure on top of $37 billion in proposed spending that's often overlooked. We support efforts to review tax expenditures on a regular basis for return on investment, to place any and all new tax expenditures on sunset schedules, and to move at least some of them into the regular budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. I think we figured it out. We had the Mickelsons reversed on the list. So.
Yes, I'm not Jennifer.
Yes, I apologize. Can we go to either Bob Connor, Chuck Jones, or Dean? Again, I'm not sure the name, and my...
Dean Ashman.
Okay, Ms. Jensen explained that it wasn't her handwriting, so it's one of you.
Right.
So
Yes, in the interest of saving time, I'm going to speak on behalf of all three of us.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you for allowing us to testify tonight.
Absolutely.
For the record, my name is Bob Connor. I'm a past commander of the Disabled American Veterans, and for several years I was the adjutant of the Military of the Purple Heart. With me, I have Dean Ashman, who recently retired as adjutant of the Disabled American Veterans, and my successor as adjutant of the Purple Heart, Chuck Jones.
Okay.
We're here tonight not as official representatives of our veterans organizations, but rather as veterans in the community and citizens of Minnesota. That said, we are here to help you better understand the significance of a few items within the Minnesota Department of Veterans Affairs, Governors and Commanders Task Force legislative agenda to help you better understand what you're asking for and what you're being requested to pay for. In the interest of time, I'll highlight three of the several initiatives put forth to the governor on behalf of the nearly 375,000 veterans in the state. First, as part of our nation's and state's commitment to taking care of our heroes, the National Cemetery Administration has developed a strategic goal to provide veterans across the country with a burial option within 75 miles of their home. Through the State Cemetery Grants Office and with the governor's recommendation, the new state cemetery located in Preston, which is scheduled to open in 2015, will have the proper staffing and funding to operate. The governor has committed to financing this initiative, which we are thankful for. Another initiative is to provide grants to county veteran service officers. This initiative would combine an existing grant provided by the Minnesota Department of Veterans Affairs and revitalize funding from a past grant, making one robust grant for county veteran service officers. This is for their professional training, and this goes back to when Governor Dayton was our state auditor and was ordered by the state legislature to do a study on county veteran service officers, and he said that their benefit to the counties and to the state, their expenses more than offset by the federal benefits they bring into the counties. And the last one is the Honor Guard funding for giving most veterans who would never ask for any other benefit. They just want a proper honor as a military honors at burial, and we are asking for funding for this funding.
Thank you so much. Thank you all of you for being here with us. Sorry it's a long night, but we appreciate it. Thank you for your service as well. Thank you. So back to the Mark Peters, Tom Peterson, Cliff Puller, Sarah Chamberlain, Steve Reeves, Jenny Foster, John Thorson, Sue Aberholden, Paul Gamble. Please. Steve Hunter. I guess he was ahead of all those people, so one of those. We'll get you up there. Yes, please.
Okay. Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Mark Peters. I've been Executive Director of the Lutheran Coalition for Public Policy in Minnesota since 1995. Partnership ministry, Lutheran Coalition is, of the 6 Minnesota synods of the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America, and of about 1,200 congregations, about 800,000 baptized Lutherans across the state. In 2011, Minnesota's 6 ELCA bishops teamed with the 6 Roman Catholic bishops and the Archbishop in sending a letter to the governor and legislators where they stated the most telling measure of how well we care for each other is to consider how we treat those who are most vulnerable among us. Failure to care for people in need and to steward our state's natural resources has moral and economic consequences, both short and long term. I thought of how we sometimes think of a family, that government, like a family, must tighten its belt and reduce spending in tough economic times. In response, I would ask, what family would not seek another source of income rather than deny their children or loved ones food, shelter, or medical care, the most vulnerable, as the bishops would say? After a decade of deep budget cuts that have caused significant pain, it is essential that we begin to restore the fabric of our communities through investments in Minnesota's people and our treasured natural resources. But those critical investments in programs like affordable housing and health care can only be realized if sufficient revenue is raised. I believe that our state budget serves as a moral document where we must realize our obligation to care for one another, and that includes asking the most fortunate among us to contribute in an equitable way to support those struggling to make ends meet. The governor's tax reform proposal takes an important step in the right direction, both by making the overall tax system more fair and by using sufficient revenues to address this budget shortfall. And I would ask all of you legislative leaders to please follow those same principles of fairness and equity in making your decisions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for being here. Lance Klatt, Ted Brosson, Jake Brosson, Peter Mitchell, Christian Erickson, David Dayon, David Skilbred, Dean Stanton, Mike Hickey. Looking for the other side here. Anybody? Are you one of those people? I know you're not.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on a minute. I'm not. Is this gentleman one of those people on the list? David Rajid, Bill Straczynski. Can you tell us who you are?
Dean Stanton.
Okay, please. Yes.
Good evening.
Stanton, yes.
Good evening, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me this time. I am president of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, Upper Midwest Local 1M. Local 1M serves as one of the state's leading unions, representing several hundred men and women working in the printing industry. These workers design, place, and print ads in newspapers, publications, banners, and mailings printed at large and small printing facilities throughout the state. I am here to speak in opposition to those sections of House File 677 which propose to eliminate the current tax exemption status for advertising in Minnesota. Today, more than ever, businesses and corporations have greater choices as to where they will have their marketing materials produced. Printing has historically been a leading industry in Minnesota, providing thousands of good jobs for our families. As this bill currently stands, it will push much of that valuable printing work out of our state and threaten the prosperity of our state's printing industry and eliminate countless good jobs, our jobs. I speak for the members of Local 1M and their families and ask you to leave as is the advertising and publications exemptions that have been in place since the sales tax were first imposed. This change will significantly hurt our local union members. Technology, competitions, a major recession have all reduced margins in our industry to a point where our employers will not be able to absorb these increased costs and will be forced to pass those costs on to their customers. Those customers will move their work elsewhere in other states without this kind of tax, forcing small printers to close and major corporations will just move their jobs out of Minnesota if they're forced to pay this tax. I cannot stress enough the negative impact this will have on our working families. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, my name is Tom Peterson. I represent the Minnesota Farmers Union. We're a grassroots-based general farm organization, and we appreciate Governor Dayton's effort to bring some stability and revenue to the budget. Specifically to the proposal, Farmers Union does support a fourth tier for income. We have, luckily, a lot of farmers making that this year, even within Farmers Union. We're good to see that, but we do feel that that it's time to do that. We support the Nexus provision. We feel it's good for rural Main Street. We also appreciate that the governor maintained a lot of our sales tax exemptions in his budget that we currently enjoy in agriculture. Those include equipment, parts, feed, vet services for livestock, and we're trying to balance it out. We've been meeting with our members and talking to them because on one hand, we're going to lower the sales tax rate on a lot of things that farmers use that are currently taxed, such as building materials, grain bins, tires, a lot of different things like that, and trying to see a lot of people feel that it's a wash on a lot of those different things, but trying to understand it. Specifically, we do have some concerns on that I've been hearing from some of our members about some of the proposals in the governor's tax proposal, and that has to do with tax on equipment repairs that's not taxed now, and so some of the smaller farmers feel that hurts them, and they're trying to maintain their equipment and not afford new equipment, and that's a concern. Also, trucking is a big issue for a lot of farmers on how we truck our commodities constantly to markets. Finally, I'd mentioned we have some concern about some fairness things in there and trying to figure out the feed, crop, seed, agronomy consultants are going to be taxed independently. If you're tied to a business that's doing the work, you're not taxed, but if you're an independent consultant, you are taxed. So appreciate working with Revenue and legislators on the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Hoping you're going to be on this one side of the list.
Well, I'm on actually both sides. I'll tell you a little bit about it.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Chair and representatives of the committee. I'm here, David Raji, President and CEO of the Printing Industry Midwest. And on behalf of roughly 40,000 employees in the state of Minnesota in the printing and publishing business, representing about $6.7 billion into this economy, and also represents some of the largest printers, our Donnelly and the Taylor Corporation. I'm here to speak in favor of part of the bill, the language on the upfront exemption on capital equipment. I would like to have a discussion on possibly moving it up before the June 30th, 2015 date that's effective there. But I'm also speaking in opposition of about the rest of the bill of House File 677, and particular Section 38, Repealer 297A.68, Subdivision 10, where the creation of the elimination of the advertising as well as the publication's current tax exemption. The business-to-business tax is a burden to our economy. This bill imposes a sales tax on all the inputs of the print process in the production, as well as a sales tax on the end user to our clients. This is a double taxation, and it is a bad business policy for the state. Further, marketing budgets of our companies, whether large or small, will not increase by 5 to 7% if this tax moves forward. Marketing departments will just decide to print less. The industry will see a decrease in their gross sales in proportion to the amount of revenue collected by the state. This will result in the loss of jobs. Whatever you think that corporations actually do a print job check. So as a corporation looks at taking a look at $1 million job, they will send someone down to take a look at that project. And we will see that the southern part of the United States will pick up our work in the months of October through March. It's too much of an incentive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here. And Mr. Hunter, you'd be next, but I'm going to see if you can wait for Ms. Engeldorfer, who has an 11 o'clock nursing shift. Please, Ms. Engeldorfer. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Bernadine Engeldorf, and I am a registered nurse. I currently practice at United Hospital in the area of mental health. United Hospital is located very close here to the Capitol in St. Paul. I also serve as Vice President of the Minnesota Nurses Association, and I speak on behalf of 20,000 members across the state and urge you to pass the budget proposals before you. We applaud Governor Dayton and his comprehensive work in addressing the pressing issues facing our state and give a full endorsement for the much-needed commitment to raising revenue. M&A has long endorsed incentives to reduce the impact smoking has on the health of Minnesotans. As you heard from physician prior testimony, some of the health impact on people and our citizens of Minnesota. As a nurse, I must say we need to do whatever we can to prevent children from picking up that first cigarette, whether it's by education or financial incentive. Governor Dayton's cigarette tax takes a bold step to help make that happen. Please move forward to move our state forward by passing this proposed budget, including a tax on cigarettes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. Welcome to the committee.
Peter Mitchell.
Great. Thank you. That's just where we want to be, back on that side of the list. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Good evening. My name is Peter Mitchell. I'm from Chanhassen. I'm representing Troust Consulting. Troust is a local IT consulting firm located in Bloomington with a 10-year business history. We serve clients that range from small local companies up to large multinationals in the state. We implement technology and we help them to improve their business processes, and we employ roughly 40 IT professionals in the state. I'm speaking in opposition to the sales tax imposition on professional services. Though we are a small business, we compete in a global marketplace for our services. 63% of our clients have out-of-state locations from which they could resource our services. If there's skepticism around how realistic that is, in my experience as an IT professional with today's communication technology, it's very possible for these services to be moved out of state. Many of our clients also have the ability to look offshore to places like India for the services we provide. Our clients have options that will allow them to resist absorbing this tax. Troust will not be able to pass this tax through. Troust's margins are also set by the marketplace, which is highly competitive. Our net income as a percentage of our revenue is much smaller than the percentage of this tax on our revenue. If the next thought is, well, then reduce your costs, our main cost is our payroll, our people cost. And those are compensation rates that are set in a national market also. We really have no ability to ask our employees to absorb any of this additional cost to our business. The bottom line for Troust is that the imposition of the sales tax threatens the viability of our business. For us, it certainly will mean lower revenue, fewer clients, fewer employees. If you go ahead and move to impose this tax, please ask yourselves, where is this money actually going to come from? We risk going out of business, basically, because of this tax. Our economic viability is at stake if you pass this tax. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Mr. Hunter, thanks for letting the nurse get ahead of you there. Welcome.
Madam Chair, I'm married to a nurse, so I know the proper order of things.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Steve Hunter. I'm the Secretary-Treasurer of the Minnesota AFL-CIO. The Minnesota AFL-CIO consists of 1,000 affiliated local unions representing over 300,000 working Minnesotans. On February 12th of this year, the Minnesota AFL-CIO Executive Board unanimously endorsed Governor Dayton's tax reform and budget plan. Our members want to know that they live in safe communities. Our members want to know that their children are receiving a high-quality education that will educate them to succeed in a global economy. Our members want their children to be able to afford higher education. And they also want to be able to afford higher education for themselves if they need to sharpen their work skills or train for a new profession. Our members want to know that their parents, grandparents, or other loved ones are receiving the care they need in nursing homes or other long-term care facilities. Our members want to have access to an up-to-date transportation system, including mass transit, to get quickly and safely to and from their jobs. Our members expect the state of Minnesota to invest in both its human and physical infrastructure to maintain a vibrant economy. Unfortunately, over the past decade, we've witnessed erosion in all of these areas as previous governors and legislatures have cut services, reduced investments, and used a variety of budget balancing gimmicks in order to avoid increasing taxes on the richest 2% of Minnesota taxpayers and to avoid closing tax loopholes exploited by large corporations. I know this is a tax committee, not an appropriations committee, but we can't make the necessary investments in public safety, education, health care, and infrastructure unless we have increased revenues, and your committee is responsible for revenue. The Minnesota's AFL-CIO strongly urges you to increase revenues so that we can invest in Minnesota. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. David Skilbred, representing the independent community bankers in Minnesota.
Thank you.
Small banks in the state, privately held. I want to thank the committee for a few comments here. In short, we are concerned about the following tax proposals that impact on small businesses, which are our customers and our individual customers. The governor proposes to expand the sales tax to several bank services, including ATM services, monthly maintenance, cashing checks, accepting deposits, extending credit or loans, overdraft or return deposits. Implementing this would be an extremely expensive and difficult challenge. We've asked some of our computer associate members who help us with these things. Their response is this: most of these bank services are not set to calculate a sales tax. New software would need to be created. We estimate it would take at least 1 year for the software to be developed, tested, and more time to be installed. Another supplier said, our applications in this area are few, if not nothing. We operate nationwide, and very few states require banks to collect sales tax on such a wide variety of services. Conclusion, the work and cost of implementing this tax expansion will take a long time, and the cost to community banks and their customers will be huge. Secondly, which customers will be hit hardest? We believe lower income bank customers and seniors would be the hardest hit. They live check by check on limited incomes. They're the most likely to be hit by these new taxes. Questions. We have a lot of questions. If an ATM transaction is taxed, do we tax the transaction or the service? What about the sales tax extending credit? Do we tax the loan, the principal on the loan, or the interest on the loan, or both? On the business-to-business taxes, although we would not need to collect them, community banks and all other businesses would need to pay them. With historically low interest rates combined with higher expenses to comply.
I apologize. Yes, you're getting the red sign.
Okay, and the income taxes, we think that's going to fall very heavily on small businesses, and that would be a challenge for us.
Thank you, Mr. Skilbred,
Thank
for
you.
your testimony. We appreciate you being here. Mr. Poehler, welcome.
Good evening, Madam Chair. My name is Clifford Paler. I live in St. Paul. I work in the Hennepin County Public Defender's Office, which is the 4th Judicial District. It encompasses the entire county of Hennepin. I'm here to talk about how failing to fund the public defender system has some unrelated, unintended, very deleterious consequences for not just the justice partners that we work with, but also the people that the system is supposed to serve. As you know, the entire system is suffering because of funding of public defense. We don't control our caseload. They just come in the door and we take as many as they are. We can't be in 2 places at once. And many times when that happens and we're unable to be in a different courtroom and there's folks waiting in the other courtroom, like my good friend John Lesh, who might be waiting for me, our justice partners suffer. The judges, the prosecutors, the court clerks, the court reporters, the probation officers, the sheriff's deputies, they're all getting paid, and they're all waiting, and their day is getting interrupted by the fact that I can't be there because I've been ordered to be in Judge Porter's courtroom, and I can't get to Judge Marino's courtroom. Now, in addition, there's some other important people that are really suffering as well, and those happen to be members of the public that the system is supposed to serve. Witnesses, defendants, and victims are all impacted by the funding difficulties we've had in public defense. Witnesses are burdened. They disappear because they can't keep coming back to court. Victims make repeated court appearances. They simply get worn out. If I had a dime for every time a prosecutor told me that to dismiss a case because the victim wasn't going to come back to court 3 times, I'd be a fairly wealthy man. I want to make this brief because you have many other people that you want to listen to tonight. All these funding-related inefficiencies cascade over and through the criminal justice system. They rob our citizens of their right to their day in court for redress of wrongs inflicted upon them, and ultimately robbed of justice. The solution? Raise revenue. I back the bill. Thank you, members.
Mr. Paler, I so apologize for not pronouncing your name correctly. So thank you for being here.
Representative Lenczewski, I'm sure I've blown your name more than once myself.
Sorry about that.
Thank you for your tolerance.
Thank you. Please, if you can just come to the table, Mark Nordland, Alberto Monserrati, Steve Woodbury, Brian Malm, Kate Madonna Hines, Tony Carter, Amy Langer, Patrick Algier, Sandra Kolb, Paul Gamble, Jeff Gardner, Sue Aberholden, Michael Lindholt, Tom Torgerud, Sarah Chamberlain. And I think we were on the or concerns. So are either one of you with concerns? Yes, please.
I am Mark Nordland with Nordland Partners. I'm here representing commercial real estate developers and owners and managers of commercial real estate with NIOP, which is the Commercial Real Estate Development Organization. I'm here to give you our perspective on the governor's tax bill. There are a couple of things that we like and some things that we don't like as much. First of all, the state general property tax levy. We want to let you know that we appreciate the effort to freeze the automatic increase in the state general property tax levy. And a reduction would be better, but we appreciate the freeze, and that's well noted. Our biggest concern has to do with the business-to-business tax on services, both for us and for our tenants. You've heard from a long list of our tenants tonight, all types of service companies that are concerned about their business going out of state and or being reduced. At the end of the day, we know that just means fewer employees. It means a higher cost to consumers. And for us, it means less space to be leased in our buildings, both industrial and office and retail and all types of commercial real estate. As far as it relates to us, we've done the math on several different projects to see how the reduction in the state sales tax would balance with the additional tax on the services. On most real estate development projects that we've at least studied, it comes out about a wash. We reduce the tax on the hard costs, but we get taxes on the services, and it sort of balances it out. But the problem that we have with it is that for every project that you see go up, there's approximately, and it's not a scientific number, but about 10% of the projects that get pursued actually come to fruition. And at the front end of a project, that's when it's the most critical time to save money and to be judicious in how you're spending it. And as we go into those costs, they're all soft costs. They're architects and attorneys and lenders and surveyors and environmental studies and things like that all will be taxed additionally. And it's going to mean fewer projects that get taken on, and oftentimes it's the most interesting and challenging projects that have the highest barrier at the front end. Thanks for your time tonight.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
I'm Alberto Monserrate. I'm on the anti-side, so somebody...
Okay, we'll keep going with two, and then we'll flip to two of the others. Please, thank you.
I wear several hats. I want to clarify my only hat I'm wearing today is as a member of the board of the Minnesota Broadcasters Association and as President CEO of Latino Communications Network. LCN's mission, Latino Communications Network, otherwise known as LCN, is to be the most effective way to reach Latinos in the state of Minnesota. We reach 100,000 Latinos every week through our radio, print, online, social media, and events. We operate Twin Cities 24-hour Spanish radio stations, La Invasora, 1400 and 1470, which can be heard in the entire Twin Cities area. We also publish Spanish weekly print and online newspaper and magazine, and manage events geared to the Latino community with an attendance of over 50,000 people. LCN Media started as a dream by two entrepreneurs in the year 2000 working for no pay and a part-time assistant. By 2006, we had grown to 35 employees, 3 print publications, and 2 radio stations. It took a lot of work and millions in investment to fulfill that vision. We are proud of what we've built with our employees. It is very tough for me as an entrepreneur who likes to talk about growth and creating jobs to share some of the challenges that we are facing. 2006, we saw the beginning of what became a large movement in advertising from traditional media to online advertising. By 2008, the recession and the mortgage crisis hit the country very hard and hit the Latino community especially hard. Dramatic increases in immigration enforcement through increased deportations and employer immigration audits also affected economic stability in the Latino community. Since 2006, our print and advertising revenue has been reduced by more than half. Radio revenues have been flat. Many of our clients have gone out of business, and we've had to cut our staff by 30%. We've done everything we can not to cut staff pay, and to continue to pay for our employees' health insurance. In 2013, we have no pricing power. Most of our revenue comes from radio and print advertising. A growing part of our revenue comes from online advertising and event sponsorships. New sources of revenue are not even close to make up for the lost revenue. Just when we see a light at the end of the tunnel with potentially recovering economy, a 5.5 sales tax on advertising would probably be the last nail in the coffin for our hopeful but struggling business. This might not seem a lot to you, but since we have no pricing power, it would have to go to the bottom line, and it will probably mean we would have to lay off 4 to 5 employees. Please understand that a 5.5 sales tax on advertising will have a negative effect on the information that millions of Minnesotans need to be informed citizens. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go to two pros. Pro?
Yep. Good evening, Madam Chair, representatives. My name is Paul Gavel. I'm a corrections officer at the correctional facility in Rush City. It's a level 4 custody facility that houses roughly 980 inmates. I'm here today to speak in support of the governor's revenue tax increases and budget. In recent years, our budget has been cut or at best stagnant, and it has not kept up with the needs of our department. I'm concerned that if we do not see some revenue increases and budget allotments, our staff safety, inmate safety, and public safety will continue to go downhill. Our funding levels have forced facilities to provide corrections officers with self-defense every other year and control tactics every opposite year. And that's just not sufficient. These types of cost-saving measures cannot continue to happen. Staff are getting injured during assaults, and some of these injuries could be lessened through continuous training. I know you have a lot of decisions before you, but I ask that you support the work that we do. We have a lean department and regularly run short of staff. We have not added positions at Rush City to our front lines since opening and need more staff to control and provide programming to a prison population that's ever changing. Last year we operated at 93.6% of our needs, and anytime you take us down from 97 or 100%, that either takes away from programming, which leaves offenders idle, or it takes away from safety, which endangers all the staff that work there. We have several positions within the department that are left unfilled or filled in with a corrections officer in the interim. These are only Band-Aids, and we need funds directly allocated for staffing. The men and women I work with daily deserve to go home to their families safely, and funding the staffing needs of the department is a good start. I ask that you support the proposed taxes and invest in the safety of those keeping you safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Chamberlain or Sue Aberholden. We needed one more on the other side. And I also want to mention Corey Cusick, Damon Kapke, Simon Raddick, Brian Malm, Tony Carter, Amy Langer, Salo, Patrick Alger, Sandra Kolb, Roger Aronson. Please welcome Ms. Aberholden.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Sue Aberholden, NAMI, Minnesota. In 2007, a bipartisan initiative resulted in the largest investment of new state funding for mental health in our state's history, $34 million. Since that time, however, funding for mental health services for both children and adults has faced severe cuts, totaling $60 million. Barely 40% of people are able to obtain treatment, and we wonder why children with mental illnesses are suspended frequently from school, have high dropout rates, or end up in the juvenile justice system. We wonder why adults with mental illnesses end up unemployed, homeless, in jail, or worse. Nearly 600 people died by suicide in 2010. NAMI Minnesota is a statewide grassroots organization dedicated to improving the lives of people with mental illnesses and their families, and we have always supported efforts to increase revenue in order to fund our mental health system. Because of the discrimination people with mental illnesses face under private insurance, we have to rely on state funding. The governor has proposed increases to the system, most notably to school-linked mental health grants. Since this program started serving children in July of 2008 and up till December 2011, we have served over 13,000 children, half of them who had never received services before, and half of those had a serious emotional disturbance. His budget also pays for family psychoeducation, so a mental health professional can be paid to help the family understand their child's illness and teach them ways to help their child. There is more funding for mental health crisis services so that we have a health care response and not a police response to a mental health crisis. And crisis services save money by preventing more costly hospitalizations. It's only Wednesday, and already this week I've been in contact with families who are desperately seeking help for their children and cannot find it. We need more funding to treat and provide services to children and adults with mental illnesses, and to do that, we need increased revenue. NAMI supports raising taxes.
Thank you so much. Welcome. Please.
Thank you. Chair Lenczewski, representatives, I'm from Duluth. It's an honor to be here. My name is Terry Matson.
Thank you. I was just going to ask you to be next because I know you have to get to Duluth. Thank you.
It's been flowing around. Thank you very much, Chair Lenczewski. It's an honor to be here, and I'm speaking in support, strong support of Governor Dayton's plan to increase tourism marketing and promotion for the state of Minnesota through Explore Minnesota. I'm passionate about this opportunity and applaud the governor and his staff for putting forth the initiative. I've been actively engaged in destination marketing for nearly 3 decades and have experienced on a day-to-day basis the cause and effect of what we do with much success in Duluth and throughout Minnesota. This is a $12 billion a year industry, 240,000 jobs. It means revenue for Minnesota. Tourism works. We have a great product. We have great infrastructure. We have great resources. This is an opportunity for all of us to share more of what it is we love about this place. The fact of the matter is we need to be more competitive in selling this destination. Explore Minnesota does a fantastic job, but when you look at the situation comparatively, we are seriously underfunded. That makes a difference in Minnesota's bottom line. There are very few opportunities for government, state government, local governments to actually increase revenues, create more jobs. This is a win-win. Minnesota is currently ranked 30th or more in terms of funding tourism promotion efforts. More importantly, we're at a serious disadvantage with our closest neighbors. States like Wisconsin, Michigan, $25 million a year compared to 8. We're losing serious opportunities. So this is a chance to make Minnesota more competitive. There's an 8-to-1 return on investment for every tax dollar. Let's do everything we can to share what it is we love about Minnesota and benefit so many other programs with increased revenues. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for being here. And I guess I got one off to the wrong way, so now we're going to do a couple of antis. And we've got Mr. Wilcox has to get to Grand Rapids, and he's an anti. If he is around, and Mr. Hernandez Winona,
Madam
an
Chair,
anti?
I don't know if they're antis, they have concerns.
Have concerns, of course.
Thank you.
And Mr. Enger, Bemidji. So we want to get you up here too. So are any of you here who could speak about your concerns?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Noah Wilcox.
Yes, okay.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Grand Rapids is a long drive.
Thank you.
I'm a fourth-generation community bank owner. Put another way, I'm a fourth-generation small business owner. I'm also the volunteer chairman of the Independent Community Bankers of Minnesota. I've got my own three-legged stool, much like the commissioner. Mine's a three-legged stool of concern. And in particular, the first leg is the sales tax expansion and the impact to the banks that Mr. Skilbred talked about, so I'm going to let that one go. The governor's business-to-business tax proposals, which I'm not going to spend a lot of time on. And the third leg, the most important leg, is the income tax that does not disallow pass-through income to small business owners. Minnesota has the highest number of subchapter S community banks in the country. It also has the third highest number of bank charters in the entire nation. You've got a lot of revenue and jobs being driven just off those businesses. In addition to that, there are another 100,000 S-corps, 62,000 partnerships, and 362,000 sole proprietorships that could potentially be impacted by not disallowing K-1 type income for those businesses. In my instance, as a subchapter S company, under this proposal, if it goes through, my effective tax rate as a community bank owner will be higher than Wells Fargo, U.S. Bank, and TCF. My customer, Glenn's Army Navy, and I'm sad to see that my representative Van Zels is not here tonight, Glenn's Army Navy will have an effective tax rate higher than that of Cabela's. Burgraff's Ace Hardware, located in Grand Rapids, Foston, Duluth, and one more location, will have a higher tax rate than Lowe's and Home Depot. And I would ask you to think about that in terms of whether or not that makes sense, and the fact that small businesses provide 90% of the jobs in the state of Minnesota, and they are the ones that are driving jobs. Thank you for your time.
Please. Are you with concerns?
Yes.
Okay, please.
All right. I'd like to ask everyone with an electronic device to please turn them off, put your seat backs and tray tables in their full and upright position, and otherwise the aircraft will have problems flying. My name is Patrick Allgaier. I'm president of the North Central Business Travel Association. I'm here representing more than 100 companies who are responsible for managing over $412 million in travel spend annually. The North Central Business Travel Association is an affiliate of the Global Business Travel Association, which represents more than $250 billion in corporate travel spend. I rise in opposition to certain aspects of House File 677, Governor Mark Dayton's tax proposal. Our members are under no illusions to the budget issues that our government faces, but as Minnesota strives to make itself a premier business and leisure destination, it must consider the impact these tax proposals will have on our state and the industry. Taxing travel services and travel agencies will send a profoundly anti-business message to the entire Minnesota travel industry, and perhaps even more detrimental to potential companies and financial interests considering business opportunities within the state. Of equal concern is the proposal to increase the tax rate on rental cars to 9.2%. This would move Minneapolis past New York and Las Vegas, and just behind Chicago and Boston as one of the highest taxed cities in the U.S., as ranked by the Global Business Travel Association, Travel Taxes in the U.S., the Best and Worst Cities to Visit, September 2012. Companies like mine and others in business travel industry are hard hit by the continuing uncertainty of the current business climate and sluggish economy in our country. During these difficult economic times, corporations and individuals are thinking more carefully than ever about how to spend their limited travel funds, and many are delaying or canceling long-planned business trips. To burden our industry with further taxation at this time would negatively impact our customers and potential economic growth for our state. I'd like to leave you with some facts about Minnesota provided by Hospitality Minnesota. Minnesota hospitality is a $10 billion industry, more than 261,000 employees, and there's a couple more that you can find on their website. But I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today and considering these facts.
Thank you so much. Steve Reeves, Jenny Foster, Sarah Chamberlain, Jeff Gardner, any of those people here?
I'm here.
Oh, great. Thank you. Perfect.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Sarah Chamberlain. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening. I'm here tonight to speak about the work I do that would not be possible with a budget that reflects our Minnesota values. I work in human services with developmentally disabled adults at their work sites. By providing support and assistance with vocational tasks and training, these individuals are able to thrive. They are able to learn, to grow, to set and meet their goals. These individuals work very hard every day to be able to do some of the tasks that we often take for granted. Having consistent staffing levels and quality programming is critical to the success of these individuals. In previous years and in previous budgets, we've seen plenty of cuts, and we've been asked to do more with less. This trend cannot continue if we want to make sure these clients get the support they need. The revenue raised in the governor's proposal assures that human services programs like this are successful and that individuals that need them get the quality care all Minnesotans deserve. The revenue in the governor's budget means that for the first time in nearly 10 years, these important programs don't get cut. It's very important that we get the revenue to properly fund this program and the numerous other programs that have been underfunded for a decade. I've sat here tonight and listened to several people talk about how this could be burdensome to this agency or that business, and I ask you to think about the Minnesotans and the agencies that have already been overburdened with decreased budgets and increased needs for so long. For these reasons, I ask you to support the governor's tax proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Kent Hernandez or Bob Enger here?
Bob Enger here, and Kent Gernander is right.
Okay, please. These are people who have to leave and have concerns. If someone can.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Robert Enger. I am the president of the Minnesota State Bar Association. I will first say that the Minnesota State Bar Association does applaud the governor in his attempt to go ahead and add more money, more revenue, especially for the justice system and the justice programs. Unfortunately, I am also here as a member of the Minnesota State Bar Association, the largest professional association voluntary in the state. It's more than 16,000 members for more than 10 years have opposed a tax on legal services. And one of the reasons why, and the primary reason why, is it really is a misery tax. You tax legal services. You don't use a lawyer every day of the week. You know, some people don't use a lawyer in their entire lifetime. But when you do use a lawyer, you are using that attorney to protect yourself, to protect your property, to be made even, to be made right. Taxing an individual who has no money to pay for a bankruptcy and then put a tax on top of that is only making it more miserable. Taxing an individual who is fighting for custody of their child or their children and putting a tax on that, not just to talk about being in the courtroom, but to tax it, is putting more misery on that family. It's the consumer who is going to suffer. It is the consumer who will be the one paying the tax. Make no mistake about it. You put a tax on legal services, the client is going to be paying that tax. It's not the attorneys who will be paying that tax. There's a lot more that could be said about it. There's constitutional issues you have to question, administration questions that you have to discuss. You have privacy and conflict of issues. You've got all sorts of questions that need to be addressed. I do want to take the time to thank everyone for giving us the opportunity and for allowing me to have this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Enger, and I thank everybody who's waiting. We really appreciate that everyone's trying to be fair here. Are you Mr. Gernandez?
I'm Kent Gernander, and I'm on the same side. Do you want to?
Gernander. Please go ahead. We'll just do two on the other.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Kent Gernander. I live near Rushford and have practiced law in Minnesota for something over 40 years, where I represent individuals, businesses, and nonprofits in a variety of matters, mostly of a civil nature. I'm also a former president of the State Bar Association, and I have some sense of deja vu again. I appeared here in 2001 to testify against a proposal to extend the sales tax to legal services and other business services. The proposal was then rejected by a Democratic Senate and a Republican House, as it had been on, I think, 3 previous occasions. As for other states, there are only a few that currently tax legal services, a couple of them for fairly unique reasons. It's certainly not something that is prevalent in other jurisdictions. It's been considered in a number and rejected. 2 states, Florida and Massachusetts, imposed a sales tax on services and promptly repealed those taxes, which proved to be highly unpopular and extremely difficult to administer. As Bob indicated, we regard the tax as unfair in that sales taxes are generally regressive in nature. They're sometimes justified as being taxes on choices to consume products or services. In the case of legal services, few of our clients have that elective choice. They come to us in times of need, and this would be an added burden to people who are already dealing with difficult situations. It's also a burden on transactions subject to other taxes, such as property transfers and estate distributions. It's proved difficult to administer. It's disproportionately borne by individuals and small businesses who can't bring legal services in-house. It's proved to be a bad tax policy and has been regarded as such in the past. We recognize the current budget situation, but that doesn't make bad tax on social policy any better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gernander. Appreciate everyone's patience. Mr. Reeves, is that right? No. Okay.
I'm not.
You are you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening. My name is Michael Lindholt. I am a 9-year snowplow driver for the state of Minnesota.
Thank you for being here. You've been waiting. Yes, thank you.
As I said, I'm a 9-year snowplow driver for the Department of Transportation. I plow your roads, inspect your bridges so they don't fall down, and maintain the state highway system. In state emergencies like snow emergencies and disasters, we are some of the first to arrive and some of the last to go home. Each year I have watched as mine and other state agencies are forced to do more with less. This year alone in snow emergencies, if snow falls on our highways, we sit with trucks sitting and waiting in their shops with no one to drive them. Yet Minnesota has continued to grow and budgets and cities and counties have continued to be cut to the bone. We do the work as public employees and take pride in our jobs. And in Minnesota, year after year, Minnesota seems to face deficit after deficit, and programs important to our communities like transportation face cuts. The tax committee doesn't only decide how to raise revenue, but you decide whether the programs and funds in the legislature will continue to be in jeopardy, or whether Minnesota will finally put you on a path of fiscal health. The governor's tax bill puts Minnesota back on track for growth and funds state agencies like mine who have been in desperate need of more help. The bill equally grows Minnesota and deters further job loss across the state due to balancing the budget lately on the backs of public employees. Things like cutting agencies. I ask that you look at this tax bill and fairly grow Minnesota and support the governor's bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Steve Reeves. I live in White Bear Lake, and I'm a taxpayer. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all tonight. I work for Ramsey County for the Parks Department as a maintenance and operations worker. I keep our parks, golf courses, and indoor ice arenas clean and safe. The important work I perform for Ramsey County residents is supported by property taxes and user fees, both of which the county has had to raise and raise again as the state has cut support for local government services in my community and throughout the state of Minnesota. Due to reductions in staff, it takes us until nearly noon sometimes to accomplish tasks that have wrapped up usually by 9 a.m. in prior years. We have to spend more time on regular maintenance and less time on beautification of our parks and facilities. I believe the services I provide are critical. Our parks and facilities provide kids and their parents the opportunity to be active, stay fit, and have fun. The reason I support Governor Dayton's tax plan is that it will help our department provide the great quality of life the citizens of Minnesota and Ramsey County provide. Or deserves, sorry.
Thank you very much. And David Aquilina, Stephen Frans, Jason Springer, Katie Togram, Madajan, I'm not sure I got that right, Todd Huschel, Mike Melstead, Jenny Wright Collins, Jeff Gardner, Lori Lauder, and then we've got Jan Callison, Myra Miles. Welcome. Can you tell us who you are?
Jeff Gardner.
Jeff Gardner.
I can go off
Are
the
you
list.
on the concerns list?
Actually, no, technically not.
Are you on the concerns list? Yes, Mr.
Yes, I am.
Straczynski. Can we just hold for a second? Please, welcome. Please, Mr. Straczynski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Bill Straczynski, and I'm here this evening speaking on behalf of the Securities Industry and Financial Markets Association. We'll give you a little bit different perspective on some of this. SIFMA, it's also known, SIFMA brings together the shared interests of hundreds of security firms, banks, and asset managers. SIFMA's mission is to support a strong financial industry, investment opportunity, capital formation, job creation, and economic growth while building trust and confidence in the financial markets. SIFMA's foundation, also an affiliate, is dedicated to fostering knowledge and understanding of the financial markets for all individuals of all backgrounds. SIFMA and its members oppose the imposition of the sales tax on financial services. For SIFMA, the sales tax on service would likely lead to decreased in business activity and employment in the state and would increase the cost of doing business in Minnesota. For individual investors, this tax would unexpectedly increase the cost of savings, retirement, and college education. Here are some points we'd like you to consider. A tax on financial services discourages investment. It was proposed, or reported, in January in 2013 on WCCO that the personal savings rate of the nation's youngest generation is increasingly in peril. Efforts should be made for financial planning and savings should be made more attractive, not less attractive. Point number 2, a tax on financial services will cause investors to avoid seeking professional advice. Many Minnesotans wisely turn to financial professionals to guide them through the process. A tax on brokerage fees and services and investment counseling would create a distinctive disincentive to use these valuable services. Point number 3, a tax on financial services would be negatively impact the state's economy. There are 13,000 active registered representatives in Minnesota, 490 investment advisor firms, 80 and 1.7 million investors. We encourage you to not impose this business-to-business sales tax. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gardner, please.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Jeff Gardner. I own the Laundry Doctor. It's a self-service laundry located not too far from here at Selby and Dale. We also offer commercial laundry and dry cleaning services. I am the volunteer president of the Minnesota Coin Laundry Association. We represent more than 100 self-service laundry businesses in the state of Minnesota. I've owned my business since 2001, and I have a variety of customers, particularly in the self-service coin laundry business. I have 39 washers and 40 dryers. Many of my customers live in the neighborhood and cannot afford their own washer and dryer. They come to my business so that they can have clean clothing and linens for their family. I thank Governor Dayton for including the exemption for coin laundries in H.F. 677, and briefly want to explain that the exemption should be maintained in any tax bill extending the sales tax. First, it is fundamentally appropriate to exempt self-service laundries because our business is not a service. We provide the ability for people to do their own laundry using our machines. Unlike dry cleaning, where we do the work, our customers do the work. In addition, this exemption protects low-income renters, senior citizens on fixed income, students, and others who cannot afford washers and dryers their own and cannot afford to pay more taxes. Imposing sales tax on self-service laundries is regressive. The median household income for regular self-service laundry customers is $23,000 per year. The self-service laundry provides basic public health service to the community. Clean clothes are not a necessity. They are not an optional or luxury service. Those families visiting local laundries each week rely on these services for their health and safety of their families. From a tax collection perspective, the removal of this exemption would result in a de facto gross receipts tax on self-service laundry owners.
Mr. Garner, sorry.
I'm sorry.
A red sign.
I wasn't looking up.
Yes.
I think you get the point.
And we appreciate your testimony. We really appreciate you waiting and being here. And you are you on the pro or against? Or
Good evening, Chair Lenczewski. I'm Tony Carter, Ramsey County Commissioner.
Yes, and we have you on both lists.
You do?
Yes.
Okay.
So we're not
well, then
sure,
let me just speak. Thank you so much. I'm really glad to be here on behalf tonight of the Association of Minnesota Counties, of which I am the first vice president.
Thank you.
And I'm here, first of all, to express my deep gratitude and that of counties for Governor Dayton's having opened a very important conversation about tax reform in our state this year and for bringing forward a proposal that finally actually brings balance and long-term structural balance to our budget in the state. I also want to offer our thanks to you for having us here and hearing all of us tonight, continuing this important work. As you know, county finances are closely tied to the state's budget, and so over the past decade, counties have been deeply impacted by the series of deficits that we've seen at the state. Between 2001 and 2010, total state aid to counties declined by 30% after adjusting for inflation. So this steep reduction in funding has forced counties to make many difficult decisions, and it's had a significant impact on rising property taxes across the state. Counties are eager to see the state regain the stable footing and strengthen the state-county relationship as we've seen it erode over the past decade. We especially want to thank Governor Dayton for his support of cities and counties in the budget, for his focus on reducing the reliance on property taxes. The bill before us does provide $40 million a year in additional funding in county program aid. That would restore roughly 40% of the cut in county program aid since 2002. In addition, I'd also like to note that the bill makes possible significant investments in our statewide health improvement program and county veteran services, modernizing health and human services technology systems, and many other funding opportunities that are critical to us. AMC is strongly supportive of the governor's proposal that will require online retailers to collect sales tax. Lastly, we're eager to continue our longstanding conversation with the legislature about restoring the sales tax exemption for cities and counties, especially during this year of tax reform. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I want to add, we have a woman who's pregnant who would like to be moved up, and we want to move her up so she can get her sleep. And I don't know her name, but come on down. And then we have a couple people who have to catch transit, and transit does stop at some point here, so folks who have to take the bus should come down. Please, to the testifier at the table, go right ahead. I don't know. Yes, please.
Thank you so much. Madam Chair and members of the committee, good evening. My name is Angie Silling. I am a volunteer for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. I am a mother, a college educator in the state of Minnesota, and I am here to speak in support of the tobacco tax increase in Governor Dayton's budget proposal. As an educator in the healthcare field, I see the impact tobacco has on my students. In fact, just today we went over the tobacco chapter in my drug use and abuse class. I begin my lecture today asking the class, who here is a current smoker or used to smoke? I unfortunately wasn't shocked that 90% of the class raised their hands. My next question posed was, how many of you were under the age of 18 when you started to smoke? Again, I saw a large majority of the hands fly up. I also included myself with a raised hand as I began smoking at the age of 13. Tobacco kept me addicted until I went through the grueling process of quitting at the age of 22. My family knows where the downward spiral of tobacco use leads. My father-in-law, Warren, is a small business owner in Minnesota. He introduced me to my husband, and to my 2.5-year-old son, he is known as Papa. He is also a lifelong smoker who started in his teens. In the last few months, Warren has started to have some common side effects from smoking. My worst fear came true recently. On Christmas Day, when he stepped into my house, he fell on the floor. We immediately ended up in the ER. Warren will now have surgeries and long-term treatments to deal with his tobacco-related conditions. My heart breaks for our family, for my son, who is 2.5, and for the child I have on the way. I don't know if they'll have a grandpa in their lives. I also worry about my students. I told Warren I'd be testifying, and he was exciting. You see, he supports an increase in the tobacco tax. He knows it would help him quit and others battling their addiction. But most of all, he doesn't want his grandkids to start. By raising the tobacco tax, we could make these dangerous cancer-causing substances less accessible for our younger generation to start the smoking habit. Thank you again for your time tonight.
Thank you. We want to go to two people with concerns. You
Okay.
have concerns? Please.
I do. Okay.
Go ahead.
First of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. My name is Julie Buchanan, and I actually am here speaking Sandy Kolb in her place. I own World Class Travel Leaders, and that's in Bloomington, Minnesota. We've been there for 21 years, and I'm here to express my opposition to the 5.5% possible sales tax for travel agencies. Excuse me, I have a little cold. It would be devastating to my business as well as all the travel agents in the state of Minnesota. And in the state of Minnesota, there were approximately 4,000 travel agents, full-time travel agents. And to understand why it would be devastating, I think you need to understand our business model. Most people don't understand how travel agents get paid. Basically what it is that we are not, the vendors are, the sale goes to the vendors. So we collect the money for the vendors, and the sale might be $20,000 sale. Out of that, only about 7% of it is what we make our money on. So the airlines, the hotels, the car rentals, the cruises, we're collecting it, but we're passing it on. So it's a pass-through of the money to the vendors. So having said that, if we are being taxed 5.5% on the total sale, And as an example, if I had a $100,000 sale and 75% of that was airline travel for a corporate travel agency and the rest was hotels and cars, we would make about $5,500 in revenue and be billed the same amount. 5.5% times 100,000 is about the same, so we'd be losing money. So thank you for listening, and we hope that you'll consider our request, and if anything, sorry, I can't remember what I was going to say. Exempt us from the tax bill. Yeah, thank you.
So thank you, Ms. Buchanan.
Thank
And
you.
do you have concerns? We need another person with concerns. Please. Please.
My name is Kate Madonna Hines, and tonight I'll be testifying on behalf of SMC Pros.
Thank you.
As the operations leader of a social media agency that is on goal to triple our revenue this year, adding over 21 people, I find the bill convoluted and concerning. To compete in the national marketplace, we'll either have to drop our prices by 5.5%, which would cost us about 1/3 of those new jobs, or find another way to eat the cost, including passing it on to our customer. This bill threatens our growth in every way possible. Let's focus instead on less waste, attracting more companies of growth to our state. This will not only affect the average consumer slightly, however, it's going to affect the very core of Minnesota's businesses and their shareholders and those that invest within us. With less investments, more red tape, less profit, we are likely chancing the loss of growth and innovation in our great Minnesota. No programs are currently in place to collect sales tax from the professional services companies. This isn't a Democrat or Republican issue. This is a Minnesota issue. There are no systems in place for most Minnesota businesses to even collect this type of tax. It will cost money both in training and compliance. This is a hidden tax on consumers. The real bottom line is it's a hidden cost in the transactions, and most businesses will have to build it in. The Bill 677 will affect all Minnesota families and businesses, from home prices to repairs to legal bills and business consulting. Let's propose a different bill with more transparency and look at the real factors of waste in our budget. This isn't about not wanting to pay our fair share. It's about wanting to provide job growth and innovation when we are feeling very bound in red tape. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. So do we have a pro person of all the people I've already listed? Okay. Please, I can say them again: Jenny Foster, Steve Morse, Christy Collier, Jennifer Thomas. People should just come forward. Jan Kellison, Ron Elwood. So a pro person, please. Neither of you? Okay.
I'm on the concerns, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, we'll go to
Snuck in
concerns
here.
and then we'll double back again. So
All right,
go
Madam
ahead.
Chair. My name's Roger Ernst, and I represent the Elementary and Secondary Principals Association in the Minnesota State High School League. We're here tonight, and this large list of testifiers is buried in the tax code. Deep in there's a small little provision that exempts high school activities, basketball games, school plays, fine arts activities, all of our extracurriculars from sales tax, as well as our Minnesota State High School League activities. I might say that the High School League sales tax has a special provision that what we would pay in the sales tax actually goes into a foundation that we use to fund primarily activity fees for needy families and then other activities for schools. You've heard all the arguments all night. We certainly, this is a small sales tax exemption, as you hear from everyone. We think ours is important. As you make the difficult choices as to which ones are going to be retained, we ask that this one be one of those that is indeed retained. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Aronson, for being here. Is one of the pros at the table, or can you come quickly? Corey Cusick, Damon Kapke, Simon Raddick, somebody? If you're aware that some of these people have left, send us a note, because I'm trying not to keep calling people that left. Ms. Louder.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. My name is Lori Louder. I'm the Director of Business and Intergovernmental Affairs at the St. Paul Port Authority, whose mission is to assist growing businesses, create quality job opportunities, and expand the tax base. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the bill regarding economic development. The Port Authority supports a budget package that provides funding that results in Minnesota's increased global and nationwide competitiveness. We need to build for the future. It is important that this budget provide revenues to fund important economic development activities. Without this, Minnesota won't have adequate tools to compete with other states, grow our local businesses, and attract investment from other countries. I have a couple of areas of important economic development activity to mention to you. There are many, many, but I'll mention two. St. Paul Harbor, river shipping infrastructure. Dock walls, as you may know, serve as highway-like infrastructure for river shipping businesses engaged in global commerce. However, they're old. They need reconstruction. They've been built during the 30s and the 40s and the 50s. There's more work to be done. And this is not just for St. Paul, but across the state for the water-based ports. Secondly, brownfield sites, contamination cleanup for ultimate business development, tax-based growth, and job development. Give you an example, River Bend Business Center, which is along Shepherd Road and the Mississippi River in St. Paul. There were significant state funds that were needed to make this 22-acre site developable. And it is developable now. We're filling it up with businesses. And I'm pleased to report that among other companies in there, we have just scored a nice win for Minnesota with the Japanese company called Matsura Machinery. U.S. Distribution Center is now moving in there. In summary, Madam Chair, funding has been unpredictable in past years. It's gone up and down. We need a stable revenue stream and structurally balanced budget that will allow us to be prepared when business expansion and redevelopment opportunities arise. Lastly, we need a 21st century revenue system that provides for stability and a better future for businesses, children, and the community at large. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome, please.
My name is David Aquilina. I have journeyed all the way from Minneapolis to be here this evening. I believe I am the first person to appear before you in a bow tie this evening. All the more reason to pay very close attention. And I love Minnesota so much, I've moved here twice. I have the smallest possible of small businesses. I am the sole proprietor of a consulting business with one employee, me. As a strategic storyteller, I provide public relations services to businesses in Minnesota and other states as well. I've heard over and over again representatives from the governor's office declare that the proposed reductions in the state corporate tax and state property tax would reduce business costs and thereby mitigate the impact of the business-to-business sales tax. That may be true for large corporations, but not for small business. Legally, I operate as a sole proprietor. Because I report my business income on my personal income tax returns, as do many people like me who run their businesses as sole proprietorships or LLCs, a reduction in the state corporate tax rate has no impact on me and would not offset the B2B sales tax. Ditto any changes in the property taxes. The governor's representatives continue to argue that the imposition of the B2B sales tax would be made by the state and would not breach any contracts. Every contract I have ever signed with my business clients during the past 13 years has included a provision that stipulates that I am 100% responsible for any taxes under our agreements. I've just got one more point to make, please. I've not finished this year's taxes, so I went back and took a look at last year's returns and calculated what I would have paid in the B2B sales tax. It would have come out of my own pocket, and it would have come to 70 to 75% of what I actually paid in state income taxes.
Thank you, Mr. Aquilina.
Somehow, I don't see that as a benefit. Thank you so very much for your time.
Testimony. Please. We're on the pro-governor side. Commissioner Callison.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for your attention at this late hour and after a very long evening. My name is Jan Callison. I'm a member of the Hennepin County Board of Commissioners. I also serve on the Board of Directors for HCMC, Hennepin County Medical Center. So I have a fairly keen appreciation for the impact that a budget has on property taxes. HCMC is the state's largest safety net hospital, serving patients from all parts of the state. 45% of its revenue comes from the Medicaid program. Any cuts to Medicaid affect HCMC greatly. Last session, cuts to the Emergency Medical Assistance Program cost HCMC $11 million annually. We appreciate the restoration of medical education and research cost funds in the governor's budget. As a teaching hospital responsible for training many of the doctors across the state, these important funds help us meet the need for trained medical professionals all across Minnesota. We hope the legislature will adopt a balanced approach that first provides adequate revenue to balance the budget without shifting costs to Hennepin County property taxpayers, and second, that provides the state with financial stability and counties with financial predictability for the future. And I'd like to read just the first sentence from our platform this year, which is to enact broad reform of the tax system to reduce reliance upon property taxes and to address the issues of revenue adequacy, stability, accountability, modernization, and regressivity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Dana Bartocci, and I'm Jenny White had to leave, so I am
The name again, who are you filling in for there?
Jenny White.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Dana Bartocci, and I'm a volunteer at this late hour. I'm from White Bear Lake, and I volunteer for the YMCA. I've missed my children's bedtime. I have missed my bedtime because I am that passionate about the YMCA as a charitable organization. As a small child, my mother died at a time when there were no assistance for parents, no after-school programs. The YMCA was my home. I give back now to this charitable organization through the YMCA's Youth and Government program. Students and kids across the entire state come and sit in these very seats and do a mock legislature. I work specifically with a very low-income population of these students that would never have this opportunity but for the scholarships given by the YMCA, a charitable organization. I bring this up in this context, first because the YMCA is a very important charitable organization, and it's fundamentally wrong to tax its members and memberships. And also, this tax would limit the opportunities our kids have to participate in these programs. By applying additional taxes to our membership and our programs, we would be unable to fund. We allow anybody into our programs, whether they can afford them or not. We provide child care. We provide these mock legislatures for our kids. One of the children I've worked with over the past 4 years said we were one of the only stable influences in his life. He is now in community college. His dad and mom both were in the prison system at one point in time, and he was bused to the program. So I really encourage you to support this. I agree with the governor saying we need to invest in our kids. Taxing the YMCA, a charitable organization, and its members and membership is not the way to do it. It has the opposite effect. Thank you.
Thank you. And by the way, you were on our list. We found you. So you were both on the woman you mentioned and you. And we have 2 U of M students who have to get to transit, Corey Cusick and Simon Radek, I think. Are they still here? Or did they leave? Come on up. Okay. And they're on the pro side. So we're going to have these folks go, and then we'll do 2 on the other side. Please.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Corey Cusick, and I came down here today from Duluth, Minnesota. I've lived there my entire life. I went to public school there, and that's really what I'm here to talk about today. Between kindergarten and 12th grade, things just sort of progressively got worse up there. We had far too many students for just the number of teachers there, and I recall in a world history class that I took, we had about a half dozen kids over the maximum occupancy set up by the fire marshal, and they all had to sit on the floor all semester. And that's not a quality education. And I mean, I always sort of grew up thinking that I'd just sort of stick around in Duluth and, you know, raise a family there. But I can't in good conscience, and I can't imagine any of you could either, send your children to a school where they can expect to sit on the floor and not get the attention that they need from the teachers. I mean, that's not a quality education. And that's exactly what happens when the education's not receiving enough funding. That's why I'm here today in support of Governor Dayton's tax proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Cusick. We appreciate you being here. And is it, please, you tell us your name.
Radecki, yeah.
Radecki, thank you.
So, Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Simon Radecki. I'm a graduate of the University of Minnesota Duluth. I live here in St. Anthony Village. I am testifying tonight as a concerned citizen. For me, the governor's budget provides a great foundation for our tax system. It is, however, wanting in regard to its scope. I believe that there should be more accountability when it comes to corporate taxation. Repeatedly, large corporations have paid as little as zero income tax in our state. To me, any meaningful discussion of tax reform should include disclosure of some amount of corporate tax returns. While it is true that private citizens do not have to disclose their returns, I'm struck by the disparity in testimony tonight. On one hand, we've heard stories from folks who struggle just to get by. On the other hand, we've heard from business leaders and industry representatives about how this bill would make even more of their employees they're responsible for struggle to get by. My point is that with power comes responsibility. If responsible employers want to take care of their employees, we should learn just how negligible or near negligible taxes are made possible and how those employees benefit from such loophole exploitation, if at all. Honestly, it's hard to even have a discussion about reform without knowledge of what reforms need to be made in regard to these loopholes. We are past the point at which double tracking and other policies, many of which exploit our tax system, should be trade secrets. Thank you for letting me testify tonight.
Thank you for your testimony. Is Mr. Melstead here who has to leave and he's on the concerned side's Red Wing?
Yes.
Yes, please. And we appreciate the notes from people who have to get long drives. Mr. Melstead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, committee members. Thank you also for your service. I know it's late for you, too. I'm Mike Melstead. I'm the CEO of the Red Wing YMCA. I'm also the chair of the Minnesota Alliance of YMCAs. In Minnesota, the Ys range from Alexandria to Winona, Duluth to Worthington, and from Ely to Albert Lee. We served last year 370,000 people in 52 locations and at about another 100 program sites. In Red Wing, nearly 35% of our community are members of the YMCA as we strengthen the foundations of community there in a private organization. We understand Governor Dayton's goal of modernizing the tax system by balancing the treatment of goods and services. YMCAs, YWCAs, and JCCs, membership fees and program fees have not been exempt from sales tax for 100 years because they were services. Program fees, membership fees have been exempt at YMCAs and YWCAs and JCCs because we are charitable organizations. YMCA, YWCAs, and JCC's memberships and programs are accessible to the entire community. We provide scholarships for anyone who cannot afford the full price of fees. And in Pretty Red Wing, it may surprise you to hear that 1 in 5 of our members is there on a scholarship, and 1 in 5 of our program participants is there on a scholarship. In the last few years, the number of people coming to us because they have lost their jobs, because they have lost their benefits, because they have lost their place has simply been overwhelming. Raising costs will reduce participation and probably increase scholarship requests for us at the same time. Please reconsider taxing YMCA, YWCA, and JCC programs and memberships. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Thompson or Steve Morse, Christy Collier, Jennifer Thomas. You need a pro. Folks got to kind of move here. Please. Go ahead. No, I mean, one of you, please start testifying. Thank you.
My name is Christy Collier.
We have to adjourn by midnight under House rules, okay? So,
my name is Christy Collier, and I am the mother of a 16-year-old daughter that is living with bipolar and Asperger's. My daughter came into the world very much a blessing. She's an infertility baby. Rather quickly, though, I started to notice little things about my daughter's development. She struggled with appropriate interactive play. She was overly aggressive with her peers and showed a lack of boundaries. By the time my daughter entered preschool, I requested the school psychologist to observe her. The report came back that she was darn cute and rather precocious. By age 4, the same staff asked if they could move her to a special preschool. Smaller numbers and more staff observations. Fast forward, my daughter experienced one of her first manic episodes in 4th grade. I had seen rages and meltdowns at home, and I tried to warn the staff. They felt this information was not important. My daughter tossed chairs, tried to tip tables, kicked and screamed, and was removed aggressively in front of her peers during the school day. As she still does to this day, she then screamed until finally falling asleep. My daughter has had 5 costly psychiatric hospitalizations. My daughter has had 3 costly EBD school setting placements. I have holes in my walls. I work hard to cover up my own bruises from her meltdowns. I have cried uncontrollably after services have been cut, or I've discovered another missed milestone in my daughter's development. I have had some of the best doctors work with my daughter. At 8, I flew her to Bethesda, Maryland, to the National Institute of Mental Health to try to seek services for her. Once I returned home, I spent 6 years driving from Minnetonka to the Mayo Clinic to get the best services for her. The governor has put more money into his budget so that children could be helped like mine. Please support his efforts to raise this revenue and fund programs that are needed. Thank you.
Thank you. So, someone with concerns? Please. Please. We are going to go every other for the rest of the time here, so, because we...
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Steve Frans. I'm a state tax lawyer, which means that I don't get many invitations to dinner, and I had the time and ability to come and talk to you tonight about the state tax issues presented in the budget bill. In particular, I wanted to talk with you about the digital tax proposal that's included there. And there are 3 technical tax issues that you should consider as you look at that language. One is what I think of as taxability. What becomes taxable if that language is included? 2 is a sourcing issue. Where should the particular transactions in the digital world be sourced? Which state should have the right to tax them? Is it Minnesota or other states, or both Minnesota and possibly other states? And 3 is the nexus issue. On taxability, the language in the digital tax proposal, it's clear that it applies to digital movies, music, books. It also applies to remotely accessed software. And what does that mean? Well, much of the app world on your mobile device, and I've seen many of you on your phones tonight in the audience as well, much of the app world would be subject to tax. But what else? And this is where even the National Conference of State Legislatures, in a set of principles it adopted, cautioned to go down the road of taxing digital cautiously. Because when you start to think about what else becomes subject to tax, you realize very quickly that earlier we heard ATM fees would be subject to tax. Anything that touches a computer in the transmission or execution would be subject to tax under the language. Medical monitoring services, if I wear a pacemaker that's monitored remotely, blood monitoring and all kinds of medical devices that are using our cellular networks would also be subject to tax. Truck monitoring services. So there are a lot of business inputs as well as consumer things that would be subject to tax that you may or may not intend to subject to tax. On the sourcing world, I'm here in Minneapolis. If I download something to my device here, should it be taxed in Minnesota, or should it be taxed at my billing address where I live, or should it be taxed where the server that the download comes from is located? Those are all possibilities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please.
My name is Jennifer Thomas. My husband and I are parents of 4 children, and we live in Maple Grove. I want to tell you about my 12-year-old son, Aaron, who is currently inpatient at the hospital where he has been for the past 34 days due to complex mental health symptoms. One of Aaron's most challenging symptoms is having scary and negative thoughts that he doesn't understand, are hard to get out of his mind, and not typical for children his age or any children. These thoughts can get in the way of his relationships, paying attention at school, and it is difficult for us as parents to understand how best to help our son. Aaron has even said at times that he'd rather not live at home or go to school because he's afraid he could hurt his siblings or classmates if his symptoms get out of control. He relies on medications, therapies, and other services for his treatment to work. But there are barriers to us as parents in getting the help for our son. One change that could help his families like ours is having medical assistance fund consultation and psychoeducational sessions with our child's mental health providers so we as parents can better learn how to support a child's mental health needs. And secondly, it would help if parents' health plans could be built for a child's mental health services that are provided right inside the school through school-linked mental health grants. This would decrease the time children miss school, reduce the likelihood that a child with mental health symptoms is suspended rather than treated, and decrease the time parents spend away from work transporting their children to appointments and responding to school calls of suspension. To conclude, I want to show you a picture that Aaron's sister Emma drew as an in-class assignment this past fall. It's her portrayal of our family of 6. Emma shows her dad and 3 siblings all standing behind one another in a line that I am at the front of, and we are all facing in the same direction, holding on to the person in front of us in a collective effort to hold on to Aaron, who is hanging down below at risk of falling further. He looks sad, but he is equally holding on. I ask you tonight to please support family psychoeducation to be billed in medical assistance and as well school-linked mental health grants, both parts of the governor's proposal. Thank you, and Madam Chair, I have a copy of my daughter's picture to pass around to the committee, if that's allowed.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Well, we appreciate that. Are you on concerns?
Concern.
And we do want to let Mr. Reinitz know he should come up. He needs to drive to Little Falls. I don't know who that is, but go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. My name is Todd Hauschel. I'm the president and CEO of SWAT Solutions, which is a Minnesota-based IT consulting company.
Yes.
We're about 75 employees representing 75 Minnesota families. Okay. I'm here representing the Minnesota High Tech Association. I am on the board of the MHTA, and we represent over 300 high-tech companies, both large and small, that operate in Minnesota. Minnesota companies employ 121,000 high-tech workers, narrowly defined, who earn an average of nearly $80,000 a year. That's well above the average Minnesota salary of $45,000. These are the type of jobs that we really want to promote and that drive the Minnesota economy, including telecommunications, manufacturing, and health service companies. Likely more than 250,000 Minnesotans work in the technology field. We support the upfront capital equipment exemption and the affiliate nexus tax provisions, and we're glad to see that they remain in the governor's proposal. We do have concerns, however, in the areas. We oppose taxing business-to-business services. This will damage small service companies mostly, even to the extent of potentially going out of business. To remain competitive, these small service providers will be forced to absorb the taxes that are put on this. The large companies, primarily the customers, will not increase what they will pay. Taxing services that businesses consume is different than taxing services that individuals consume. Individuals are consuming a final product, whereas businesses are preparing for the final product. We oppose elimination of the foreign royalties deduction, which rewards companies' intellectual property success abroad. Eliminating will remove a strong incentive to keep high-tech jobs here in Minnesota, moving in the opposite direction of where we need to be going. We'd also like to see 2 very important programs for Minnesota's high-tech industry expanded in the next biennium: the R&D tax credit and the angel investor tax credit. We recommend that the legislature expand eligible R&D expenditures and the angel fund at $44 million for the biennium, as program funds will also most certainly run out through the mid-year. I really appreciate the time, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for being with us. Mr. Elwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Ron Elwood with Legal Aid. Thank you very much for your patience and allowing me to spend my birthday here with you today.
Happy birthday.
But we really felt it was important to lend our voice to those who believe that investments in programs that support low-income families, build assets, and move to financial stability is vital. Programs like the Child Care Assistance, Tax Preparation Assistance, Working Family Tax Credit, and investments of this nature require revenues. And they also stave off the devastating cuts of the last decades, like cuts to the Consolidated Fund that support emergency assistance and work supports. So lots of moving parts in this bill, but in the end, I hope that you allow sufficient revenue to invest in low-income families in Minnesota. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Jason Sprenger. I'm the president of Game Changer Communications, a local PR agency.
Thank you.
I also am here as the secretary of Minnesota Public Relations Society of America, 370-member chapter, one of the 10 largest public relations societies in the country, and the thousands of employees and employers that we represent. Here to voice our opposition to the proposed sales tax on professional services. In general, 40% of our organization's members are on the agency side, so we're either agency employees or agency owners ourselves. This would put us, or those people, at a severe competitive disadvantage. We would be the only state with a tax like this. Personally speaking, 90% of my, or more than 90% of my business comes from outside the state lines, and I can't pass that on to them. I would have to eat it out of my own profitability, which would hurt my ability to grow my business, to provide wages, to do all of that related stuff, and to contribute to the economy and pay tax dollars. It's the same thing for every other agency in the state, and as you've heard others testify earlier. On the other side, there's also a compliance burden. I've estimated it would take a week or more of my billable time each year to build the infrastructure, to do the extra bookkeeping, to do the extra things that are required to administer a sales tax for my business, which of course comes right off the top line as well in terms of billability and profitability, plus the extra fees I'd have to pay an accountant to help me figure it all out. So another burden there. On the corporate side, and again, 60% of our members are either corporate marketing and PR pros or nonprofits. They're the primary consumers of our services. Their resources are strapped. They're being asked to do more with less. The situation would force them to look outside the state, even if they don't want to. And that will, of course, exacerbate the negative effect on agencies. So, again, just to wrap up, as a business owner, I see only two options for my business if this tax were to pass: a move or a close. And I don't want either one. Thank you very much.
Mr. Springer.
Madam Chair? Madam Chair?
Yes.
There's some people that have been waiting for 5 to 6 hours, and are we going to be able to get through the list before midnight?
Well, if we talk, we'll get through less if we talk about it. It doesn't appear
Can we-
we will. It
can
does
we,
not appear we will get done by midnight.
Yeah, could we possibly have people have at least 1 minute to speak?
We've
so
asked,
that everybody...
well, if we can, I think people don't feel like that's fair.
Some people will not be able to speak at all.
If we go to 1 minute, we will not get through the list either way. There are probably 60 people to go. We are trying to complete as many as we can tonight. So I'm not sure who we were just on. Was that a pro? I can't recall. An anti? Mr. Morse?
I'm a pro.
Please.
All right. Good evening, Madam Chair and distinguished committee members. My name is Tom Torgerud. I'm a parking coordinator for St. Paul College and a member of ASPE Union Council 5. I'm proud to work in higher education and to work for the citizens of this great state. I can say with confidence that I don't particularly enjoy paying taxes, and I'm certainly no expert in that field. Yet I know that the state cannot operate in a deficit from year to year, and I'm here in support of Governor Dayton's tax reform. A change is needed. The governor's tax reform will help to generate revenue, create a fairer playing field for the majority of taxpayers by asking the highest 2% earners to pay their fair share of taxes. And with the additional revenue, he would like to do things like invest in early childhood, K through 12, and higher education. I want the state to generate more revenue to fund the programs that Minnesotans need and deserve. I want to see Minnesotans be successful in their lifetime, and one of the ways to accomplish this is to invest more money into higher education and to help make higher education more affordable to Minnesotans. But this will never be accomplished by continually cutting funds for higher education year after year because we continually stay in a deficit. We owe it to the citizens of the state to invest in their future so that Minnesotans can be more competitive in the job market, so that Minnesota can offer businesses and corporations the best workforce that education can provide. And hopefully so that we'll have such a desirable workforce that these very businesses and corporations will want to make Minnesota their home. In turn, this would generate more jobs, more revenue and taxes for the state. Yet this will never happen if we keep conducting business as usual. Please invest in Minnesota's future by supporting Governor Dayton's tax reform bill.
Thank you. Mr. Reinertz. Are you here? Mr. Reinitz, please. Every second counts here, folks. Please.
Madam Chair, committee members, thank you for hearing me. By the way, you should have a handout that looks like this that has 8 or 9 questions. Thank you. My name is Bob Reinitz. I own a company called Professional Recruiters Incorporated based out of Little Falls. I've been an executive recruiter, which is different from staffing, by the way, very different business, for 30 years. I've survived 4 recessions. This last one was by far the worst. Believe it or not, over half of all independent recruiters went out of business since 2009, all small businesses. It has been a very difficult economy. Many, by the way, are still struggling, myself included. Many recruiters specialize in working very narrow niches, and then we work large geographies. Myself, for example, I specialize in recruiting high-tech industrial sales and marketing people that sell factory automation systems. I've placed in every major market of the United States, Canada, I've placed in the UK, Mexico, and Belgium. In other words, state lines don't mean anything in my business. I have several customers where I have placed 30 to 45 people with. If you add up what the sales tax would be to those customers, I'm not going to keep them as customers. They're going to go away. I can't afford this. Now, to make it worse, by the way, I had to spend a lot of my retirement money to exist since 2009. How am I supposed to make this up when I'm going to be paying 2 income taxes, which is what this is going to amount to? My customers aren't going to pay this 5.5% tax, especially if they're not a state company. I'm going to have to eat it. So the net effect is I'm paying 2 income taxes. It's just very unfair. I want to add one last thing, and I'll leave. 3 of my friends have already left the state. 3 long-term recruiting friends. One has gone to Wisconsin, one has gone to Tennessee, and one has gone to Sioux Falls because of our high taxes. This is crazy. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Morse. We need a pro here, Mr. Morse. Yeah, we've been calling your name for a good hour, so please.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Appreciate the opportunity to share a few thoughts with you at this late hour. My name is Steve Morse. I'm the Executive Director of the Minnesota Environmental Partnership, and we are a coalition of more than 75 environmental conservation organizations. We work on clean water, clean energy, and safe investments for Minnesota's future. When it comes to the state budget, we know that the strategies that have been used to balance the budget in recent years have not worked for Minnesota's great outdoors. General fund support for the conservation and environmental programs in the last biennium took a direct hit. Across the entire state general fund budget, cuts in the last biennium averaged about 5.4%. In the 5 primary environmental conservation agencies, they averaged 16.4%, more than 3 times the average overall. The biggest loser was the Pollution Control Agency, losing 40% of its general fund dollars. Ironically, these cuts to these important agencies are affecting the work that protects our water and provides access to our parks statewide. These are resources that all of us use, all of us benefit from, but they do not have a large fee base from which to operate, and they rely more heavily on general fund dollars. In the last dozen years, general fund support for our great outdoors has dropped from just over 2% of the total state budget of general fund dollars to just 0.2% in the current fiscal year. Historically, in the budget process, environmental and conservation groups focus on capital investments, fees on which we rely heavily, and working to ensure that our state's natural environment gets its fair share of the state budget pie. But it is evident that that strategy has fallen short. As the pie has been shrinking, an even smaller slice of it has been spent and targeted to the great outdoors. Minnesota Environmental Partnership has adopted the position that new revenue, fairly raised, must be part of the solution to balancing the state's budget. We commend Governor Dayton for proposing a balanced budget that doesn't rely on gimmicks or borrowing. We know that it is important so that we have the sustainable budget in future years to invest in protecting our water, maintaining our parks, and a transit system for a strong economy. For Minnesota's great outdoors, this budget proposal stops the bleeding and starts the healing. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
You've heard newspapers, ad agencies, printers, social media, and PR. I represent the 380 radio stations and the 32 television stations in the state of
And
Minnesota.
I apologize, we didn't get your name.
Steve Woodbury.
Thank you
I was
so
about
much.
to say that.
Please.
I'm the retired president and CEO of the Twin Cities Northern Lights Broadcasting, and I'm the chairman emeritus of the Minnesota Broadcasters Association. I've been managing in radio for over 40 years. Some facts regarding the impact of the ad tax on our industry. A state ad tax is not a new concept. Arizona, Florida, and our friends in Iowa adopted an ads tax and repealed it because it hurt local business and their state economies. Plus, it was an impossible tax to administrate. It's a basic premise that the advertising fuels the economy by causing consumer demand. It is one of the pillars of a free enterprise system and a basic principle of business. A Minnesota advertising tax is detrimental to Minnesota business because it reduces advertising, therefore reducing consumer stimulation for spending. It will slow our fragile economic growth. The Minnesota advertising tax is also anti-business because it would cause marketing dollars to shift to states where no ad taxes are charged: Wisconsin, Iowa, South Dakota, North Dakota. And it would be cheaper to create and place advertising dollars. It would also hurt Minnesota small business, from supermarkets to franchise restaurants to auto dealers and others that depend upon cooperative manufacturing dollars to subsidize their marketing. And from the end consumer's perspective, the consumer, it creates a new layer of hidden taxes because of pyramiding by imposing taxes at the intermediate levels rather than on the consumer level. At the very least, it is a double tax on the buying public. Then, of course, there are obvious inequities of Minnesota TV and radio stations in the border states, such as Duluth and Moorhead and so forth. And how would you administrate the tax? Well, it would be tenuous and more costly, and the enforcement costs and resulting problems could be enormous. So we are requesting that that no ad tax is added to the bill.
Thank you. Welcome.
Madam Chair,
And
members.
before you start, I'm going to say Lisa Thompson and Mayor Nash, come on up, please.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Stephen Horsfield. I'm the Executive Director of Simpson Housing Services. I wish I was up here telling you that the risk for us is that our jobs would go out of state, but given that we provide emergency shelter and supportive housing to families and individuals experiencing homelessness, that's not really the case. We are also a member organization of the Minnesota Coalition for the Homeless. While we see many indicators of economic recovery, we continue to be in crisis in Minnesota. Tonight in Hennepin County alone, we have approximately 1,400 adults and 800 children in shelter. Each week at Simpson Housing, we see as many as 100 men show up for 10 available slots in our shelter. We've had as many as 125 families call for one opening in our transitional housing program for families. Nonprofits, faith communities, downtown businesses, and local units of government have responded with progressive and innovative solutions to address rising homelessness in our community. With effective tools, we've assisted thousands of Minnesotans find stability and move into permanent housing. Progress was made because of state funding for housing and supportive services in the Health and Human Services budget. We need that funding to increase because we are not yet through the crisis. There's a major strategic advantage and return on investment to spending on housing and supportive services. We can spend a little on rental subsidies and case managers, or we can spend a lot on expensive public services like emergency shelter, emergency room care, jail, and detox. Let me share a disturbing statistic. The average age of death in Minnesota is 80. Last December, we held our annual memorial service to remember Minnesotans who had died while homeless. The average age of death among those friends and neighbors was 44. For the Minnesotans we serve, housing is health care. Housing is education support. Housing is community building. Housing is employment stability. It is a better way to do government services. Supportive and transitional housing are programs that work. On behalf of the families, children, and individuals we serve, I strongly urge this committee to raise revenue to invest in responding to the crisis of homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please.
Madam Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Philip Madison. For the last 27 years, I've been a resident of Forest Lake, Minnesota. I'm the president of Core Products, which is a manufacturer of orthopedic supports and soft goods. Core Products is a Minnesota S corporation, which I started in Vadnais Heights in 1988. In 1996, we'd grown to 25 employees and $1 million in payroll. We needed more space. I began looking in both Minnesota and Wisconsin. We found we could build a new building in Wisconsin for a third less than Minnesota, a $500,000 savings, which resulted also in a $25,000 per year property tax savings. Wisconsin also offers better unemployment and workmen's compensation rates. So in 1996, we moved 15 miles east to Osceola, Wisconsin. Today, we have 125 employees, 65,000 square feet of manufacturing, and generate $5 million of manufacturing payroll in Wisconsin. The Wisconsin Economic Development Corporation tells me that manufacturing payroll turns over 7 times before it's finally flushed out of a local community. For the last few years, Wisconsin has gotten control of its spending and now has a positive budget that results Wisconsin will be reducing personal income tax and personal property tax for all of its citizens. For the last 16 years, I've been paying my sub-S corporation taxes through my personal tax return as a resident of Forest Lake, Minnesota. Minnesota will now be increasing its payroll tax to 9.85% and adding this new business-to-business sales tax. Wisconsin, on the other hand, is aggressively working to improve its business climate and truly create jobs. Today, Wisconsin is offering a tax credit for manufacturers and farmers that will virtually eliminate the state sales tax over the next 4 years. For the survival of my business, I'm being forced to vote with my feet, relocate my residence, and therefore my tax burden outside of Minnesota. In addition, I've already advised my legal, tax, and travel and other business advisors that we'll only be buying those services outside of Minnesota in the future. I believe these new taxes will force other manufacturers and service businesses to move those 15 to 20 miles to the east and outside of Minnesota. Therefore, I oppose this bill.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Lisa Thompson. I'm a family child care provider on the east side of St. Paul. There are about 10,000 family child care providers in Minnesota, and we're often the first and only choice for child care while parents work in the state. As president of Child Care Providers Together AFSCME, I can report that our members are very supportive of the governor's proposal to raise revenue to fund programs that are so critical to the youngest learners in Minnesota, and we welcome the governor's decision to make these investments and pay for these investments after 10 years of cuts. And we know children are better prepared for school and life when they're in the best quality care while their parents work. It's great to see the governors acknowledge this by proposing to increase child care assistance rates and to offer incentives for providers to improve their quality. For too long, state child care assistance reimbursement rates have been well below what the federal government expects them to be and painfully below what the market rate average is. And this is unacceptable, and the governor's proposal begins to address this inadequacy. We are also supportive of the governor's early childhood scholarship program, which continues to make system changes and align with Parent Aware and use our federal child care development block grant and Race to the Top funding. While Parent Aware must continue to work on addressing what makes family child care a high-quality learning environment, continued investment in the program, as the governor has proposed, to pay for with new revenue is great. As a small business person that runs on very low margins, I have to run a very tight ship. And the governor's proposal to cut the current sales tax rate by 20% will, for my small business, either be a close wash or possibly even a small gain. And that will help my bottom line for my household, and it will help me keep child care prices low for families. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight.
Thank you. Is Mayor Nash here?
I'm here.
Yes, please. And I think you're going to get the last word here unless you're really quick. The committee needs 5 minutes to close off the committee tonight. So we started with the proponent, and I think we'll end with a
I appreciate your time.
Concerns.
Good evening, almost morning, and I will be brief. I will dispense with my written remarks. My name is Jim Nash. I am the mayor of Waconia. Whereas you may remember, we had the governor's fishing opener last year, and in a meeting I had with Governor Dayton at the time, he said that he was a big supporter of small cities like Waconia. We are a population of 11,000 people. Given the read that I've had of this bill, I find sometimes that a little bit disingenuous because it's putting an undue burden on my city in two forks, and I will tell you about that right now. One, the city of Waconia is looking at an essentially $280,000 additional levy based on the business-to-business sales tax. We contract for things like law, prosecutorial services, police services, snow removal, assessors, legal fees, and so on, and the sales tax on those is going to be burdensome for us. It's going to represent a 6% increase in the levy. I can't pass that on to my residents without hearing from them, and I'm here so that you can hear from them on their behalf. Two, as a small business owner myself and representing other small businesses in the city of Waconia, we have many people in the tertiary business, the service business, and the quaternary, the service to services. They are going to see a huge impact based on this proposal of the business-to-business sales tax. They have told me numerous times they are looking very favorably at things in Wisconsin and things in South Dakota. I urge you to not pass the business-to-business sales tax. It is going to hurt small businesses, and if you do, please consider how this impacts municipalities and government agencies. We do contract with other municipalities and other government entities, and in many ways, when we do that back and forth, it's like handing each other $20 and then taxing the public $22 because we have to pass on the administrative costs to them as well. I urge you, members, Chairwoman, thank you for your time. Please do not pass the business-to-business sales tax.
Thank you. First, I just want to say that there are some people in the room who never signed up, and we don't want you to leave without coming to us when we adjourn at midnight and give us your names. We are going to continue this. We are not going to add people to the list in the next hearing. That will be Friday at 2 o'clock. So I apologize to everyone who didn't get in. The best count we have is we think somewhere about 90 people did not get to speak. Okay, so it might seem that can't be right because you're not all in the room, but they're in other rooms, as you know, and people are continuing to come in the door. So we have about 90 people who didn't get to speak. 10 or 15 of those we called repeatedly, so I don't know if that means they'll ever come back, so probably 75. And we have some people that we think in the room never even gave us their names, so we want to get them. So when we start Friday at 2, we are not going to add 100 extra people. These are the people who spent from 7 o'clock on trying to be heard, and we want to finish with all of you. If you can't come Friday at 2, we hope you will send us written testimony. We apologize that we just couldn't get every single solitary person in, but we're thrilled that Minnesotans took this really to heart and came and talked to us. We appreciate it so much, and members, we are adjourned.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
Can we see a show of hands of people who are still here who are hoping to speak?
I think they all are. There's 92. Yeah. Right? I mean, I don't think there's anybody who didn't want to speak. Right. So if you're not on if you aren't sure you're on our list, come and tell us before you leave tonight. Okay? Because what happens sometimes is people try to add another 100 that were never here tonight. Okay? So that we're not going to do that again. So please come and talk to us tonight. We'll be sitting here for quite a while. We're adjourned.